lot of information here, but they are really really smart. These people like are so
Hello,
smart
chat room.
at Block Wars. Okay.
Yeah, I've read an entire Reddit post. Some guy just put every stat down from Trailblazers.
That's absurd. It says it seems good. Oh my god, they're just saying, Hannah, I know you struggle with Trailblazers. Please practice. Jesus Christ. They're
Is there anywhere we can
thinking.
practice in the server right now?
I don't think so.
No, you can like drive around on the boats outside. Because there is an ice boat part in race, but there's not much else to do aside from that, I think.
Yeah, right.
My chat thinks that, so you know how they don't tell you the race map? Well, they're doing like process of elimination, and they think it's this map called Scoria because it's the volcano map, and they said there's no way they would just use that map once or something. So they think it's the volcano map because of that. So just keep that in mind.
Your chat is locked in. Okay, okay.
They said they just said most S tiers are not in this event. Maybe you could do obstacles and like some stuff on the blue side because like the S tiers like just aren't in this event. So that could like there's no fire weapon, there's no like I mean there's some S tiers, there's like JoJo and stuff, but
is Feinberg
like,
in this, John?
No, he's not. So like maybe doing some of the blue things.
Nah, I'm gonna be top 10. Fuck it, I'm down.
You are, bro.
Nah, let me get in there. Nah, I'm down.
Yeah.
Okay, so someone said in Fire Feet,
Hi,
the party
everyone.
minigame,
Oh, you're in front
they
of
would
my
recommend
face.
saving leaps towards the end because when the blocks are like really spaced out, you'll need the leaps to jump over other blocks.
There's too much
and if you're falling to your death, just start spamming all of the leaps you have. Like even if like you're gonna die anyway, just start spamming the leaps because there will be people that are dying in that time. So spleef scoring, getting in top 10 is really good. Getting top 8 is really good in Fire Feet. Like after these like top 10, top 8, they start like kind of drifting off. Like
you want to go up here?
Like the scores
I mean, that's
are
really
like
high though.
like towards the top. No pressure though. Like honestly, you cannot control how you do in spleef. It's whatever. For lunge, when going to a team's base, you need to
put you
be
here,
juking and not
I
just
get
running.
short.
One team has one archer in the front. They're most likely in the front tower. Run on the far side from them. But when there are two, just run in the dip parts. That's what they're saying. What else? You'd shoot underneath the arch. So if you're shooting like and they're going like underneath the arch, like you can still make a shot there, but here's what they said. They're like one person stays in the left bubble and two people in the right bubble is what I'm gonna put the screenshot is what they're recommending. These people are like insane at Minecraft, by the way. I promise they're just not noob backseaters. And I kind of agree, like the stuff on the left is low-key really far away from the stuff on the right. So I mean, like that could be a good strat for like late game, like farming, keeping little.
Wait, what am I looking at? Wait.
Oh my gosh, Hannah, you're really locked in. I'm gonna wait. Okay, I get it. Okay, I understand. No.
It might be good to like keep this in mind. The map is like really bigger than the other one.
That's true.
Just, keep that in mind.
Okay.
Okay, that is like okay, here's the VOD for the race map that my viewers think it is. It's probably not this map. That's all I have to say. Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes. So sorry, I know that was a lot. After this, I'm glad we got all this out of the way. I'm turning over a new leaf. I'm just having fun. Like I don't care if we win at all. I just want to give us our best shot. Like with all this information, I know it was a lot. Like after this, I'm done. I'm done. Like being crazy.
Okay. Don't worry. We got it downloaded. We're locked in. Yes. Thank you, Hannah. Thank you.
Thanks, Hannah.
I'm scared as shit.
I love tryharding. Wait, you're scared?
No. I'm ready. Let's fucking go. Let's go.
Oh, me too. Yep.
Yeah.
You know, can you move the HUD on the right side of your screen?
The right side of the screen HUD? What do you want to do that for?
Well, my head is really large. I mean, it's zoomed in, and it doesn't really fit with the HUD on the right side of the screen.
Like IRL? Like what?
I'm kind of like I'm hiding. Here, I'll show you a screen.
Okay. Sure. Wait, like IRL? Like you can't look to the right of your screen?
No. No, like in team chat.
Oh shit. Okay.
I don't know where to put my face. Or maybe I can move Twitch chat to the left side of the screen.
Oh, you mean like on your OBS, like on your?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Gotcha. All right. I'm just trying to figure out how to freaking download the game. Like, I need to download this Noxium
Oh,
stuff.
yeah.
need to
I
do.
don't really know myself. I just downloaded the MCC Island thing on Lunar Client, which is already
Wait,
like
you need to download the
complicated.
game still?
I don't
You need to
know, but
like,
there's like a special thing that they recommend. But you don't have to have
yeah.
it. It's just
Oh,
like
yeah.
really, really recommended.
If you have mod drains, you can just really easily download it.
Shit. Install the model CurseForge. All right, yeah, I might just use the mod rent method.
Where did I put my
Instead.
face? Oh yeah, audio sources. Minecraft. Default. Face smaller. Head youngest. Okay, how's this? It's about drive. It's about power. We stay hungry. We devour. Ah. La 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 la. La la la. La 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 la. La 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 la. That here. Okay, how's that? Oh guys, I can't turn on my AC today, so it's gonna be quite hot in here. It's gonna be quite hot in here. I can't. Gotta stop. I gotta stop. I have got to stop. Whoa, look at this my cosplay. Bro, the stuff that's on my timeline is like okay, anyway, look at this my cosplay. Wow. She looks just like my. She's literally my. Just my. That's so crazy. I don't like how Grok auto-translate things. Oh, I fixed it. She's my. I love women. I gotta lock in. I gotta lock in. Oh, I see a ring. I wanna fly. Don't mess with me. I'm a big boy now. I hate that song. I don't know why I'm singing it. Is the game dark for you guys, by the way? Boing. No? Okay. Dark for me. I think it's my monitor, though. What games do you guys usually play?
Valorant, Minecraft, I guess. I mean, not Valorant anymore.
Whoa!
Yeah. I retired from Valorant. Fuck that.
That's good. Me too. I hate
That's
that
a wise
game.
choice.
Yeah.
It's better for your mental health.
Yeah, screw Valorant.
That game is like
chungus.
babysitting.
Yeah, so now it's
Yeah.
time for you to play League of Legends to get an
Oh.
even better mental health. I think that's the character development.
Maybe. I don't know. Like
Maybe.
League's hard though. Hold up. I don't know why. Okay, so did you guys install through Noxium?
I installed it through
I mean, oh wait,
Modrint.
Modern. Sorry, yeah,
Yeah.
Modern. Yeah, okay. All right. I think that's fine.
Oh my gosh, I was playing the Destiny game last night too. That game was fun. Although I don't know if I'll really grind it because I don't really understand it. But it was quite fun. Are you a mouse?
What was that?
Are you a mouse?
Oh, I'm a rat. I'm just a rat. Look, I'm a
Oh,
rat.
hello,
Yeah.
rat.
Oh my! Wait, we need to put the skins on. Did you put the skin on?
Yeah, there's the skin.
Oh shit! 1 second. Where is it?
But I
Is it
mean, you
like?
can be a rat if you want to.
I mean, I want to be a rat. Okay.
You can
I'm
be a rat.
Then
if
you
can
should
be
be
a
in the
rat.
kitchen.
Yeah.
Let's
What
be
the?
honest.
Oh,
Hey, Remy the
true.
rat.
Yeah.
Remy the
Yeah.
rat. That's me, man. That's me, man.
Remy the rat.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's me,
I
man.
watched that video.
Which one?
Wait, never mind. Remy the rat's from
Oh.
something else, isn't it? Oh
Yeah,
no.
it's Ratatouille. Yeah.
Oh,
Oh wow. Oh no. No, I'm sort of
I
pissed
mean,
now. I'm sort of pissed. You
no,
don't know
no.
Ratatouille, my
I
childhood
knew
movie.
that there
Nah,
was
it's
a
all good.
rat in Ratatouille, but I forgot his name. I feel bad.
Shremy.
It's Remy. Okay, I'm sorry.
Shremy.
I should be
No, you're good.
arrested, probably.
I think so. Yeah. What games do you even play nowadays, Eskay?
A lot of fighting games, a lot of Marvel Rivals,
That's about it, yeah.
Minecraft,
Mm-hmm.
Deadlock,
Oh,
TFT,
Deadlock.
um,
Damn.
Clash of Clans.
Holy variety final boss. What the?
I play Clash of Clans on my phone for like 2 hours every day.
Oh, okay. Do you stream it? Or you fan capture
No,
it? You stream
no.
it? Alright.
But maybe I should. That would be fun. Stream my cock.
Yeah, streaming your cock could be fun. Yeah.
Yeah,
that'd be pretty good.
yeah. I actually have 3 cocks. Like I play 3 accounts.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
I'm
Yeah, you
a
can
try
like
hard.
do all. You can do like 2 at once. That'll be sick.
Yeah, yeah.
What's happening? Yeah, let's meet up. Lock in. Lock in. You guys streaming? Are you guys streaming this thing? Oh no.
Yes.
Yes. All right. But cool. I know you from Marvel Rivals
Oh, really?
because you were like, yeah. I remember, like pretty early on, you were like one of the better Psylocke players, and I played
Oh,
Psylocke at
thank
the time.
you.
Yeah.
Oh.
So
Did
I
you
know
watch
you.
the Psylocke
Mhm.
guide?
I did watch the Psylocke guide. I think that was the first video I watched.
Yo.
That was actually it. Yeah, you released it. I remember you made like a Twitter post about it. It was like a 1 hour Psylocke video, and I watched it.
Yes.
Yeah, I think that was my first impression, actually.
Let's go. Oh, so a good first
Yeah.
impression. Oof, thank goodness.
Well, what's a bad first impression?
I comment on every Twitter post.
Oh, like, okay, I can only imagine.
All the
Did you?
thirst traps.
Oh, okay. All the thirst traps. Okay. Okay. Yeah. And some very respectful things in there, I'm assuming, right?
I am very respectful. I'm a great friend.
Yeah.
They're all my
Yeah,
friends,
yeah,
that's
yeah.
why.
Oh, okay. I see. Okay. Cool.
Mhm.
Sick. Yeah.
Did you know I used to play Valorant?
I didn't know actually. I thought you were Overwatch.
Yeah. I was Overwatch,
Uh-huh.
but I'm also Immortal 3.
Oh, Val? Damn. All right.
What?
All right. No, it's just a part-time Valorant player is higher than me.
Yeah,
That's all
yeah.
good. That's all
Well,
good. I
no,
mean, I don't play Val
I was
anymore.
full-time. I played Game Changers. I quit Overwatch for like a
Oh.
year to play
Oh,
Valorant.
what? What the
Mhm,
hell?
mhm.
You were Game Changers, Val?
Yeah, we beat like
I actually had
TSM
no
and
idea.
Complexity, and we beat them up. We beat them up bad.
What? Since like what year was that?
That was
Couple years ago.
2022, I think, or
Okay,
2021
damn.
maybe.
Oh, what the hell? Damn, that was a while ago. Okay.
Yes,
So you're pro
yes.
Overwatch, then pro Val.
Well, I wouldn't say pro.
Now pro cock.
Yeah, bro cock.
Alright.
Yeah, I play with my
damn,
cock a few hours every morning. At night.
Alright, cool. Alright. Good comms. And pro Tekken as well, apparently, is what I'm hearing.
No, I'm horrible at Tekken.
Okay. I mean, Tekken seems very hard. I don't know. Alright. Yeah. Alright, so I am going to be playing on like 300 ping, but like, I'll do my
Whoa.
best. Yeah.
Which country are you from?
Sydney, Australia.
Oh,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
I've seen YouTube videos of people that live in Australia before.
Like what? Like I did a thing, or like,
No, they were just Australian.
oh, those are just Australian guys.
It was
Oh,
just
okay.
like stuff, but then they were Australian. Like there was this video of a guy who plays rhythm games in the arcade, and he takes like a
Uh-huh.
4-hour bus and then plays rhythm games until like 4 in the morning, and then he goes back home. I watched that video.
That sounds like a few of my friends. I have a few friends that are addicted to DDR. There's good town hall. There's like play DDR for like 8 hours, like during the
Yeah,
weekend,
yeah,
and
yeah.
that's what they do.
It must be an Australian thing.
Maybe. But I'm really uncoordinated. I'm like super unco. I can't do
Oh,
DDR.
I can't either. That
Um,
stuff is hard.
no.
I have no
Yeah,
rhythm.
very. Yeah, and I have no control of my lower body at all. It's just like I don't know. It's kind
Oh,
of all right. I was sick. Are you familiar with everyone here, Eskay? Like you've met everyone here or is it your first time?
I met Zoomies in Japan.
Oh
Yes.
shit.
Yay!
That did happen.
We were hanging out in Japan. Yep. And I got a Mimikyu plushie and I spent $80 and it was worth it.
Oh my god, I forgot about that.
Yes, he's still on my bed. He's my
Oh,
baby.
I love to hear that.
Yes.
80
yes.
USD?
Yeah.
one plushie?
Yeah, cause it was on a crane, and I kept failing, and then I would be like, "Hello, please help me" to the employee, and then they would rig it for me, and then I would fail it again.
And then you would ask them again?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Until like the 5th time, she just said it, so I just had to touch the Mimikyu, and then I would get it.
Wait, that reminds me. Oh, because what happened? Okay, so what happened when we were in Japan? I was explaining to SK and her friends that like, if you just like bat your eyes really pretty and look really pathetic in the arcades, the workers will come and like help you out. And her friends didn't believe me, so I was like, okay, what do you want? And I feel like they wanted like there was like a Zorro
Yeah, my friend loves One
something.
Piece.
Yeah. So I went up, I played it like once or twice, and then I just kind of like looked a little lost, and then the worker came up to me and just like set it up easy for me, and they were like, "There's just no fucking way." They didn't believe me, and I was like, "Trust me, I know the strats."
Would that work for me as well? Or do I need to
Um,
bat my eyes, look a little bit lost, and twirl my hair a little bit, and then
I
I'll be
think
good?
Yeah,
so.
yeah,
I
it
think it would
should. Yeah,
work.
yeah,
I might need to
sure.
try it next time I'm in Japan. Alright, I'm
It
down.
it
Alright.
would, yeah. But I forgot about that. Jesus Christ, that was like a year ago. God damn.
Yes,
been
Was
so
that like a
long.
group trip or something? Or
No,
did you guys just happen
we
to
just
be in
happened to be
Japan
in
at the same
Japan at
time?
the same time.
Oh,
I
okay.
went with 5UP, and 5UP and SK were friends before I had
Yeah.
met SK. And so 5UP was like, "Oh, I want to meet up with my friend." I was like, "Yeah, let's go for it." And then we sent them to the wrong coffee shop by accident.
Oh yeah, that was bad.
No, you tell me why there's 2 coffee shops named Mermaid Coffee right next to each other, but like a block away, and they're just like completely hidden. You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing here?
It was a social anxiety nightmare.
Yeah.
I was with 2 of my real life friends from childhood, and they're very anxious, and me too.
No.
But it ended up okay.
Hopefully you guys ended up having a good time.
Yes,
We
we did.
didn't.
We did. We did. We did.
Good.
It was very fun. Yippee!
Yippee.
Is everyone else here just NA then? Except Jeremy is Dutch, pretty sure.
Where are you from? You said it's 3
Uh,
in the morning?
Yeah, Australia. Sydney,
Word.
Australia.
Why are you Australian?
Well, wow, that sounds like there's something wrong with. Oh, okay, no, it's all good. I don't know.
Why? Wait, I think I was with an Australian. Where's Duraptrue from? Australia or
He's from Sydney, Australia.
yeah. I was with Duraptrue last time
Yeah.
I played Block Wars.
This is actually crazy. Yeah, I met the Rapture like I think 6 years ago or like 5 years ago. It was a long
Really?
time ago. Yeah. I remember he just came over to our apartment. Wait, he's in this event. Wait, what?
He is. Yeah, where is he?
Wait, what? He's in the middle right now.
Oh,
What the-
Durap. I
Yeah.
need to harass him and Zam. I was on a team with him and Prince Zam my first time.
Oh, okay. This is everyone's like third, fourth Block Wars, except I think this is Jeremy's first.
This
Yay,
is technically my
Jeremy!
first like real event because I did
Yes.
rookies,
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
but Yeah.
Welcome to
mean, it's
Block
still
Wars.
pretty similar.
I'll
Yeah.
be alright. I won MCC.
Whoa,
Wait,
Oh, okay.
okay,
you're a
damn, alright,
pro.
alright,
Okay,
alright, my
Hell
bad.
yeah.
Alright,
please carry
alright,
me.
shit, my bad.
No,
Yeah.
I got carried by Wolfie. Gotta be
This
honest.
is scary.
Oh,
What is this? Oh, these are the winners?
Mm-mm.
Hannah will carry us. She's my goat.
Oh.
Yeah, she's the IGL like goat, bro. I had her on my last team as well. She was hella good.
I love Hannah.
She's great.
Is she okay? What's going on with her game?
Oh,
She's streaming right now.
oh wait, it's
Oh, she's
D
back?
Town. That not here.
Oh, we're waiting on D-Town.
Mhm, mhm.
Hmm.
Wait, are we already? Oh, okay. Second,
Where
I'm
am
gonna take a
I?
piss real quick. Alright, I'll be right back.
Have fun.
Chatting.
Ah,
Oh, she did grab
hi
this
chat
too.
room. You fuck with
Individual.
SK?
Wait. Oh, I forgot to do that. Did you see the tweet of like someone making us custom skins?
Yes.
Why, yes, I have. I have applied the custom skin.
I forgot to do that because I'm terrible. But also when I saw that we had a sub, I was like, well, he doesn't have a skin.
I do.
Oh,
You have a custom one?
Yeah,
oh,
they also made me
No!
one. Yeah,
that's
I
the
got
No!
goat.
Did you put it on?
Yeah, of course.
Did everyone put it on?
Yes, only yes, you're
Schrodinger
the
doesn't
only
have
one.
his on.
Okay, thank God. Oh
Mr.
God.
Lee,
Hold on.
he's a rat.
Is that a quick trip? Is that a
Remy.
quick change? Can I do that quickly?
Yes, you can just log out and log back in. Or, I mean, you have to like close your game and open it up again.
That's too much. Yeah, you're asking too much of me, I fear.
Oh no, it's okay.
To change skin.
It took
If
me
you have
like,
essentials, it's quick.
huh?
Like, how do we set up this like Discord like overlay thing? I need to like set that up so people know who's talking.
Oh,
I did it
Zumi sent one
through.
in the Chungus.
Mm-hmm.
Zoomy in the Chungus? Which Chungus? The green Chungus?
Yeah,
Uh,
and then
green
I have
Chungus.
one. I'll send another Chungus in there too. This one's a smaller
Okay.
one, I think.
And
I appreciate it.
Got
download
one ready
Minecraft
and stuff.
skin.
Thank you, Buddy G. Thank you.
Browser source. Thank you.
How do I save a save image?
Oh, that's perfect. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
And then do I go into the Minecraft launcher?
Yes, yeah, and then you can go to
Oh, God.
skins, and then
Oh God.
Okay, well, I don't want to be
That's
left
not-
out, so I'm gonna do the same thing as well.
Wait, how do I do
Mm.
this? Oh God.
eh,
Is it like the normal Minecraft launcher?
yes.
Oh God. Oh
Where's this-
God.
Where's
I'm
this?
Yes,
zooming.
I'm in
I'm
a
zooming to
I'm
get
in
this
a
done.
Minecraft Chungus
Oh,
at TwitchCon.
If anybody asks, I'll be right
Oh.
back. Okay, how do I do this? How do I do this? How do I do
Gee,
this?
Minecraft
Skins.
on my Minecraft.
New skin.
I love
Block order
Minecraft, guys.
green,
I freaking love
browse,
Minecraft.
Desktop. Where is it?
Oh,
Where is
I
it?
freaking love
Here.
Minecraft so much.
Slim.
What's
Save
happening
and
with the last
use.
Chungus?
Okay.
15 minutes.
Okay. Pause. Do I have it?
I love Minecraft. Also,
I'm gonna do it.
if you
very
guys
quickly.
love
I think we did
Minecraft,
it. I think we
I'm playing
managed to do it.
in the
God, that was
the
stressful.
Cobblemon SMP.
The first time I tried
with all of
changing
the
my skin,
streamers
I couldn't. I don't play Minecraft,
September
guys. So
1st.
I'm like,
What?
I feel so inept trying to figure this out. No, I'm not a Minecraft player.
What do you usually play?
I don't really play that many games, honestly. Not anymore. I don't know. Life has just taken me different paths.
Oh, okay.
Mm.
And so
Just
what are you doing
yapping.
instead?
I did start not on stream, but I did start replaying Kingdom Hearts the other day. This has been fun. That's been a great time.
Yes,
I
I'm
never
gonna
played Kingdom Hearts.
I'm gonna
No?
Is it like
Chungus
yeah? Is
next
it
to
hella good though?
Chungus.
I highly recommend it.
I want to build
It
next to
definitely,
Celine, and it's gonna be awesome. Oh.
Formidified? Is that the word?
Please
my
check
childhood
CWL
And like the
rosters.
type of games I like.
Oh,
Yeah.
So
Oh yay!
I
I'm
don't really
in.
play single player games too much actually.
Um.
I'm usually like a multiplayer FPS type dude.
Oh guys, I gotta
Gotcha.
move my cock.
Yeah. But I'm down to try those type
Where's
of
my
things.
phone?
I recommend them. I think they're great.
I lost it.
Alrighty.
My
You quit
cock
Valorant
accounts.
now. So
I
you do
need to
not
go
have
to
any
certain
games.
clans.
Yeah.
For clan war
You don't play
leader.
Valorant?
Ah.
Wait, but it starts in 2
Wait,
days, so I don't
have
know why I need
Noxium
to move
installed.
right
This is
now.
highly recommended. Oh shit.
Perfectly.
Okay. Well,
Do you
thought
fuck.
ever
I thought that was
feel
the thing you were trying to
like a
install.
plastic
Yeah, for the
bag
longest time, but apparently I don't even
drifting
have it.
through the
Oh
wind?
crap.
I
I'll-
downloaded it, but is there anything that I have to do besides download it? Because when I tried opening it, nothing
Hmm.
happened.
Alright, hold up. Are
Hmm.
they waiting on us right now, pretty much?
Not us. There's like 3 people offline right
Three
now.
people? Okay, well, hopefully, I can just like
The
sneak
king
this
from
in very
Clash
quickly.
Royale.
Let me just try it.
My favorite
Open this.
group is the balloon, and my favorite
Yeah, what does Noxium
hero
do?
is the archer
I
queen.
don't know. Kind of like optimizes the hell out of your game and stuff.
And
But
my favorite
Okay.
spell
apparently,
is the
it also
invisibility
helps
spell.
hyping people a lot. So that's why
Gotcha.
I'm very, very interested in that right now.
All right.
Yeah, where is the server located?
It's somewhere in America, I assume.
What'd you have for dinner?
Hmm.
You said you just finished dinner?
Yes, I had a Pokeball.
Dude, fuck yeah. I had poke yesterday.
Yes.
She's so cool. There's also the royal
I recently
champion.
I
who's
recently
cool
discovered
too.
this one poke restaurant that's like 5 minutes of a drive from me, and
I thought they were talking
I kind of
about
get hyper
Pokemon.
fixated on foods. So I've gone there like 3 times in the past 2 weeks. But it's so
Yeah, I
good.
cannot go and grab food. It's not a thing where I live.
What do you mean?
I just have to make food at home because
I want to
all
climb.
takeout is too far.
You're
Huh?
like in the wilderness or something?
Yeah.
I
mean-
just do not live near a city.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. Also, I'm
Cool.
in the same situation as well. I'm pretty far from the city. So takeout like past like 10 p.m. is not really a thing.
wait, that's
Saves a
crazy.
lot of money.
Yeah.
Yeah. But what do you do when you're like, I forgot
never
to
played
cook
Kingdom Hearts
tonight, or
either.
I forgot to defrost the meat?
Yeah, I have to eat the frosted meat.
No.
No. You
About
can
love, it's
go
about
and get a
power.
pizza or something,
We
but
stay
Oh, okay.
not
hungry.
really. It's not like
We devour.
I have this.
Gosh, I want to
I don't
play.
know if it's a bad habit, but like, listen. I'm gonna say this. I think canned tuna tastes great, and it tastes fine
Huh.
when you don't have someone
agree.
in your ear telling you that it smells
Holy.
gross. And it's like 30 grams of protein in just such a compact little thing. And so when I'm too lazy to cook, I will just like crack open a can of tuna and make a tuna salad and just eat with chips. And I feel it's moments like those where I
play
really feel like
Pokemon
broke and
Go
that I've got nothing going for me. But at the
every
same time, I'm like,
day.
I don't have anyone to tell me that this is a bad decision right now.
No, canned tuna is good.
Did you guys ever get cheese fondue?
Cheese fondue? No.
I've had cheese
Man.
fondue, yeah.
Let me
Yeah, yeah.
in.
It-
Chat room. What's up? You guys fuck with. I'm sorry. I gotta stop. What's up? I think. What's up? I think. What's up? I think. Sorry, I'm lagging. What? The Tuesday. Might take Tuesday off. Also, I might make a second channel because lately I feel like I've been very bleh, restricted on what I can stream because CCVFX sponsorships. Like I'm panicking right now because this will lower and then I won't make money. But maybe I make a second channel and just stream on that, and then I can stream whatever I want, and we can just like chill. Like I want to play the Cobblemon server a lot, but I don't think many people will be interested. So I might play on my second channel, or like end my stream and or like play Marvel Rivals and then raid myself. Can I even do that? Can you even do that? How would I do that? I want to raid myself.
Jesus.
What's
I've got a new
happening?
Australian.
Okay, I'm definitely.
Uh,
10 p.m.
What do you mean?
You are
I'm
s-
talking just. I'm talking
you're
to my
so
own
full
kind,
of-
Hannah. What are we? What? Come on.
You're
Hello. Can I
so-
speak to my own kind?
your own
Dude, I'm
kind.
gonna find you.
Yeah, please
I'm-
do. Please find me. Please find me. Please, please. No, don't.
Oh,
Please,
what's
please
the
find
delay?
me.
The
I don't wanna
audacity
play.
you have to say that you miss me when you don't respond to my DMs trying to play video games with you.
Wow.
I do.
Oh.
I do.
I
Wow.
tell you,
No, no,
I
no,
say
no, no,
let's
no,
get
no.
on. I said let's game.
Oh.
Yo,
And you
what?
ignore me.
No, no,
Oh.
you did. Wait,
Get this man out of the green
you
chat.
sent me a
Oh.
picture
Get this
of a
man out of
Brazilian flag
Oh
and
my
said there is no
gosh.
meme. You're going to Brazil. How was I supposed to respond to that? I don't know. how
That's
to respond
because
to
I'm
that.
bringing you to Brazil. Come on.
I'm down to go to Brazil. Let's fucking run it, bro. Let's actually do it, bro. Well, dude, me and Zumi's Brazil trip. We're gonna do it. We're gonna plan this shit, bro. Next month, bro. It's gonna happen.
I'm gonna bring you to the favelas and leave you there.
What the fuck? Don't do that. Don't leave me there. Don't. Anyways, I just wanted to come in here and say, "What's up, Hannah? My goat. What's up,
What's up?
SK? I don't. Nice to meet you, SK. Jeremy,
Hi.
nice to meet you as well.
Hello.
Lee, what's up, my Eskay?
Hello, hello, Eskay, man. Double brother.
Double
Eskay.
do, double O, brother. Eskay. And hey, Simis. Hi. I miss you.
Hi.
What?
Can we play
We're
games?
just-
Yes, we can play games, bro. Actually,
Okay.
DM me this time.
Will you
and I
actually-
will play a game?
Hold on. Stop. Will you text me back this time?
Yes, on my life, I will text you back.
Hey.
No. On my life, on my life, on my genuine, I will die on stream. On my life, I will respond back to you, bro. I promise.
All right.
All right, I'm gonna leave now. Okay, yeah.
I could have so much energy, bro. Oh my
I
God.
love him. I think he's
Where am
great.
I meant to go?
Yeah, it's great. It's
Okay,
great. It's
yep.
sure. It's sure.
Ah!
All right.
Shit.
Is
A
everyone
bit
streaming?
too
this now?
Australian for me.
With
Bit
two
too
Australian.
Yeah.
Oh.
I'm very. Yeah. I feel like I'm not really that Australian.
Oh.
People think I'm American.
Look at me hitting this shit.
You sound.
Hello.
I sound
Oh,
American.
one
I don't
moment.
know why I take an
Ah,
insult to
but-
that. I don't want to sound American.
I don't think you
American.
sound.
You sound
American.
British.
I sound okay. I take even
Yeah.
bigger insult to that. Oh my god.
Okay.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
what do you want to hear? Okay.
I don't even know. I sound. I don't know. Australian. I guess I'll take it. Fine.
Yeah.
All right, let's do this. Let's
I'm
simply
sorry.
win.
I'm sorry.
No, you're good. Where you
You're
from? Dutch.
Yes, Netherlands.
Netherlands. All right, got you. I checked out your YouTube channel. I saw like all the titles. I was like, what language is this? And my chat was telling me that was Dutch.
It's Chinese something.
Yeah, it's Chinese. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
Gibberish.
Right.
Well, it is definitely saying something, but only us can understand. A lot of people think like we're German, but like a lot of people cannot even speak German.
Yeah.
So it's
Do YouTube
definitely
videos
different.
in Dutch?
Yeah. I'm entirely
Oh,
Dutch creator,
Okay.
Oh, okay. Damn.
but I like doing things like this.
Yeah,
Fun.
that's good. What's your ping right now?
I don't know. How can
Is
I
it
see it? It's
time?
pretty. It
I
feels
sure
oh,
hope
it's
so.
Yeah, hold
120.
120? Not bad. Not too shabby. All right.
Wait.
Let's simply win. Are we starting? Okay, we are starting indeed.
I think we are
Alright.
starting.
Lock in squad. Lock in squad.
66.
Lock in, focus.
Lock in squad.
I'm locked in. I'm locked in. I'm
Oh
locked
my god.
in.
Oh my.
I'm locked. I'm locked. I'm
Hello?
locked.
Hello?
Oh my god. Ah! Sorry.
Okay.
How strong is that
Use
team
this
actually
Suki.
in comparison to like I
Uh,
don't know many of
Low key,
these. Yeah.
our team like low key top 3 in my opinion.
Whoa.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Some of these
Yeah,
other
yeah,
teams
definitely.
are low key sleeper good, like, but I think we're low key very good.
Dude, the Rapture Booths are on the same team is crazy, no?
Yeah,
well, I
that
didn't
Greece
know.
Fest team. Nah,
Yeah,
I'm just
and wait,
kidding.
and Jojo, right? And Jojo's
Yeah,
a S tier
JoJo's
player, right?
amazing. JoJo's amazing. Boostford's
Wow,
also
that-
amazing.
That team
But
is
Darapshu-
stacked. What?
Darapshu ruins comms. Like I can't even lie.
Yeah. We just gotta we gotta get in his head right now.
He ruins comms. I actually understand that. He's got a lot of
Like,
energy. He's got a lot of energy.
Yeah, it's like
I think
not a
I'm
bad
Reina. I'm Reina,
I
but
mean,
with Team Green
know.
outfit.
Block
Oh shit, oh shit,
walls.
oh shit. I mean, oh crap.
Leave the music on.
I mean, oh shit.
It's Wim.
Do y'all have music playing?
Yeah.
I don't hear
Yeah.
anything. Oh
Yeah,
man.
Maybe it's
Hub
mudded.
music. It's hub music. Hub music.
I think I unmuted
I
it too late. It's cooked.
Yeah, I also
Oh,
don't have it.
sorry.
Pain.
Oh, I
It's
have to say
okay.
it's really good.
Bum
You're
bum
missing
bum
out.
bum bum
You can
bum
slash
bum.
slash reset music if you need.
Oh.
Oh, new.
Oh
Oh,
yeah.
that's gonna be me.
Yay!
Oh.
Yeah.
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 Hey.
Let's go.
Wait, this music is epic. Wait.
Yup.
Okay, what are we gonna do? Should we go to the middle?
I'm gonna do a backflip.
Okay,
We get to the
How
middle.
do you do a backflip?
do it. Do a backflip.
How do you do a backflip?
You flinner.
I don't know. You just gotta go for it.
I thought I did.
Wait, what's the emo button?
Okay, Benson, moon. What? Ah, I'm in the middle.
Oh. Oh.
Yay! Yay! Gimme!
That was good. That was a really good intro.
Are you guys caffeinated?
No.
Yeah.
Working on it.
I just raw dog everything.
Alright, fair.
Huh?
Wait, even when you play FPS games, you don't caffeinate?
Yeah, I never have
You're not on that.
caffeine.
Yeah?
Really?
When
Wow.
You're
Mad
on a
respect.
flight.
Yeah, on flights,
On a
I just
flight?
stare out the window
What?
or sleep.
Yeah, just raw dog the flight.
I don't like
I
watch
did
TV
opposite.
or
I
anything.
do melatonin on the flight. That's what I do.
Me too,
Oh.
actually.
Yeah, I just sleep on the flight. I have to. I hate
EP.
flying. Yeah.
I just
Alright,
sit
what we're
there.
gonna do.
Trailblazers first. Were we thinking? If it's on the board.
possible, yeah. Like if we even can.
Honestly,
I
if
think
you just
that'd
make
be
the
cool.
call what game you want, and we'll for it. Whatever
Whatever you
decision
guys
feel.
feel, you know, whatever you feel like your worst games are is what we should probably play first.
Trailblazers, let's go. Let's go Trailblazers.
Distraction, race.
Oh, race, I
Order
don't
up.
like.
I feel like
People
I'm
in the
ass
order
at
up.
race. I feel like
I'd
I'm
rather do race, I think.
Yeah,
I'm
pretty
ass at
awesome
race.
Race as well. Yeah.
A lot of people are. I mean, a lot of people are in extraction.
Yeah. Is Extraction the 5v5 mode?
I'm down for
Yeah.
extraction.
Oh, I got the
You think
hit.
we'll be good at extraction? I don't know. I'm down for
If
anything,
it's
TBH.
between
I have
extraction,
cats?
Race, maybe we go
It's
in
gonna
race.
be extraction.
I have a cat.
Go
Yeah.
in race.
No!
Yeah, everyone go race. Everyone go race. Let's go race.
Oh,
Oh,
I
what the
just
hell?
got
They're
frozen
hitting
and
people to
died.
blue.
I'm
Oh.
sticky on Landry right now.
Wait, I need
Stick.
my cat. I need my cat to come here. There we
No,
go.
there's so
Wait.
many people in extraction. It's probably gonna be extraction. Oh wait, there's like
Oh.
10 people on this head.
No, wait.
What? It's very close, but I think it might.
Holy shit! How did you get
Damn.
up there?
Oh.
How
Okay.
close is it?
Damn it.
Okay.
Oh, wow,
This is
7.
interesting. I mean,
Fine
the
by
PvP
me.
first.
instant kill, or so you have 4 hearts, and each heart you get taken away by shooting someone. You guys know this already.
Oh, new map.
But
Yeah.
yeah, it's a new map. Let's explore the map, see if we can look around, see where everything is, see how the map looks.
Oh, this
Yeah,
is.
Oh, yeah, this is
one
very
arrow does
different.
1 damage, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
All right.
yeah,
You have,
just
like,
always
4
has our
hearts or something,
crossbow
or 3 hearts.
loaded.
Where's the center? Or where's the?
Okay.
Is it in the center, right?
I don't know where
Center
the
is in the
heart
center here.
is.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah,
Center's
yeah,
easy.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
Good comms, good comms, good comms.
So we all just at the start of the game call out a direction, like left or right, and then we all go towards that way. Get the
Yeah,
health
let's
from
just
that
stick
way.
together as a ball. Don't
Yeah.
even worry about the one extra person because this map isn't that good for it. I think there's just face checks.
Okay. Right.
Alright, but okay.
And yeah,
so
whoever
no
is
no
getting the
lurking.
heart,
Oh god, it's
just
so
run
loud.
into it and instant shoot, like if that makes sense. Even if no
The
one's there,
heart?
just like yeah, there's a heart on each side, like an extra 1 heart up, I guess. And whoever's like running for it, just make the optimal path, get there as soon as possible, no dilly dallying, and just like shoot like at the person, like that is
Okay.
contesting you. Sorry, I'm like so lost right now. I'm looking at this map.
You're good.
Oh my gosh. All right.
F
SK, you
tipping.
got this, IGL.
What?
Yes.
Oh no.
You got this.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
Together
Don't
we
split
are terrific.
And then at the end, we have to shift on this little square. We have to hold shift. It takes us all the way to the top, and then we get extra points for escaping or extracting.
Okay.
I'm locking in.
Okay.
I'm putting my nose in my monitor. I'm playing Valorant. Let's go.
It's basically the same. It's the same.
Yeah, I
No
guess so.
regen.
Yeah.
I have no idea where that heart is. I want to run to it, but I don't know.
Wait, what does the
I'm
heart do?
assuming it's
It just
on the
gives you
list.
one
Gives you
extra
5.
health.
More.
Oh, okay.
Oh, explore.
so
Okay, we gotta
you
find
can
this heart.
explore.
Huh?
Oh, I
let's
see.
Look for the hearts.
Oh.
Yeah, hard on
Okay.
each side, and then actually a sonar grenade straight middle.
I don't know.
I think
What
Try
does
to
that
find
do?
the optimal
Ooh.
pathing to the heart.
It gives like a server dart or like a carrier knife through a wall that like highlights enemies for
Oh,
5 seconds.
that
Okay.
sounds pretty
So-
good.
I see the
Yeah.
optimal path.
What do
So it
glow
looks
nades
like-
do?
Yeah.
Wait, how do you ping?
You
The
have to
glow
go
nade is
up
the server dart.
on the left or right.
Oh.
So I wonder if going up the water is faster.
I think
to
water's
the heart.
fastest. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's lock in.
So which way?
Oh wait, should I run down
Oh,
for
God.
the glow nade and then meet you
Eskay,
guys on the left?
where are
or
you?
something?
I'm on the far right. I'm
So
gonna
here.
run.
Okay, let's go far right then. If it's
Alright,
you're far
alright.
right,
Yeah.
let's go far right.
Okay.
I'll get.
So
I'll follow you.
is
Sounds
the
good.
strat just like stay together?
There's a
Yeah.
glow
Yeah.
nade right in front of us in the center. I think it's.
Alright.
I think it might
Yeah.
be
Glow
free.
nade behind
pick-
us. I can get that.
Pick up the glow
I'm
nade behind you.
right in front of it. I'm right.
Oh, you
oh,
Yeah,
wait,
just grab it and
Alright.
then we hit
Alright.
it.
Far right. Everyone follow.
Sure.
SK.
Yeah.
Alright, I got a glow nade. I'm ready to glow nade far right if it's
Nice.
needed.
I'm trying to hit the water. I'm lost. Okay. My
I
fault.
found it. I found.
I got the health up.
They
Nice.
went the other way. They
Yeah.
went the other way. Let's like meet up and start figuring out where they are.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Beneath.
I think
I'm
we
gonna glow
rotate
nade
around
on-
the side.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
They're like all on the other side, like on second level. It looks like. So if we can just
cherry
like,
hit
make
once.
some,
Yeah.
like shoot and then move away.
Yeah.
Yeah,
there's
I'm
still
backing
glow
up to
nade.
y'all.
Am I shooting? I don't know if I shoot.
Wait, one wrapping left. One
yeah,
wrapping
one
going.
going right.
Wait. To
Oh,
our
one,
left.
one,
Oh,
one behind
Sneak
us.
Sneak is like behind us, trying to.
Yeah,
flank
behind us.
Wait, 2 coming up top to our right as well.
Okay, I killed
Nice.
Sneak, but I'm at 1 heart.
Yeah, I'm low
She
too.
Oh,
was
I
pretty
got owned. Careful.
If
Cherry
behind
went
where
down.
where I just ran up behind all these stairs. Sorry.
Oh,
Minute knows I'm at 1. Okay. There's 3
One's up
people
the
below you
water,
guys.
pushing you high ground on your left.
I got one.
Nice.
Yeah,
Okay,
nice.
fight together. Jeremy, get back with them. It's
Yeah,
yeah,
Oh, I'm
I'm
dead. I'm dead.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm dead as well. Damn. 1v2
Oh, nice
I
try.
was
Okay.
1 HP.
and 2 and 2. That's really close. Are they both one? Close.
Oh.
Okay, so the best way to the heart is like up the stairs. Like,
Yeah.
yeah. Okay. Which side are you on?
I'm right again.
Okay. Are you
Do
far,
we
far
think?
right?
Do we think
Left or
it's
right?
still the strat to stay
Whoever's in the
up
middle
all
can
there?
glow nade
I don't know.
wrapping.
We
going
can
right?
move
This
around,
map
but
is
we have to go for the
strange.
heart. We have to go for
Yeah.
the heart.
Okay. Okay. Let's get the right heart then.
Going right. I'm rushing the heart. I got the heart.
Nice.
They're
So they're on
on
left,
left
they're on
side of
left?
stairs. Yeah.
Okay, so how should we approach this?
I don't know.
They're on the
This is
left
really
already.
strange.
Like opposite sides.
Yeah, opposite side, yeah.
They might go behind us here.
Don't
Oh, they're
see
coming around.
anything. Yeah, should we make a
Oh,
proactive
the left
move
side?
to go
Yeah,
to
we can-
the left
Yeah,
together?
Yeah,
shoot.
let's go.
Yeah,
Okay.
let's all fight left. Everyone fight left. Yeah. Yeah, fight left. This guy's 1 HP on left. Oh, I'm snapping him. Oh.
Sorry. Oh, below.
Too close, too
right
close.
here.
Yeah,
These
yeah,
people are good.
wait,
They're all here.
what?
They're all here.
Yeah,
Wolfie's
yeah.
up too.
Try and kill
Wait,
Greninja,
what is he on Della?
Wow.
the face guy.
Yeah. Weird face guy, like, his name is dead.
Oh, he's,
Oh, I got
he's-
one, I got
he's
one.
right here. He's right here.
One's out.
Up
Gren's
top
dead.
behind us. On the left.
Okay, they're Wolfie. Nice. Okay, so one more, like
Nice,
bottom,
nice.
middle.
Oh,
Della-
Yeah, dead,
Nice.
Yeah,
Good
yeah,
job.
hell yeah.
Good,
Sorry, I
well done.
died.
No, you're good.
Let's go.
And everyone hold
Nice.
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 Alright, good job.
Nice, nice,
This
nice.
was.
Nice,
Alright,
nice,
first
nice,
one just warm up. Good shit.
That was really good. That was a really good team, by the way.
Yeah, that's good.
We are powerful.
Ah,
Should we do that a bit more? Like being more proactive, like
Yeah,
moving
I like
together
that.
to
I
left
like
or
that.
right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, they
I
were
mean,
trying to go
they-
onto us, so this was great.
They had half
Right.
of their players, like, wait, Eskay, where are you at? Like,
I'm left, but let's go right again. I like right.
wait, let's
Okay.
go right.
Alright,
I'll get the heart.
going right.
Yeah, basically they had like half of their people try and flank, so that was really good because like we
Yeah.
had the advantage.
Yeah, we can bait them to split and then just push one side. I like it.
Yeah.
Looks like they went left.
Alright, and I got health. They went left, it seems. Should we be proactive on left again? Like, come
They
all the way
went
back
left.
to that spawn?
You want to go through their
I'm getting
spawn
lost.
or?
Yeah, their spawn or our spawn? What do you guys want to do?
I think theirs.
They had some people like on the
There's
ground at
maybe-
mid.
Yeah.
They're
let's
like,
move-
right at the bottom like.
Okay,
right
let's
here.
push all together bottom. Yeah.
Right here.
Yeah, pushing bottom together. Yeah.
Oh, they jumped to top as well. They're coming through top as well.
Sure it does.
Nice.
Oh, from
Good
behind,
job.
from right.
Careful from
I'm
top as well.
Very low.
Let's go.
I'm gonna flank top.
Maybe
How do you
get
wanna
top
approach
again.
this?
There's
Careful.
water somewhere.
Oh, I'm dead.
Oh, Jojo,
Top
like,
side.
right
Stairs.
here.
The stairs. The stairs.
Right here.
Stairs.
Turn around on the stairs.
Two. There are two.
Oh, I got
Okay,
Emmy.
One
Okay,
jump
Emmy.
down. There's one on the
Jojo-
stairs.
Oh,
Killed
flank.
one.
Oh, I died.
Trying to
Behind you.
farm
Emma.
it.
Okay.
Oh. Two at the stairs.
Yeah,
Two
two
are like
upstairs.
above you. Sorry,
Yeah,
I was
above
at
you.
one the whole time. Jojo's at one.
I think they're extracting.
Jojo's
They're extracting.
If you can like shoot them when they're going up. Oh, nice.
Oh,
try,
nice
try.
try.
Nice try.
Sorry, that was really a good team.
Unfortunate.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Not
What
bad,
is
not
the
bad.
method? Should we try something else this time?
Shabby.
Left or right?
Right again. I think we default right and then just start like
Yeah.
working.
But I think we
Feel free to get
we should do
creative.
Whatever side the
Yeah.
better players can get the heart, like you.
You grab. I'm gonna
I grabbed
chance.
heart.
One person's.
They're going a little bit to the right as well. They're like sort of top middle, I guess. Yeah. Don't peek that right side, I reckon. That's a little
Oh,
bit
one
dangerous.
one
Yeah,
beneath the stairs.
Yeah, well, yeah. One beneath the stairs hit once. Wait, I'm backing up.
Careful.
Yeah. Two bottom floor on our right side.
Two on the bottom.
I'm gonna come with you.
Yeah, come with me. There's people right there, by the
Oh,
way.
left. Yeah, hit once. Leg
Oh,
it.
one's coming left side.
Yeah, I'm going back.
One is still on the bottom of the stairs. Careful.
I hit speed. He's 3.
I'm low.
Oh shit, I died. Damn.
I'm
They're all
gonna
like
go
bottom
still
floor on
bottom
the right.
stairs.
I'm still spectating. Yeah.
Oh.
There's 3 on bottom floor right.
Sorry, I was.
Yeah.
He's up.
Pushing upstairs.
Pushing.
Yeah. Yeah, 3 pushing upstairs. Yeah. One more on the stairs right now.
Behind you.
I'm dead.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Oh shit.
Oh, I'm
Damn.
dead.
Oh,
Yeah.
getting into
Is
the
it
rhythm is really hard.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But nice try.
I don't get this
You're
bow.
doing a really
Ouch.
good job at pushing like people that are
Yeah.
alone and then going with threes. You can never kill anyone.
Okay,
So
we
guys are
can
good.
pretty
group
nice.
as a ball
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we.
and
I think the
and
ball
just move
shot's good.
around.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah,
if someone's alone, we should just go and push.
That's good. You just want to
Together,
like
yeah.
call like where the ball goes, and then we all just follow your call blindly.
Yeah. Yeah.
We
Sure.
do?
Sure.
Yeah. Right. Well,
Okay,
we wanna go left or
Let's
right?
get the heart. Let's get
Right,
the heart on the right,
All right. Everyone
and
go
then we
right.
can push their spawn.
Yeah.
The
Heart,
ball.
Oh,
he's
one's here.
Right.
But they're also on this side?
It's
They
so
split,
hard
they
to use
split,
this
they split.
crossbow.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Hit
So
twice.
is ball going
Are you
spawn?
guys fighting someone? Okay.
Nice.
I got
Nice.
pounded.
One more on me.
Yeah,
One
Yeah,
more
yeah,
on me.
push this first. Nice.
Yeah,
good job.
Nice. Good
Victim's
job.
dead.
Wait, one guy on me.
Yeah.
kills
Push the ball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Okay, they're both in mid. I think you all ball mid.
Go to mid.
Oh,
Yeah,
in the
ball
middle. Two
mid.
in the
Ball
middle.
mid.
Yeah, all balling
They're on
mid.
the bottom.
Balling mid.
Alright, guys. All
One's
hands
close
and-
left. Nice flank. Nice. One more.
I'm one help. I'm one.
I'm just bum rushing it.
Nice.
That's
Let's
it.
go.
Oh,
Nice.
hey,
Nice.
done.
Good job.
That was great.
Good. Yeah.
That was good round.
This Overwatch death ball.
Yeah. Good stuff. Where are we now? Are we like third or fourth?
We're good.
We're fourth.
Third?
Oh wow,
Yeah.
nice.
That's good.
I unironically killed all of my MCC teammates.
Let's go.
Aw.
What the fuck?
No.
That's fucked up.
That's fucked up. Feels great.
2 more rounds.
Yep,
Let's win
2
these
more.
ones as
Let's
well.
get it.
Just look in.
Alright.
This is the second place team.
Last threat was great.
Yeah.
What
Defaulting
about
right
left?
again.
Want to try left?
Are you on left?
I'm down to
Yeah.
try left.
I
Let's go
think
left.
we'll like
Go
actually
left,
just
go
face
left.
check all of them if we go left.
Let's go left.
Okay,
I
looks
got
like they
they're
went
on
right.
left as
Oh,
well.
never
They're on
mind.
left. They're on left.
No,
they're
no,
on
one
left.
on the bottom.
Yeah,
On
yeah.
the bottom of
Okay,
the
okay, okay,
stairs.
okay.
Careful.
Oh yeah.
Oh, two at the
Oh,
bottom
I'm
of the
dead, I'm dead.
stairs. 3. Careful, they're coming up.
Yeah, yeah,
coming
they're
up the
pushing.
stairs.
They're pushing.
Are they pushing stairs? I think we should
We
all
need to
They
get
are
out of
go
there.
towards
I
mid.
think we should
Oh,
go to the
bottom
other side,
upstairs.
maybe.
Yeah, yeah.
Anthos on 1 heart. Guys, we have to stay together.
Yeah, they're pushing you guys up
Yeah.
there. Up on the stairs.
I'm dead already.
They're in the middle now. There's 2 in the middle. 3 in the
Hold
middle.
Anthony.
They were everywhere. Two
Uh,
bottom mid.
Pyro's
Behind you,
one.
Behind you.
It's winnable.
Behind you.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
There's one
Oh,
behind
the
you.
other ones. I think they're all one. Oh, nice
Oh.
try.
Nice try, nice try.
Ah,
Hey,
no, no.
fuck.
This team's really good.
think-
It's okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, you needed to be radiant for that, I think.
yeah. Unfortunately, I'm not. So, I feel like
Oh, they were
we
both
should
one
go
heart.
faster.
Oh, so close.
Yeah, so close.
I swung too wide. I overcommitted.
Used. Yeah.
My gosh, it's Valorant fundamentals. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, they did nice flanks and stuff.
Yeah.
Wait, how
Yeah.
much ping does everybody have?
I have 70.
200.
Oh, okay.
Hundreds.
Cool.
I have pretty good ping.
All right,
This
let's
crossbow
go. Let's
speed
get
is hard to
this.
get used to.
Let's get this last one.
Right?
Right, right.
Right.
Yeah, we go right.
Let's
Going right, going right. Yeah. I'll pick up the sonar on the way.
Bet.
They're here, but
There's
I'm
one?
rushing. Oh, I didn't get
Oh,
the
there's
heart.
one up already.
I.
Yeah.
Mm. We get
Oh, they're pushing. They're pushing.
On the stairs.
Just try and kill Misty right here.
Yeah, there's a guy on the bottom floor by himself.
Nice,
That's like.
okay.
You see
so-
that? On the top
Yeah.
of the
The other one-
stairs. Where
one's
we
on
Yeah,
at?
the
red
top of
guy
the
at top of the
stairs,
Oh,
stairs.
I'm dead. One's
Yeah.
one's coming from right. One's pushing right.
I'm pushing
Staying.
with you.
Help
to top.
Eskay on the top of the stairs.
Yeah,
There.
yeah.
Oh, they're both
They're
low.
pushing mid. They're pushing mid.
Oh,
Ah, he's
They're-
on top of
Oh.
the stairs is so low.
dang.
Nice
Nice
try, nice
try.
try.
Ah, nice try, guys.
Damn.
We did good. I don't. This game mode is
We did good. We did
is
good.
difficult.
No, it wasn't too
Yes.
One of my worst games.
Same, same.
We're not
Um,
far off. It's yeah.
Was this
We're top
We're
four.
top four.
Yeah,
Nice,
top
yeah.
4. Yeah.
Top four is
yeah.
solid.
Good
Good
job,
start. Good start.
good
job, good
Good start. Good start.
I feel like targeting really good players low key is a strat. Now that I
Yeah,
realize.
but I don't know everyone's skins though.
I know.
Yeah, yeah. The weird face comm was funny.
Alright.
That was
Not
good
too shabby.
practice.
There's not a big gap either. That's only 500
No, no, no.
points.
Yeah.
Not too shabby.
Not too shabby.
Shots
Yay.
landed 55.
Jesus Christ.
What a nerd.
Sheesh.
Yeah, there's
That was
almost no gap, so
good adrenaline rush.
true.
Alright.
That map, I don't understand.
Alright.
But I started to get it as I went on.
Is MCC like a TwitchCon thing? Like, or what is that? Is that like a once per
Oh.
year event thing? I hear a lot about it. It's
just
similar to Block
another
Wars, right?
Minecraft event. It's online too, and at TwitchCon
okay.
sometimes.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
It was like the OG Minecraft event.
Yeah. Is it like bigger than Block Wars, arguably? Or
Low key, yeah,
I think it's the most known.
How bad is it?
most known?
Oh,
it's huge.
I've yet to see it, but I might tune in next time. Alright, everyone check it in div. Everyone check it in div.
Oh
Check that,
no,
check that,
I'm
check that.
good.
I'm checking
Oh,
that. I'm
where's the
checking that.
inlive?
I'm
It's
so
right next to
I
it,
don't
right
understand
here.
the reload speed of those
Ooh, I'm
crossbows.
11th.
How do you see?
Nice.
Oh.
Holy
Whoa.
shit.
Really good.
Yeah.
Holy.
Yeah. Let me get in there. And I'm gonna drop to 32 after this. Fuck yeah. Nah, I mean, no. Let me get on top.
How long have you been a gamer? Oh gosh.
Is this your guys' usual stream time or no?
No.
Yes, for me it is.
Yeah,
Mostly.
mostly.
Yeah.
Florida.
Me Twitter as well.
Alright.
Race, Trailblazers.
Race.
Race or Trailblazers? Race. So much I didn't get race out of the way.
I think Trailblazers
Yeah.
would be more beneficial for us, but we can do
Alright.
whatever.
Okay, yeah, if you
Yeah.
say so. I think.
Yeah, I'm down for Trailblazers. Honestly, I feel like I have a more like fighting chance in
Yeah,
Trailblazers.
and I have a
Like,
fighting
Race
chance in
harder for me.
Trailblazers too. I think race,
Yeah.
I'm screwed. I don't know the route.
Yeah,
Oh
race.
no,
I'm like,
I'm stuck.
Yeah, I'm
I'm
another
like-
route.
I've been stuck.
yeah.
I can
let's
res
do the
people.
race.
I think race
Other
is gonna
rest.
win anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
good stuff.
Oh, can you?
I-
Come over
I'm
here, Teddy.
sticky.
Oh, someone's head.
I hate race. I can't.
I've been a
that's good.
gamer
We're
since
getting it out
I
of the way now,
was.
Yeah.
Good.
I don't know.
Good
I
shit.
was playing
Alright.
Pokemon in like 3rd grade.
Yeah,
That's
I've
probably
watched
when I
enough is
started.
one map. Like I've watched one, so I.
But
hope
I was
it's
an
that
outside
map.
kid until then.
Oh god.
Oh god.
Oh,
Is
What
this
map
the
is it?
volcano map?
I've
Yeah,
never
it's
seen
not
this in
the-
my life.
Yeah,
The
it's a
volcano
new map,
map.
I think.
Is
Yeah.
it?
Volcano map, yeah.
Good
is-
god.
okay.
Alright.
Alright, best of luck, everyone. I guess do we all just meet
Yeah.
up or and then just fucking lock in?
What do
Everyone
those blue
shooting?
things do? Is that
Lock
speed
in
boost?
focus.
The
The blue-
blue.
It's
Speed?
probably speed boost and then red jump
Are
pad.
those
Is that the
speed?
route? Seems like it.
Yeah.
All right,
Yeah.
if you guys really want a really good strat, follow Ant Frost. Okay.
Does
That-
Ampharos know this map?
That's
Where
actually
is
a
this
great
man?
strat.
Ant Frost knows all the maps. He's on the left. He's the green
Oh, yeah.
skin.
Yeah,
Alright,
yeah.
alright.
So
He's.
if you really,
That's a
really
valid.
I'm.
wanna
Yeah.
win,
Look.
follow Ant.
Yeah, valid.
Oh yeah.
Oh
Scoria.
gosh.
Oh god. Good god.
Someone said trident between the arrows. I don't know what that means.
Okay.
Oh,
Right,
God.
sure.
Thank
Try
you
them
very
between
much.
the
I don't know
arrows.
what that means. It's
Sure.
great.
This is doomed.
How many
Oh,
laps
like
is
a
it?
hard
2
path
laps?
only map or what? Like, should we always get hard path?
Low key, yes.
I feel like the hard paths aren't even like they're not even
hard.
necessarily harder than the easier paths sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah, and sometimes if
Yeah.
you miss the hard path, it's still faster than taking the easy path,
Yeah.
even if you miss.
Oh, gee. I'm nervous.
It's all good. Lock in,
Is
clutch up.
this more like 2 laps?
Chungus.
Okay.
Chungus.
Chungus.
Oh god.
The Chungus life might be fucked on this
I
map.
apologize in advance. I apologize in advance.
Oh, where's the confidence? Come on now. I'm gonna be top 20. I don't give a fuck. Let me get
I
in
think-
True, true.
there. Yeah, let me get in there. Let me get in there.
I'm top 20. I'm top 22.
Yeah. I'm top 15. Fuck it. Let's
Oh,
go.
okay. I'm top 14.
Takes a little bit. All right. Okay. Oh, you're trying
Yep.
to one up me now.
Yep,
to do
yep.
this.
All right. I'm running up. Good luck,
Right
guys. See you guys in a bit. See you guys in the top 10.
Okay. Lock in. Lock in time. What? Hello? Wait. I think I'm lagging. Bro. I can't see shit. Okay, I'm lagging pretty bad. What? Oh man, this is a terrible time to lag. I can't see. I can't see. Oh my gosh. What? What? No. What the hell, man? Oh, that sucks. I've been doing so well, too. I'm 32nd. Wow. That sucks, man. Ah, I'm screwed. No. I don't know how I'm doing this. Okay. Hold. Please don't lag. Just let me off the fucking boat. Um. Shit. That's really bad. Are you serious? What? I didn't get the boost from the Elytra. Dude, that was... I can't believe I got 15th.
Okay, would be a good spec.
I don't
Easy.
know how that happened. I should have gotten last. Hello.
Yo,
Oh,
I was teleporting around the entire time. I lagged all the way to 40th place
are you,
Oh,
after the first lap.
shit. No,
Aw.
that's not good.
it's okay.
Dude, I was like top 10 the entire time. In the last corner, I fall in the lava.
Oh,
Oh.
I fell in that
Yeah,
lava
me
too.
too.
I also
Yeah,
fell in that
yeah,
lava.
so-
Doing
The
that.
lava on the last
Yeah.
round.
That
It's
rat
so
side
hard.
fucked me up every time. By the way, guys, let's go zoomies. Lock in. Let's go zoomies.
Go
Get in there.
zoomies, go
Get in there, zoomies. Get in there,
zoomies.
zoomies. Go zoomies. Go zoomies.
Who's left?
Well, I still have 900 ping.
what
Restart
happened?
your game, maybe.
Internet?
Your stream dying?
No.
No,
Just
I
your
would
game?
I would just restart your game.
What the frick?
We can pause the thing path for you after this. Should be alright.
I did the whole race on 500 ping. Oh man, that sucks. I wish that Elytra boost at the end actually gave me my boost. I went through it and it didn't speed boost me at all. Hmm. I was banking on it.
Oh,
Is it fixed?
I just didn't want to get last. That was all I was going for.
No, you did good. You got us.
Yay.
You got
But
us
you-
not last points.
You didn't get last.
I did not get last. I
Yes.
got 2 before last, but you know
good
what?
job. Not
You
too
got us
shabby.
not
It's
last
not
points.
last.
Yeah. I knew I was like race is my worst one, and it's always the ice boats because I just can't maneuver the boat.
I know. It's really
Yeah,
hard.
they're a little bit.
Well, the
difficult.
Trailblazers, you should not do the boat then.
I will not be doing
No,
the ice boats.
do not do the boat.
What do you think your strong suits are in Trailblazer? Like parkour, like.
The parkour
Dropper?
one was good.
I think you'll get really good
No.
at droppers. Droppers are not that hard. You can totally do like the orange at least.
Yeah,
on
yeah.
all
I
the
think
oranges.
I think if I remember, dropper was fine.
Hmm. I
But
would just attempt them because what else is not that hard? Obstacles is pretty hard. I would not recommend that.
I think I'm like fine at Elytra.
Yeah, that's
So,
good.
Yeah.
Trident might be good.
I don't know how to maneuver. a
Yeah, it's
trident.
okay. Me neither. I literally don't even know what I'm doing. I would say hyper focus on the gold courses.
Yeah.
Because those ones they give you a lot of points and they're low key, like very easy.
Hey, somehow we went up
We
from
got
5th to
third.
4th, so we'll
That's
still
good.
take
That's
that.
good.
Yeah, but we scored really good actually.
Yeah.
Yeah,
God
Sorry
bless
I
you
couldn't
guys.
Get like better than what I did, but
Not bad.
Hey man, this one's on me. I don't know what you're talking
No,
about.
no. This one's on my 800 ping. I had 800 ping the whole race. I was so annoyed.
Is it fixed?
800.
When I finished the ice boat section,
Oh.
I had to just stand there for 10 seconds until the boat went away. And I lost like 20
Stop.
places every time.
at least you caught up.
Yeah.
Wait, what did you end there after? all
15.
that?
Frost is
Somehow.
crazy.
Wait, you run 8th?
15th.
Oh, 15th? Oh, shit. Okay.
That's really
That's
good.
huge. Yeah.
3 people in top 15. That's why we did so well.
Let's go.
Good stuff. Well done. Honestly, I was pretty happy with mine. I got 23rd,
Yeah.
which is usually a bit higher than what I
That's
do
sick.
for race.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
That's so good.
That's our worst game too.
Yeah, I
Yippee!
think that's get that out of the way.
Alright.
That's
Yeah.
good. Let's get Trailblazers out next as well. If we'll see. 800 ping and still better than you. Fuck you. Oh, sorry.
No, I think the lag helped me on one part because it let me keep my elytra for a long time.
No way.
shit.
What?
Oh.
But
Is
it screwed me in other parts too. On the last elytra section, I gained 20 places because I just flew over everyone.
What the hell? What, the lag switch?
I wish it only lagged during that part.
But did you manage to fix it though? You're good now?
Yeah, I'm good now, which is really strange.
Alright,
I don't know what
yeah,
caused it.
That's a bit peculiar.
And my stream wasn't lagging.
Very chungus.
Yeah, super chungus.
Extreme chungus. Extreme chungus.
Giga chungus, even.
Mega chungus. You want the Pokemon cards?
Hmm.
That's good. Is that a yes? Mm-hmm. Or no?
Wait.
No.
Wait, say it again.
Are you into Pokemon cards?
Oh, yes! I love
Yeah.
Pokemon. But,
Yeah.
it costs too much money now, so I don't.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying.
Like, I want to open packs, but I'm not paying $15 to open a pack.
It's like
That's a lot of
$100 for like
money.
a booster pack. Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah.
I recently got into Magic, and I feel like it's the same thing. I'm like, I don't wanna do it. I don't wanna do it.
Yeah. The only thing I know about Magic is the One Ring card or whatever it is.
The One Ring.
Yeah. Is that Magic the Gathering or is that
Yeah,
not?
yeah.
Yeah, it is.
What is lunch? Oh, that's with the bridges. But there's all
Yeah.
new things now.
I think it's okay.
Lunch
You
is
still
not-
want Trailblazers?
Yes, yes. I guys,
Trailblazers. Yeah.
trust.
Wait, that's
Everyone's
low-key
gonna
my
try to
best
say order
game.
up, but
Yeah.
this game,
Wait, where
I
my
am
cat-
so
where's my
ass
cat
at,
going?
Like, it is.
I died?
No, you're the goat.
I revived you. Oh no.
Wait, I'm bugged?
Welcome. I revived
been
you on top
wrapped?
of this person's head.
No!
Okay, I think it was gonna be Trailblazers with or without.
Let me
R.
go!
Yes, yes.
Let me
Oh,
go!
Oh!
Release me!
I
can't even
up on fire.
What's happening? What am I looking at?
Oh, that guy's huge, so he counts as like 3 votes.
Oh yeah, people already.
God damn.
Okay, it's gonna be
Alright.
Trailblazers. All right,
37.
Guys, I'm gonna call out
Holy.
the golds. Park. I'm gonna like call out the golds. I would recommend doing red gold, but do it honestly whatever you want. Just do the golds whenever they
Aye,
happen.
Captain.
All right.
Sure.
Aye, aye.
Because
Aye,
they're
Okay.
aye.
for the good amount of points you get.
And start off with Dropper if you don't know what the fuck you're doing.
Yeah, everyone. I just recommend everyone start off on dropper unless they really want to do something else. But
And you say
Guess we
don't
can-
even do beginner. You say just go for the other ones.
I would go for orange and red, low key.
So
But
we
if
all do
you really
Dropper.
are struggling, do whatever you want.
Yes,
to do.
in the case that
care.
everything else is too hard, slam the beginners and just get those points.
Heard.
And I guess if you figure out the route on Dropper, like where to drop from, maybe call it out to your teammates as well, so we all know where to drop from.
It's a good
If we're all-
idea.
If we're
Yeah, you
all
have to-
going Dropper straight away.
You have to go through the nose, behind the green block.
Yeah, that one right
Oh,
Insane.
first
Right.
course is ice boat.
And be careful for that corner and that particle.
Yeah, yeah,
Also, guys, Eskay and Jeremy, or anyone, honestly, whoever is really confident in like Trident, Obstacles, and Ice Boat, maybe like halfway through,
Yeah, I'm gonna
check
go for it halfway,
and
I think.
see like
Yeah.
and be like, yo, like which one of these don't have times?
Yeah.
Because if we can all snag some times that are just not being taken,
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
true.
I'm gonna
true.
do that at the end.
Sounds cheeky. I'm down for
here,
that.
take the red jump pad
All right.
if you want.
Okay.
Okay, so we're being trolled. So we're being trolled.
Oh, open gold course. Okay, I'm going to them.
Already? What?
Yep, there's a gold dropper.
I guess I'm just going as well.
Gold what?
A gold
I just did
dropper.
Gold dropper. Gold dropper is pretty pretty easy. I would just. Maybe it's
This
not.
one's low key,
Dude.
kind of hard.
No, good. It's good.
Dude, this first dropper is hard as fuck, no?
Yeah, it was.
Oh, you already did it?
I can't.
I can't do this gold dropper. Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
this gold dropper's hard. What? Oh my gosh.
What the hell? Why is this so hard?
I
Wait,
wonder if I'm
you
wasting my
already do all this
time.
stuff?
I can't actually.
Dude.
I've invested too much.
I know, I'm like, I gotta see this through.
Second red dropper, not that hard. So if you make it through the first one,
I can't do this gold dropper. Oh my god.
it's okay. You can leave if you think you're wasting time. The last two red droppers are not hard.
What?
I think you guys can do it.
Shit.
Can you skip like the first one?
No.
Gang, I'm gonna be so honest. I don't think dropper's my thing.
I couldn't do the
Why
gold
is
one.
this-
I'm usually good at dropper, but that one was really hard.
Why is it so hard?
Gold parkour is open. I would go.
Shit.
I mean, it's honestly, I'm doing it right now. It is not horrible. It gets a little bit harder, but it's not like unbearable. Ooh, actually, it gets really hard. I.
Damn. This corner's.
There's no obstacles times yet. I don't know.
Oh, I don't know how to do this.
No.
I give up.
Oh my.
Oh, there was a gold trident. I didn't even realize.
Okay,
Oops.
okay.
I'm not locked in.
What's open? Gold what?
It's closed now.
Oh, no.
Dang. Gold elytra is usually easy. Wow, I'm
Fuck.
really bad. What? Oh.
Elytra is totally doable.
Yeah, that's just fine. Honestly, the launchers aren't that bad. There we go.
There's a gold dropper again. Hopefully it's easier. Oh yeah, it's much easier. Second
I'm
try.
gonna do that real quick. Alright. Go drop out on my way.
And there's a gold. What's the other one? Oh. Ice boat. Oh my gosh. No!
Dude, ice boats are so fucking hard. What the hell? Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yes. Can I do the extra?
This is. Trident Gold is open.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Yes. Okay.
Oh my god. Okay.
All right.
Okay, I would start doing some of the blue timed, low key. Obstacles. I would do obstacles. And Jeremy, like there are no times on some of those obstacles. It's like a free point, even if you don't even make it to top, whatever. I would just recommend it.
On what obstacles? Like all of them?
Sorry, any of the blues. Like I would just do obstacles. If you've ever played Bed Wars, it's like
No,
placing
I'm really
blocks.
bad at that.
Okay, then you know how to do tridents?
Yeah.
How would you? Because some of them don't even have times, and if there are no times, might as well try.
Yeah. Fuck.
Okay. which gold is open?
Parkour.
How is it?
I think you could do it.
Alright, give it a whirl.
I think it doesn't matter if you get to the end. I think it's based on completion. Wait. I don't know. I think if you get to the end though, it's actually not that bad. It is freaking easy.
No.
No!
Oh.
The dropper.
Oh, I have no idea how I did.
This is just not my game.
I have no idea either.
Yeah, I don't know about that one.
Oh.
Fifth still? It's
Wait,
okay.
we aren't
It's
even
not bad.
behind. We're like 5th by 50 points. We would have been 3rd with 50 more points.
Yeah.
Oh,
Hmm.
that was so intense.
Yeah, these games are stressing. Holy crap.
It's very stressful.
Yeah.
Holy.
Usual
Damn.
Aqua Legends, holy. Not too shabby.
All right.
We're behind by 80
so
points
happy
overall.
that's over.
Yeah.
I could do that for hours.
As lunge, I promise, like I'm going to be the best defender the world has ever seen. Like just like ridiculous lob shot, like shooting
My
people off
goat,
Face?
my
lava.
goat.
Like I can do this. I promise. I promise.
I believe.
I can be the best defender the world has ever seen, especially with the new little things that they added.
Whoa, Jeremy, you did the best on our team.
Yo!
Holy crap, first time Block Wars player. What
Yeah,
the?
Yes.
That's good. That's really good.
Yeah, I was stuck for a bit too long on some small things, so that wasted
The
a lot
first
of
gold
time.
dropper I wasted a whole minute on and didn't finish.
Mm.
Yeah, the drop. I wasted time on one dropper and one advanced parkour. That's just stupid. I should have just done something else.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Lunge, by the way, it's a game where the points are very, very close between teams. Order up, points are pretty spread out between teams. We just have to be very, very locked in during order up. Like, I have to figure out the new composter strategy, but you guys all got that. Like, oh, what I forgot to say was at the very, very end of the game, like 3 minutes left, everyone should be back home crafting. Like no one should be really getting anything anymore, like periodically, unless we desperately need like an egg or like we need something specific, because we should have
Gotcha.
everything by then. So then everyone could be crafting. Yeah, okay, that's all I have to say, because I think we're gonna play order up next.
Sure.
Oh, we're large
Alright,
now. We're large now.
We're large.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
What do we want?
We're
Yeah,
doing
I'm just
order up?
gonna farm like crops as a mad man.
Oh no!
Oh no! No, Wolfie, put me down!
Wait, actually we want order up though, right? Okay, this
I
is
guess
fine.
so. I think it's
We're so
inevitable
tall.
that we're going to play order up.
How do you
Well, if we feel like we're gonna do better on order up, should we do lunge
This
first?
is a crazy image.
I mean, it's gonna be
Probably,
order up anyway,
but
but
it's gonna be-
whatever.
Yeah,
It's
I
too
think
late.
it's
It's
order
too
up
late.
anyway.
I'm already in order up. Man.
Remember your roles where you're starting off. Guys, furnace management is very, very important. If like we got to be taking stuff out of the furnace and putting it in so things are cooked, like potatoes, all of the meats.
Starting
Remember
Elytra.
your
Everything in the
Oh, I
chest.
see.
SK, you could start with the elytra.
Yeah.
Try to have the people with elytra deliver. If you're not delivering with elytra, it's like low-key really tough, but I'm gonna buy another one for myself. See those trees? There's 4 trees now. Lee, are you gonna do smoothie, or who said they were gonna do like smoothie stuff?
I'm
Is
happy to
not.
do this. I think Jeremy said he's down to
Oh,
this
Jeremy?
movie.
Yeah, well, I can
Yeah.
run up and down. It's fine.
Focus on the
Yeah.
smoothies. You know, if we need that, if you see it on the board, just like get it, because Remember, there's milk there.
Yeah.
I have to be right back.
Sure.
Okay.
Oh, you have to stay.
Oh gosh, I'm
Business
You
scared.
cannot leave us now.
Oh wait, is that
This
the
is gonna
start
be
already?
stressful.
I see a smoothie. I see apple juice already. Apple juice.
Those might just be
So-
examples.
juice.
Maybe.
Oh, is that examples? Okay, my bad.
Maybe. Oh gosh.
All pressure on you, SK.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm
So-
worried.
Does everybody remember the stuff? Zoomies are doing farm.
Yes.
SK's on meat. I'm doing
So-
fishy.
So
I'm
I
gonna
just
hit
go
the
get a bunch of
trees.
stuff and then bring it where?
Bring it back
the
home.
chest in the
and
middle.
The
put it
kitchen.
in
Okay.
the chest in the
Yeah,
middle.
yeah. Put
Heard.
chests in the middle. Put the stuff in the chest in the middle. Cook baked potatoes because it looks like we're starting with baked potato craft. Be right back.
Okay, do we like? Do you want me to put this raw stuff just in the chest or directly into the oven?
Oh,
I
wait,
would just
there's-
put it in
I-
the
I-
ovens.
There's
Like I
actually
do
what?
not. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so Jeremy, there's 2 apple juice right here. It looks like you just have to trade 5 apples with Bob. What I would recommend you do is
Alright.
you just get some 4 apples. I would
Okay.
get 9. You know what I would do?
Someone
Actually, I
grab
would
4
get 9
potatoes.
apples and come back. I would get 9 apples and 6 oranges
Sure.
and come back. That's what
Someone
I would do.
grab 4
9
potatoes
apples,
and come
6
back
oranges.
real quickly.
Wait, but
Okay.
don't we need 14 apples? Because it's 2 juices, 4
Oh
apples.
my god,
right?
you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
14
yeah, 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 yeah.
apples.
14 apples. Maths.
Trolling.
Yeah,
Take the
no,
red
you're
jump
good, you're good.
pads. If you run on the pathways, that you get speed. Or I guess you don't anymore. Never mind.
Wait. How many juices were 4?
There's 2 juices.
2 juices.
And
Two
then
apple juices. Yeah.
Get 6 oranges for another craft.
Yeah.
And then SK would just instantly deliver that.
Yeah. I need 4 potatoes quickly if anyone can.
I'm here.
Thank
Do you want me to just put it here?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Put in the yeah.
Thank you.
Alright.
Alright, I'll just put it in the chest. Okay. 4 cooked chickens.
who
Are
is
we
the
already
elytra?
working on that?
Who is the elytra?
I thought I did. Oh, I guess I don't.
I don't.
Someone must have accidentally right-clicked it. Uh-oh. It's okay.
It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. But like we have to know who has it, so then they could be delivering.
Jeremy has it. Jeremy has it. I see him.
Okay,
now.
Jeremy,
Yeah.
you're a deliverer.
Yeah.
Rush
Let's focus
order.
on the rush order.
4 carrot soup, 2 vanilla milkshakes. I need 4 carrots, 4.
Okay, I'll do the banana
I have
milkshakes, I'm ready, yeah.
carrots and potatoes actually. I got that.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm working on composter. I can't.
Yeah.
Wait, but
I
I do not
can-
want. I do not want
It's okay.
the
You have to.
elytra.
You have it.
You
You
have
have
to.
it.
So do I have to
Okay.
do shit?
You have to deliver and craft.
Oh my
Wait,
god!
how do you
I
make
do
carrot
oh,
soup?
do I
Oh,
have to
so-
deliver already?
2 banana milkshakes, right? 2 banana milkshakes? Or is
I'm
it
so
3?
confused.
I'm away,
Two vanilla milkshakes.
Vanilla? Fuck! What
Alright.
is that? Sugar? Sugar. Vanilla.
Okay.
Yeah,
Where do we get gold? Oh, I see.
I'm delivering.
yeah.
I'm gonna finish this round and then we take crap.
I have no idea how to make carrot
I'm
soup. I'm confused.
Hi, carrot soup. You have to go craft at the guy.
Is
At
it
the
a box?
guy.
Oh, the guy.
Oh.
I should have done it as well then.
SK, can you
Shit.
can you deliver?
I have no
Guys, I'm
chungus.
so
I can
sorry.
deliver.
Sorry, Jeremy.
Yeah,
SK,
oh,
just
I
focus on
already picked it up,
composter,
my
I'm
bad.
So
Yeah.
sorry.
3 steak,
Oh, you're
2
good.
nut. I need 1 orange juice.
I have orange juice in the box.
Okay.
We still need that carrot soup on that
How do
gold
I-
order, by the way.
How do I grab this box?
Yeah, I'm not
Right click.
I'm doing right click. I cannot grab
Okay,
this.
rush order's gone. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Oh,
okay.
We
someone
need
already
1 banana
got it.
milkshake and a lot of
I
mutton.
already
I'm gonna go
made-
get mutton.
I already made a banana milkshake. I can put the banana milkshake in and the mutton. Do we have mutton already?
No, we gotta
Yeah.
get it. I'm grabbing.
What do we
grab
need?
a banana mutton.
I'm delivering.
We need mutton or
Mutton steak.
Wow, it does not spawn fast.
Yeah. I'm just gonna help you get meat for now.
Oh, here.
It's not much else.
yeah.
Okay, I'm so sorry. If I don't work on composter, then we're gonna be at a really big disadvantage.
Don't worry,
I know
you're
it
fine. You're
seems
fine.
like
You're
I'm
doing what
Oh,
you're
you're
doing.
Do what you need to.
Does anyone want to help me? Never mind, it's fine.
And
Jeremy, help me
composter?
put this in the composter if you can.
What? Okay. Yeah. I'm pressing right mouse.
Is there anything I can be doing right now?
Farm.
Okay. More?
Meat. We need
Alright,
meat,
alright.
especially.
You can.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I'm getting
I'm
us
good now.
meat. Yeah.
Your
What's the rush order?
It's 2 carrot soups and golden carrots.
I have
Do the
golden carrots
carrot.
ready. They're already in.
Okay.
We just
Alright.
need the soups.
I'm delivering.
Can anyone grab the soups really quick, or I'll go get them? I don't know where to get them.
At the
Villager guy?
Yeah,
Little
I
hut.
can get the
Villager.
soups. I can get the soups. Yeah.
Oh, okay. I'm already buying soups. I think. Yeah. I bought
so
7
it's,
soups and come back.
Carrot soups. Carrot.
I got
soup.
him. I got him.
We need mutton.
Oh, you got it?
stuff.
Alright, bet.
Yeah, I'm
mutton, I
I'm
put
coming
in
with
the
mutton.
chest. We're cooking
Wait.
it. Yeah.
Rush order to deliver. ASAP.
Okay, you
Jeremy,
got it.
Got it.
Jeremy.
Yeah.
Okay,
Put in more
we need
mutton.
mushroom
Here.
soups.
Egg.
We need mushroom soups. Never be.
Do we have mushrooms? We don't have mushrooms.
You gotta go get mushrooms and then
yeah.
take them to the guy.
Alright,
One
I'll
steak.
take mushrooms.
I can deliver that.
There's a
I
deliver.
have
Oh, nice.
I have an elytra now too, so I can help you.
Mm,
I like the delivering.
Okay.
It's chill.
Yeah, if you're not doing anything, just like be farming any items like that you can.
Yeah. Alright, I have the mushroom soups. I'm coming back.
We need we need oranges.
Oranges.
No,
Yeah.
oranges.
Oh, yeah, we have no
order
oranges.
2 ready. Order 2 ready. I'll get oranges for us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. If I'm back, I can do that order. I'm ordering. I'm
Yeah.
delivering.
Okay,
now.
we're locked in. We're locked in.
Okay.
And now I'm,
Is
I'm
the-
freaking locked in.
Is order 2 being taken?
Yes.
Yeah, I already delivered.
Alright, good job. Alright. I'm getting us some fruit. I'm
Putting
bringing back the
mushroom
oranges
soup
now.
in the thingy.
Chest, sure.
2 cooked salmon.
Can someone go? I'll make the golden eggs. I'll make the golden eggs.
I have a steak.
I'll put a bunch of fruits in the chest.
Still need oranges. Oh, okay.
I'm grabbing oranges.
Got it, got it.
Salmon. Yeah.
Oh.
One more. Yeah, you got it.
I'll do the golden eggs.
Yeah.
Just keep like farming stuff, random stuff.
Yeah, I've got
Okay.
oranges.
Okay, we
I
need
ordered 3
one
ready.
more delivery.
Hannah is. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll just
Yeah,
run it.
you
Yeah.
take it.
Okay.
If it's 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Putting oranges in the thing.
Okay. Does anyone know how to make
We
cookies?
need-
Can someone possibly do that? Okay, we need
so
more
you got
meats. We need
cookies?
more meats.
Cookies.
Alright, I'm on meat.
I
Okay,
need
me.
eggs for cookies.
Okay.
We don't have eggs.
New rush. New rush.
Orange
4 orange
juice.
juice, 12 apple. I'll put the
I just
apples in.
put oranges in the
We already have
chest.
an orange.
I'm gonna go
juice.
buy orange
Uh,
juice.
We
Yeah.
need 4.
Yeah.
We need
Oh,
4.
we need more.
I'm
okay.
on it. I'm on it.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
SK, you got the orange juice and then deliver that.
I'm putting that one bread in.
Oh, I didn't bring enough oranges. I hate my life.
One bread.
Wait.
There's a
Just
bunch of
squeeze right
oranges
next
in
to
the
it.
middle chest.
Okay.
Yeah.
How the
Yeah.
heck do you make cookies?
Just
no
with.
idea.
Isn't the recipe here on the?
I got it. I'm a
thing? It's
freaking
just
chungus.
I'm coming with more
wheat
meat.
and cocoa beans.
I know. Okay, guys, if you're not
Yeah.
doing anything, like start.
I'm
crafting
crafting. Golden
Okay,
eggs.
we need
we need 3.
golden eggs. I'm gonna go try and get eggs.
Rush order done. Bring it. Bring it. Bring it.
Yep.
Ooh.
Do we have pumpkins?
Can you
at
make
all?
the cookie one ready so I can, if I get
I'm-
back?
Wheat, cocoa beans. Yes. Yes, I can.
Well, Zoomies,
Okay.
when you get back, can you
Bringing-
just smell everything?
Yeah.
I'm making the pumpkin pie for us.
Okay,
I'm
I'm
bringing
making
cookies
golden
are
eggs.
done.
Making golden eggs.
The
I
right
have
one
some
needs
eggs.
pumpkin pies.
Making golden eggs.
Yeah. Pumpkin pie. Sugar egg. Sugar egg.
Wait.
If there's something ready every
Fine.
time I get back, it's just easy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Just the
Okay.
pumpkin
Oh, it's
pies.
gotta be ready. Yeah, pumpkins are about to be ready. Yeah, take it. Here you go.
Yeah, thanks.
No worries.
I'll do the one on the very left, guys.
Yeah, the left one is
It's done.
doable.
Yeah.
All right. So
2 baked potatoes.
we,
Bread.
2 bread.
We
2
have,
baked
we've got
potatoes.
wheat.
Need 5 more
Okay.
golden
Uh,
eggs.
Golden
golden
egg.
we need more eggs. We need more eggs,
have-
right?
Yeah,
I just put
Yeah,
there's
we
I
need
just
more
put
eggs
eggs in. Yeah, I just put
We
eggs
just
in the
need
chest.
gold.
I need
cool. Who's
salmon.
making the
What
golden
oh, I'm
eggs?
getting
I'll do
salmon.
the golden apples.
And we need
where's the
salmon.
eggs? Yeah.
5
I'll
salmon.
make.
Yeah,
I'll
I'm
make the
cooking
golden
salmon
eggs.
now.
I'm
One
assuming-
apple.
I can do
I'm
cookies.
grabbing. I'm grabbing the apple juice.
Okay, can golden eggs be put in there?
Yeah.
ASAP?
Yeah. Hold up. Let me just. There we go.
Salmon is
Okay,
being
wait.
cooked.
Do we need more salmon?
We need 1
Oh, we
apple
have
juice.
golden
No, we have
eggs.
enough salmon. We need
Alright,
apple
golden
juice.
eggs is
Um,
in.
Put
Alright.
golden eggs in the
yeah,
left
yeah.
one too. Golden eggs in the left
I
one.
need to go buy an
Left
apple
one
juice.
too. Alright.
I have apple juice. I have it. I
Okay,
have it.
nice.
Oh, okay.
I need to get more eggs. Hold up. I need to
Salmon's
get more eggs.
done.
Quickly. You just kill chickens for eggs, right? That's it.
Yeah, yeah,
just-
yeah.
Order on the right is done.
Yeah, got
I
it.
can take
Got
it.
it.
Okay.
We cooked chicken. 6 apples.
2 vanilla milkshake, 2 apple juice.
We need a lot of apples if anyone can get apples
Okay.
right now.
Yeah.
There's a
gonna-
couple of
okay.
apples
I'll
in the
go get
chest.
apples. I'm gonna put
Yeah.
apple juice in the chest.
Yeah,
Wait.
I'll work on the vanilla after
Oh.
this.
I'll do
I'll
vanilla
get-
milkshake. I'll do
Oh,
vanilla
you do it?
milkshake.
Alright, bet.
We need 4 vanilla milkshakes as well.
Oh, 4? Okay, I can do 4.
Alright, golden egg order ready on the order 2.
Do you
Jeremy,
need
you
just
wanna
raw?
take
that.
Did you
Got
need
it.
raw apples?
it? Yeah.
If you
Yeah.
get send
Yeah,
me the
raw
apple, I
apples,
can
yeah.
grab that
Apple juice,
after.
trade for an
Six
apple juice.
apples.
Okay.
And then come back right away.
Nice. We're doing so well, everyone. 40 more seconds. Let's just get him
Everyone
in.
craft.
Alright,
Everyone craft.
order 4 ready. Yeah,
Yeah,
take
got
them.
it, got it.
Yeah, yeah.
Wait, where?
I'll
is
check
it?
in another one
Oh.
for you. Is vanilla being made? Pumpkin pie. We have the pumpkin pie already.
That order's
Oh,
done.
Do golden apple. I'll
we
do
have-
golden apple.
If you have some,
Yeah.
if you have
I'm
two
gonna-
vanilla milkshakes, I can take it.
Yeah,
I'm
Jeremy,
gonna-
golden apples might be ready.
Jeremy,
You-
take,
yeah,
Jeremy,
yeah,
take,
Yeah, got it.
I'm gonna make orange juice.
Do we have regular apple? Oh, vanilla
Who's
milkshake.
who's making vanilla
I'll take it.
milkshake?
I'll
Okay,
take
cool.
it.
Hannah's
I'm good.
making it.
You're
Yeah,
just
yeah.
make the other ones as soon as possible.
Yep, one more
Uh,
orange
Whoever it is,
juice.
take it. Whoever it is, take it. Even if it's not me. Or
Yeah,
Jeremy.
I didn't have
There's
enough time
overtime.
to do this. Oh yeah, is it overtime? Alright, bet.
I get it.
Bread.
I got it.
Okay, let's see.
Put it in, if you have it.
Okay.
Oh, I don't have bread.
So
Oh!
insane. I'm so excited.
Overtime.
Put it in there.
Oh my god, I got it in.
0.5 of
Let's
a second left. Oh
go!
my god.
Oh wait, we're first.
Let's go!
Wait.
What? Let's go,
We're
man.
first!
Someone clip that. Okay, so guys,
That's
basically what happened, there was like 0.5 of a second left. So if you don't put it in before overtime starts, then you can't deliver it. So I put it in, and then I took it, I picked it up, and then I.
Holy shit, we did
Crazy.
so
Oh
good.
my
That's
gosh!
insane. 25.
That's good. That's
Let's
good.
go!
No, well done, well done. Go, go.
We were
Yay!
locked in.
Dude, I
Oh,
think I-
wow.
we were
What-
behind
we had a
in the
pretty-
beginning.
we had a
No,
very
dude,
big lead.
it
We had a
was-
pretty
it
big
was
lead.
The composter.
So.
It was the composter. Like, and all of you guys, like, everyone was on point
Wow.
with like
Let's
everything they were gonna have to do. That
go!
was so good. I hope we got first.
Damn, what the hell?
Oh my god. Sorry, I'm screaming. That was just like,
Yippee!
I don't know.
I
No, that was really
I'm
high.
just gonna be a delivery worker IRL. I like it.
I found my
Good
calling.
job.
Yeah.
Yeah. World record Uber each time. Like,
was
Yay!
great.
Oh, we're second
was
place
good.
now!
Damn.
Oh my
That's
god,
good.
Holy
Jesus.
shit.
That's
Wow!
We
Yeah,
got first
wow.
by 300
That's
points
a
that game,
sick
guys.
jump. man.
Good job,
That's
good
good.
job, good job.
Wow.
Good
That
shit, good
is
shit.
crazy.
good
Life
shit.
is
Well done.
beautiful.
If you guys need to know the composter strategy for like future events, it's the same as last time, but you buy the hoe and then you get all the plants, then move over to trees because it gives you 2 per each with the hoe. That's
The
Ah.
mushrooms and then trees,
Start on
and then you come
mushrooms,
back.
put them in for first composter, you
Oh,
get the hoe.
okay.
In between second composter, you get all the crops, trees, crops, come back, and then put all that in the composter until you can get another elytra and like.
The furnaces were
Chest.
so nice.
Yeah.
Overall, and
Oh my god,
Let's
that was so good. I'm like
go.
shaking right now. That was so amazing. That was the best day ever. Wait, what? I
We're,
don't,
we're
even,
doing great. It was.
goddamn.
It was fun.
I don't even care if we win anymore. That was too good. Damn, it was
Well
our
done.
prep. Wait, remember when I was like, guys, if we do amazing and order up, it's because of this prep right here, because we're in the
True,
top
true.
Yeah.
It's only up from here.
dead
It's,
ass.
it's just the start. It's the start. Okay, what
so
we're gonna do next?
I don't know.
you're gonna earn in
I-
lunge as
I
well,
don't
right?
know.
No?
The threat's over.
I
This
feel
was
it-
everything we had.
lunge is not too bad. So Hannah, you want to defend on lunge? Do we only do 1 or 2 defenders?
I'm not sure actually.
I'm down to just brain
Who
rot
is-
attack. Let's try to score.
It just depends on
Yeah, I
everyone's
think-
preference, I think.
I
If
think
someone
one
wants to
is
defend,
fine.
2 is good. And 1 is also good.
I think
They
the
both
defend
audience
one is
votes?
fine. Because the more people you have on the floor, like just bum
Scoring
rushing
points, yeah.
Yeah, but you can
Everyone's
kill so
asking,
many
what do
people
we
with 2
vote?
defenders, I feel like. Pew, pew,
Yeah.
pew. They're both good, methinks.
Or someone could switch between if you want to do that. Okay, what are we voting for? The most voted gameplays next.
What do we got left? We got lunge. We
Where do
got
I need to send my viewers to?
The Twitter account. Should we vote
Yeah.
for lunge or blitz hunt? What do you think?
Which one's Blitz?
Blitz is hiding, right?
Yeah.
Oh,
Honestly,
I'm really good at that one.
Being a
Okay,
rat?
then
you
ju-
are.
I'm
then
like-
honestly.
I'm like decent at
keep
it.
it less then.
Blitz hunt is a little bit RNG. Lunge is more skill based, but they're both games where like Like the points are so similar to each other across the board. So I don't think it matters that much.
Are we waiting for Overspace to be last? Is that?
Oh, I hope not.
I hope not.
Okay.
I hate that goofy game.
That's the most random thing ever, right?
Yeah. I mean, usually like
hoping.
really good people will be the last ones alive, but it does feel really random. You can get scammed really hard. If you're really
Real.
good, you can still be like 40th place.
True.
Mhm.
I'm gonna say vote Blitz Hunt. Everyone, maybe you could sway the vote. There's only 251 votes right now.
He's
Okay,
got the
so-
mission.
I might
Fuck
have
it.
already voted for
Yeah,
lunch.
let's flip it. Let's flip it. It doesn't even matter, honestly. We could probably do really good in either one. But I'm just gonna say vote Blitz Hunt. I don't
Alright.
know. I'm just saying stuff.
Lunge is in the lead by far.
I don't think it's gonna change.
So, alright.
Nah, why?
Did I ever win a Block Wars? I think I've gotten second every time. Oh no, we won the charity one for TwitchCon, so it's not on here. I think.
Are you guys excited? We needed that morale
Yeah, I'm
boost.
not here.
Yeah, that's good. Good. That's good. I guess that was due to the pre-game setup.
Yeah.
Gotta
Yeah.
be.
It really,
Oh.
No.
really was that.
Yeah.
Low-key, I think it was.
We
all
locked
had
it.
our roles and like it
I-
really was a level playing field because everyone had this new milkshake juice thing, but we were on it.
Yeah.
Well, one really great thing was like every time I came back from an order, there was
Another
order
one
It was just ready to
yeah,
go.
Yeah.
So
that
I was
good.
constantly just spamming.
Yeah.
Yeah, going
Let's
back and forth.
go.
That was sick.
Dude, we were the underdogs there, for real.
Yeah. That's good.
There's some order up sweats in this event. There's Ant Frost.
Really? Oh, yeah.
Yes, he's such a sweat.
He's probably. How did they get first? What did they do?
Say that.
I'm just
Like,
kidding,
the
I'm
ninja
kidding.
probably said that. Nah, I'm just kidding. Ant is too
Alright.
nice.
We can absolutely come back from this. We're only halfway through the game.
Yeah, and
I
if,
wouldn't
as
even
long
come
as we can
back for
get
a second.
second, we
Sure.
can win.
Yeah.
Real.
And then SK will IGL through the finale.
What? Me?
What?
Okay.
What?
Okay,
You did
okay.
that other time that we won.
Oh, that's true. That's true. That's true.
Hmm?
We were popping off.
I'm like a hopeless little deer running around in that game waiting to be shot.
Which game?
It's just
Finale
Valorant.
game.
The finale is
It's
just
good,
Valorant.
Valorant.
Oh.
Is lurking really good in that game mode? Like just being a
Yes.
little rat, baiting your teammates and like lurking. The
If
fuck out of
yeah,
it.
if you're really,
Yeah.
if you're strong, like if you're hella
If
good.
you're really good, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
But the finale does
it's-
feel weird, like for what this game is. The finale just being Valorant is strange.
What do you feel like it should be like dodgeball or something instead?
It should be like something more Minecrafty.
It should be rock paper scissors, honestly.
Just leave it up to RNG.
All right.
You just got like 200 ping versus 50 to see who wins.
Yeah. Jeremy, you streaming right now on Twitch?
Yes.
I need to check you out.
Check me out.
I'm checking you out, bro. I'm checking you out. Checking you out right now. Damn, you have a setup, bro. What the hell? Holy setup. God damn.
Holy setup. You want to see my setup?
Yeah, I'm checking out your setup right now. I'm checking it out. What the hell? You're like-
I
Nah.
have creeper. I have creeper.
Yeah. Oh my god.
I-
Wait,
what is
what?
I have axolotl right there.
Whoa!
I have another one right
Yeah,
there.
this is a setup. Holy
Yeah, yeah.
crap. Jesus
That looks
Christ.
so
Minecraft
comfortable.
sword For some Minecraft.
Oh, that looks
Yeah.
too good. Oh my gosh. Can you come
Oh,
design
yeah.
Oh,
my,
oh, 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 oh! You're missing this one.
Huh?
Oh,
MCC crown, by the way.
right.
Oh, wow.
I'm
Damn.
jealous.
Which
I'm
one? Europe
jealous.
2024. Damn. Holy crap. That's actually a goated setup. That's insane.
What am I
Oh, I know that
Oh, I
lamp
love
on
the
that table. It's from
leaves.
IKEA.
That looks too
Oh, are we
good.
doing
almost
ready
bought
up?
it.
Oh shit, my bad. All right, everyone ready.
Oh,
Everyone
yeah.
ready.
I'll ready
My
up.
bad.
Oh, we had to
Yeah,
pull up your
yeah.
screen.
Yeah.
Yeah, the leaves look too good.
Damn. Sick. Holy shit.
I want to do that with flowers. You're inspiring me.
Yeah, you should.
Mm.
It's easy. You just slam some nails in the wall.
All right. Oh, it's lunch.
That doesn't
Okay.
sound too
Oh,
easy.
Okay.
remember about the abilities?
What's the strat?
Yeah. Just run.
Run
We're gonna
past
run?
everyone and jump
yeah.
in their chungus. Don't
Yeah,
even
yeah,
worry
yeah.
about fighting people. Just like hit
Okay.
them once if you can knock them off the map, but that's it.
Yeah, jump in their chungus. That's
All right, bet.
Jump in the
the points
chungus.
above shows how many points you're gonna get when you score on someone. So if you guys score on a bunch of people, then our score might go up, and then people might attack us. You don't have to help me defend unless they're like right there when you spawn in. Like, it's
Yeah.
okay if people make it in, but I know I can farm people off
Okay.
and use
Okay.
those dips to your advantage. How some, how like dips.
Yeah, the
a little bit.
low
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Use
seems
the
good.
dips. Use the smoke bombs.
Just find the
Um,
holes.
Yeah.
Find the hole.
Oh yeah,
Find
the smoke
holes.
bomb thing. If you throw it at the ground and then press jump, it's a big jump boost, so you can jump over people that are trying to defend.
Word?
With the smoke bomb. Okay.
Or it was like a wind charge or something,
wind charge,
whatever
the
it
wind
was
Oh, the
called.
wind charge.
Yeah, the wind
yeah.
charges take you really high up, but there's like new abilities and stuff. You can throw the smoke bombs at the shooters, so then they can't see you. That might be a good strat.
And also, I think pushing with everyone is usually a pretty good thing to do as well. Like if we all choose to push the same thing instead of pushing something by yourself, because
Okay.
usually you just die by yourself if you just go. Yeah.
Real.
All right. So I
If
guess if
anyone
we like,
becomes
yeah.
a defender, shooting someone midair makes them go like hella flying.
Also, feel
but-
free
Is
to
it-
like try out defense if you want to. I think
Yeah,
having
yeah,
two
yeah.
defenders is totally fine.
I can do it though. I know I can do it.
Yeah.
can
No,
switch
no,
it
it's not about whether or not you can do it. I know you can do it. You're the GOAT. It's just whether or not someone wants to get more. Well, whether someone can
Also
get more
do it.
points defending or
Yeah.
attacking as well.
Okay.
You know.
You're so
I'm
right.
just gonna
Because it doesn't
run
matter if they
myself
score on
into
us.
them
It's just
and
how many
score.
kills we get and how many
Yeah.
we score.
Okay. Here we go.
Alright.
I have to lock in.
I'm going
Look
red
in!
first. Red first.
red. So we just go in and straight.
Yeah,
straight
all
to right.
together.
Sure.
Yep, just rip it.
All going right. All going right. Going right. Going right.
Looks like
I'm
no
just
one's coming
running.
for us
Right.
right away. Oh,
Yeah,
hit him.
I scored on
Nice.
red.
it was impossible.
Yeah, I got red.
But very,
Nah, I
very
don't know
low,
what
very
happened.
low there.
Very low, very low.
So only
Yeah.
one person scored on us.
Want to go
Where
blue
now?
next? There's so many points.
Yeah, I'm going blue next. Yeah,
I'm in blue. I scored.
Nice.
yeah.
my
Oh,
God,
it has
I'm
punch.
struggling.
Wow. Oops.
Lots of.
Oh,
I'm scoring blue. I scored blue.
nice, good job.
Yeah. Where now?
Fuck that Empress guy.
I'll go blue again.
Okay,
if you-
Oh, there-
I
there are
forgot my
power-ups.
strat. I'm good now.
There
Yeah,
are
I
power-ups
got,
in the
I got
middle.
invisibility.
I'm
Yeah.
going blue.
I'm some ass.
I'm going blue. Yep. Jeremy, I'm right behind you.
Hello.
Blue is worth
Wherever
only
you
a little.
go,
I'm going
brother.
red now.
I'm just gonna try reds. Oh, there are two both.
Yep.
The scoring
red.
is too easy.
Oh, watch out. You can probably kill him. Yeah, if you're doing well scoring, stay scoring. But if you want to help, that'd be
Whoop.
good.
I fell.
I'm low key trolling a little bit. Maybe this
Stop
might normal.
trolling!
I know. Okay. I'll stop.
Stop.
Oh.
Okay.
Amfrost killed me.
I was just trying.
Damn Amfrost.
Damn. You can like clutch. This is so goofy.
Fuck off, Amfrost.
Oh my god, I like hit them and then they just fall on the other side. Like this new map is just like
Blue.
Damn it.
Dude,
Just keep scoring. You guys are
I-
doing amazing at your scoring.
like red is doing nothing against scoring. So
Nice.
Nice.
Too bad.
Oh,
We're
that's-
first overall.
You
Wow, we're
guys-
first by quite a
Nice,
big
nice,
lead as
nice.
If
well.
anyone wants to help me, feel free. But like, I feel like you guys are doing amazing. I feel like
Yeah,
I'm
we're doing
trolling a little
fine.
bit.
Yeah, this is good.
Oh, no, you're
The
fine.
map is like
Yeah.
tripping me out.
We be scoring.
maybe go to the other side, Hannah, and just try to.
I
get-
tried,
yeah.
but like, it was low key some ass on that
okay,
side.
okay. But you can also just try to knock people off. Like people are farming the power-ups in the middle.
Mhm.
You can hit them.
Yeah, I try to hit them in the middle when
Oh,
I'm not
okay.
doing anything.
You do.
Alright.
I'm going
I'm going
right again.
You're right.
Yeah,
I'll
let's just
come
go
right with you.
right.
Yeah.
There's
You
like
should
a
try to go
barrier.
through the lower bridge. It's actually a
Yeah,
bit
lower
OP.
bridge is really good.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, this is
Oh,
free.
that is completely free score. Yeah, free. Just go right, go right.
No, right on a free school.
Okay. You guys got it.
Yep.
Sorry
Yep.
about that.
Nice.
Let's go.
Nice try.
Oh, Wolfie, you little rat dog.
Go right again. Looks free.
Yep.
Yeah, I'll go on
Yeah,
right
yeah.
again. Yeah. Pyro is just running
Oh,
past
the whole
us.
team's here, but I'm just running past them.
No,
Yeah,
they're
just go.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Unfortunately, we're getting
Nice
actually fucked
sword.
over.
Oh,
It's
Sorry,
okay.
it's
It doesn't matter if
Yeah,
people
it's
score
fine.
on us. I don't think. It's just the
Yeah,
points that we get and the kills that you get.
Yeah.
I'm going left this time.
Okay, I'm following.
I wish I had my meteor.
I think I'm trying purple.
Everyone's going purple. I think, yeah, this is free scores. honestly.
Oh,
Yeah, nice.
whee!
Let's go. Good job.
No, I just didn't make it. They were just defending with the whole team. What the fuck?
Oh, I'm gonna go. Actually,
Some people are lagging crazy. Holy moly.
switching it up.
Bye, Wolfie.
Okay. Oh,
No, fuck. I tried to score as a tank. I was so close. Oh my
Oh,
god.
you get more points if you do that, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I missed like almost so close.
Dude, people just clutch. Like, I don't know what to do.
no.
Orange is worth so many points.
Like, people are just clutching
Sorry,
everywhere.
Oh, we
I
gonna
gotta
keep
be
up.
honest,
Keep it up.
Scoring is easy on right
Oh,
side
hell
as
no.
well.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're trying to defend with someone with a sword, but you can just. Oh, okay, he got me.
Oh, fuck.
Nice.
Okay, 28 seconds. So
Yeah.
just try
I think
to
if
get.
we just stay together, or
Yeah.
maybe.
I'll try and prevent any
I'm going
goals.
right side of you, Zumi.
No.
I made it on the right side.
Nice.
Purple might be.
Oh, they're defending hard. Holy moly.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's
Don't-
only
do not
one
go to
defender on
yellow.
purple.
There's 3 defenders.
Nice
over.
round. We did
Nice.
really
good.
well.
That was
Yeah.
Very good. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so.
Oh, very close.
Oh man.
Damn. Alright,
This map design's killing me.
lock in.
What do you mean by clutch? Are they're like placing blocks or
Like-
just?
Like, just it used to be like one strip of land, and now it's 2.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah,
so
yeah.
they land on
We're
the
always
other
gonna
one.
Land on the other one.
Yeah.
And like,
Yeah.
Lock in.
Lock in, keep it up.
Lock in.
The lower paths are really good for trying to
Powers.
score. I just go unnoticed if you get a lower paths most
Yeah.
of
someone said
Yeah.
if we have a, I mean,
Go to
I-
red.
on-
Go to red.
Okay.
the time.
yeah, if we
we'll
have a
go on red.
positive ratio, could be a good idea for someone to defend.
Yeah.
There's not even anyone defending on
Kick
red. it's
yellow
just-
off.
Oh.
Yeah. Not bad.
Oh, there were so many people going to red. We are at 25 points, so
Uh-huh.
people probably go to us right now.
Yeah, if anyone.
Yeah.
Should we all defend?
Should we
I'm gonna
defend
defend
right
for a
now? Yeah,
second.
I'm down to
Person
defend.
switch to defender. One
Yeah.
person switched to bower. Watch out behind you, behind you, behind you, behind you.
Oh, I can't figure it out. How does it work? Oh.
Yeah, I would just one person switch, and then if you guys keep scoring, like, that'd be fine. Just keep. We'll be
Yeah,
alright.
I'm scoring.
Yeah.
I'm fine.
How much are we worth?
I don't know how to see actually.
Bandits are doing great right now.
No.
Okay.
No, I was in the thing. I was in the hole when they died.
Does it matter how much or if you get scored on it? I thought it didn't, but
I mean, they're the ratio. It's the ratio.
Ah.
Yeah, it's the ratio against scored versus. There's someone down here.
Yeah, I got him.
There's an invisible person.
I'm just gonna go. I'm gonna score.
Oh.
The invisible person is so. Alright.
Okay,
This
so
looks
we have
like a pair of
6 out of
trousers.
5.
Damn.
Nice. Okay.
It's
yeah,
really
nice.
close.
Yeah.
With first.
Damn, so.
If someone feels like they can come
Dang
and
it.
defend, that's okay. If you want.
Dude, pink. I don't think pink is worth the time anymore. I can't get past them.
I can't.
Oh, this
Couple
guy's on
doesn't
HP.
tank trying to
Nice.
score on us. Yeah, never mind. Good.
Okay, just keep scoring. Just keep scoring.
Yeah,
We
I'm
need
just,
the
I think I'm
extra
just gonna
goals.
keep going through red because
Really?
one. Oh no, I'm not. Everybody just respawned.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to score.
Oh, low.
Dude,
We're doing good.
Yeah, just keep scoring so we got a
Yeah,
ratio up.
we're doing fine.
Alright. I mean, 4th overall is not too bad.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's really close. We were like switching
Mhm.
between first and third the whole time. So
Yeah.
I think we just need more rushes because it was 8 out of 8. But it's hard to control. Like
So this is the last round, or there's one more after this as well?
2 more.
Two
Just
more.
one and
Wow,
one
this
more.
is a long ass
Yeah.
game, man. Actually.
yeah,
So-
this is really long.
Yeah, really long.
Don't worry
think-
about defending. Just you guys
Okay.
just keep scoring.
Nope.
Yeah.
Go purple first. I think they're the lowest on the leaderboard.
Sure. Metagaming, I'm down. Let's do that.
Yeah, they're all leaving
Yeah.
their spawn as well. So
Oh, they're going towards our side. Yeah.
fine, just
Two of them are
switch theirs.
defending. Two of them. Yeah.
Hit people off here.
Ah, shit. Yeah.
No, it's not,
Low
not
ratio,
a lot
yeah.
of points anymore.
Red is 15 now.
Everybody went there. Yeah.
everyone's going red, huh?
Wait, blue's no one defending. There's no one defending on blue.
Guys, I'm so sorry. A bunch of people just unfortunately went towards our base. Nothing I
Holy
can do.
crap. Yeah, what can you even do?
Oh god.
Nice, good job.
I can't get
Red
them
is
all.
25.
I can't get them all.
Nana's our sniper.
I shoot him and he just doesn't move.
Alright.
This is it.
Like if you hit
It's
someone with the
easy.
bow, it's just the punch is insane.
Let's get some easy goals. You got this. Oops. That was not my intention.
No, oops. I'll go pink
Purple
with
is
you, Jeremy.
just defending like crazy.
Oh yeah, they are. Dang, I'm getting owned.
Oh, what?
And
Need
no
to score.
one's-
Oh my
Like, how
god.
does
Oh
he
my god. Oh
survive
my god.
that?
Jesus
He's dead.
Christ.
I hit him with a fully pulled back bow of punch, and it's just cooked.
Whoa, there's a.
Why is it that when I hit somebody, it doesn't do anything, but I get tapped and I get flown into the fucking lava?
I think they just punch hit you.
Yeah, they hit you when they're pressing W.
When I'm pressing W or when they're
Yeah.
pressing W?
Well,
Mm.
what? Yeah, when they are. Sorry.
No.
I truly
Yeah, lock in, guys.
don't even know how to help.
Some
of
people
these
are also
situations.
just lagging too hard to
Yeah.
to get something done.
I hit them with a. I promise I'm doing not bad. I swear.
They're defending like really well here.
And twos.
This was a hard round because they were defending like really well. Like
Yeah.
the pink team was kind of screwing us over.
Mm-hmm.
I
We got
wasted,
this
like,
one.
4 trips on that one. Okay.
Hello. What's this do?
Hello.
Oh, I'm trying to figure out the buttons.
That one's a good one. Do you want me? Do you want me to?
No,
Yo,
no, no,
Do you want me
no.
to fight? Oh, okay, I will.
I
Everyone
wanna
has,
try defending with you just for a minute.
one defender.
After the first round, actually.
Yeah. After the first run.
I lock in. Let's go to.
Once we have a good ratio.
I'm gonna go to blue. I think the left blue.
Left blue. Sure, go on
Yeah, they're
left
coming
blue.
to us as well.
They got two
Left blue's
defenders.
past us.
Careful.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
they're like 2 defenders. Do not go to blue.
I'm in. I got
Right
blue.
now.
Or I got archers.
Oh, nice.
Wow, what a shot.
Oh.
Oh, I
Did you
got
get
blue
the
as well
score on
somehow.
blue?
Holy crap! Yeah. I
I
did.
think. Yeah.
Great. Oh, they can just instantly
I
swap
got the score on blue.
between the towers.
That's a good job. Wow.
Oh, nice.
No one's going for us.
Okay. Oh, what?
Push light blue together.
Yeah.
Almost there.
Did you get light
light
blue?
blue.
Yeah, we got
Points? Yeah.
What the?
Everything's even. So where do you want to go? Wait.
Thanks.
How do I get
And
up?
people just survive in the most absurd ways.
Oh, nice shot.
Damn.
Damn.
Nice, Hannah.
Nice. It's good.
Yeah.
Blue just respawned.
It's a good strat.
Jesus Christ, what's hitting me?
Nice. That's so useful because I can predict when you're hitting them.
Yeah.
Strat just has the worst
No!
ping I've ever seen. Oh, I can't.
We're fine.
Yeah.
What the hell?
Ugh.
How
Oh
is
my god! I
that?
scored
Oh
as
my
a tank. I
god!
scored as a
What
tank.
the?
Nice.
Nice. Holy crap.
Oh. Okay, that was a wall.
Oh damn.
That was hard.
Good. That wasn't bad at all. Like our ratio
Yeah.
is really good. Really good.
Oh, we're doing good at the start. And then
Yeah, we're
So,
doing good.
look how
I don't
close the
know.
points are on this game. It like doesn't matter. Like
Oh wow,
I- I-
yeah.
I do feel like that the teams that were defending with 2,
2.
that was
Yeah, it
so
was
OP.
good. Yeah.
It was so hard to.
You're valid.
Yeah, that
Oh,
was
nice,
really
Hannah.
yeah.
Let's
Look at
go.
that.
Damn, I
Look
was
at
not
that.
expecting that. I thought I did some trash.
What? All 5? Oh, never mind. It's split between everyone. I was like,
Yeah.
heck.
Overall team leaderboard.
Oh, we're still
Nice.
second. Wow.
Yeah,
Nice,
that's
Yeah.
good.
Yeah, that's good. Like,
Yeah.
totally fine. Like, at least we did that right then.
Nice.
Gaming.
I feel like when there was a bow person on the first tower and like the one in the spawn, that was just you couldn't
Uh-huh.
push.
You're right.
Yeah.
I
That's
think
a good strat.
I
Yeah.
feel like we after round 1 we got like hard targeted.
Yeah,
I was like,
it was
okay.
crazy.
I think the best strat is like when Eskay switches between, like, based on when. She
Oh yeah,
thinks
when there's a lot of
there needs
rushers, I
extra
swap to
support.
defense. Yeah.
And then you switch back and stuff.
Yeah.
'Cause even when you were fighting with sword, like it was so helpful because like yeah. And then we were double bowling them. I think that's the strat, like having
The
one
double bow.
defender and having someone be like both and be like smart.
Everyone's both. Yeah. Like you spawn
Yeah.
in, you see 4 people coming, you swap to defender real fast.
Mhm.
Ooh.
It's so threatening to try to attack someone with like 2 defenders or like 2 archers. It's like hella hard. So
I felt like every time I went to defend or to attack, I suddenly 4 of their team turned around on me. I was like, okay, I can't do anything here.
dude, when you have the
just
tank,
start running back.
everyone just starts focusing you, bro. I
I-
can just tell that comms like, get him,
Yes,
get him,
we are
get
second
him.
place gaming.
No, because like every time I would get there, suddenly the entire team spawned on me. I was like, God, they would all
Oh,
turn
frick.
around. I was like, God
Aw.
damn. It's like when you
Your
open a
aura,
pack
I
of
guess.
treats around cats. I just felt
And
I
I'm
was like, there's no
constantly
hope for
15th
me here. I'm
place
doomed.
on the individual
I'm
chungus.
so doomed.
We're doing good though. What are we doing next?
Yeah.
What are our thoughts on
Oh, I'm
next?
14th? No.
Whatever you guys want.
I mean, what even is the?
What do we have?
Oh,
I
we have
think
Blitz
it's
Blitz.
Hunt?
only Blitz Hunt.
And
Oh,
Oh, but let's not
Oh,
party.
I want spleef. I want
If we can
spleef.
just play Spleef as soon as
Let's get
possible.
beef. I
Alright.
guess.
We're gonna-
I am some
Yeah,
trash
it's too
at Spleef.
random.
It is way too random, and
There's like 2
I have
people
some
in here
bad
though.
luck. Nah. I have
Let's-
catnip.
Let's vote for the gray game.
Oh, about that. That's not a game.
Oh, wow. That's
Oh
look
no,
nice.
they're sticky.
No,
No.
they're doing a party.
Wait, no, they're coming here. They're coming to Spleef. Oh.
Oh,
that
froze them.
Doesn't matter. I was planning to stay here anyway.
They're frozen. No, we're all dead.
I revived you.
I'm not dead, right?
No,
Okay.
we're in.
Okay, we're chilling.
I'm
I
freaking
think-
dead, bro.
I
don't
rezzed you.
know,
I
it's
rezzed you.
still-
Don't worry. You're just stuck in ice.
You might be asleep.
Oh yeah.
Yay!
Okay, so
Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead.
so what? So, do you stay together on this one or just go? What's
No, no. Every
I
person
literally
for
don't know.
themselves. Good
Okay.
luck.
And
Try and
no
stay as high as you
much.
can. High floor,
I think
good.
this is a mind game. You just need to make friends, right?
Stay away from
No
And then
one is
betray
your
them
friend.
Stay
very
away from
quickly.
five
No,
up.
no. I'm gonna make friends with 5 up.
It's
Okay,
it's
good
like
luck with that.
Yeah, yeah.
5 of is no one's
Good
friend.
luck
Yeah,
with
yeah,
that.
he is. I'm gonna make
Stay
friends.
away from Greninja. Stay away from 5 Stay away from Boost where they like to troll for literally no reason and target people for no reason. Same with Raidoons.
I
so
always
be
die
careful.
when I try to kill people, so I play very passive.
Yeah.
To be
It's
honest,
like
I'm
Fall
just too
Guys.
afraid I'm gonna spleef you, guys. So
I'm colorblind
sorry.
for this game. I cannot differentiate. Everyone is my enemy.
Don't worry,
So
if you
there's
spleef
3
me, it's my fault.
rounds. Normal, TNT, and the new one like grenades or
The lava one?
Fucking no, that's in party. This is
Oh,
this
oh,
is
oh.
normal spleef. Don't worry about the other rounds. Normal
Wolfie
spleef.
team.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess staying near each other in the beginning is not a horrible
Is that-
strat.
Is that OP?
Yeah, where are you?
It's
guys?
not
People are
a
standing.
strat.
I like to make a little section for myself.
Yeah, if you
People
wanna
usually just jump over it though.
watch from people from the bottom. Here,
Real.
come over here.
Oh,
That guy
sorry, oh sorry, oh sorry, oh sorry, oh sorry. I
Oh my god.
Oh, that's
Just get a bunch of
That's so
snowballs for
funny.
yourself.
No, you're good. You're good.
Oh my
Oh.
gosh.
It's because I'm Australian. Is that why?
Yeah, yeah,
If you
yeah.
grief people, they'll
Wow.
remember it for next game.
You're a chungus.
good.
People remember.
People remember.
Hmm.
Hmm. I have a bit too much. I do feel the ping on this one. Didn't really
Yeah.
feel it on the last one.
Aw.
I'm just running around throwing snowballs at the top
So-
layer.
Something
Yeah.
important, the third layer never it deteriorates from the sides, but the third, second, and first, starting from the bottom, those never deteriorate. So if you can try and stay on third layer as long as you can,
Oh.
that's good.
Oh god, they're griefing me.
Third from the top, sorry.
I'm trying to like cut off this person.
Yeah, someone's doing something from the bottom, just be careful.
Yeah. Oh, I dropped.
I'm a team with Wolfie.
Sick.
We wanna like
Greninja's a
made
griefer,
friends.
so
okay.
be aware. He's a freaking griefer.
Dude, fucking frost.
Wait, why are people trying to spleef me?
Get this guy down.
Nice. Okay, this guy, Speed Silver is gonna die anyway. Honestly, if
Okay.
he's shooting at us, like whatever.
Oh,
Okay, nice. Okay,
Nice.
so just try and stay up here as long as humanly possible.
yeah, I'm gonna
yeah,
farm the
oh.
red blocks.
Yeah, great idea.
Why?
Someone can get us from below.
Wait, look for someone.
Just like-
Look for somewhere to drop to. I think.
Okay, got you.
I'm just gonna go straight down. I think.
Someone is shooting us from below.
Just make sure you don't fall too.
Oh.
Nice, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Oh,
Missed
no,
it.
I'm out.
Missed
I'm
the
out.
cat.
Fuck.
Nice, good job.
Nice, nice. All right, just.
I'm just
watch out from
shifting.
below.
I'm gonna farm blocks.
I'm getting blocks for my inventory.
You guys are very safe up there. There's like no one looking at you guys.
Yeah, no, but yeah, you
Yeah.
guys are fine. No,
Yeah. 5-ups is right below you guys there. Like, he's not looking at you guys there. Yeah.
I'm trying to. I threw him off.
Yeah. No, you three guys are doing hella good. Hella good. You guys are on upper layers. Eskay parkour demon. Get in there.
I'm in
All the
there.
way.
Um,
That's not one of you guys,
Sorry.
right?
Yeah, get him. Get Spill Siva.
Yeah, good job.
Yeah.
okay.
Job.
So someone in the
It's
Misty Cat right below
it's
you.
just Misty Cat
You
below
can
you
get that?
guys. Yeah.
Nice.
Jeremy, you.
I got him.
no.
Oh!
Let's go!
Let's go,
Holy
Jeremy!
crap. Right, good stuff.
Let's
go!
go!
Good stuff. Sure.
God,
Well
Jeremy,
done.
that was an insane freaking play,
Yeah.
dude.
That was
Let's
beautiful.
go.
That was good. That was good.
Okay,
Well
so
done.
TNT spleef, you can jump up using your rocket. You look down and you jump, and then you can jump up to the next layer. Watch out for a head above you. If you want to test it, just test it right away. Look at the ground with your rocket
Alright.
and jump.
Okay.
Sure.
I walked away. What's going on now?
Look at the ground. Just
Oh.
test, just test the rocket jumps.
Oh, okay, I get it.
Careful
now.
on the
You
edge.
need
It's
to
the
hit
only
people
place you
with
can
the
fall all the way
GDT.
down.
Okay. We're good.
But you can only hit people with the bow or also the ground.
You can hit
You
people
can
with
shoot the
rocket.
ground as well.
Yeah, watch out for the edge, because people can shoot you all the way down. You're right.
How do I jump up?
Look at the ground with your rocket and
Oh,
jump.
okay.
Watch for your head. Oh, that was mean.
Oh, okay.
What's up?
No, nothing. It's fine.
Everyone, just try and get up to like second or third. Is what I'd recommend.
Wait.
There's like a couple of purples just. Every purple is just on the top layer. Wow.
Yeah. They'll fall.
Oh. Oh God, I'm
Oh,
on the bottom.
I believe myself.
You can get up. You can get up.
Oh, okay. Playing on the edge is hella bad. I just got knocked off the edge. My bad.
That's okay. That's life.
Nah, that didn't do anything.
Oh,
Ugh.
okay. Never mind. What?
And towards the end, rocket
my God.
rocket jumping like it's a Bed Wars fireball is low key a good strat.
Oh God. Hold on. Oh, I'm out.
I'll spec. Just Wolfie.
Oh!
There you go.
Okay. Survived.
Nah, I'm dead.
Go, Jeremy.
Nice try.
Nice
Nice try. That
Nice.
was good. That was so good.
Why do I feel like I always see Wolfie winning this one?
Bro's an owner. Nah.
Yeah,
Real.
So good. We're still first though.
It's
Not bad.
rigged.
Still
It's
did
rigged.
good, right? Yeah.
So I guess
Great
this
work.
one, things are just asteroids are falling from the
Oh,
sky.
yeah,
You
yeah.
can pick up asteroids and throw them at people. Yeah, I don't
How does
know.
the ice work?
I don't know.
Same as.
I think
Snow?
so. I don't know.
Oh, I do not. Oh, you don't have anything or something.
Yeah, I guess we don't have. Oh, we have
Oh,
a shovel.
okay.
Oh yeah, ice
Oh,
is the
you can
same.
break ice.
You can break the ice too.
Minotaur, get away from me.
Nope.
Ow.
Oh, fuck. I'm already on the last one. God damn.
God damn.
Just break a lot of things at the bottom, especially at the edges, because people are playing around the edges. If they fall, they just instantly fall to the death.
Yeah, just go for break points.
Can you rocket
Oh,
jump with
and
an
I'm out.
asteroid or no?
Damn it.
What?
Probably not. Can you rocket jump with an asteroid? Or like
No,
jump
I
up?
think
No.
no.
Oh, that
Yeah,
would be
strategy.
insane. I don't think so though.
Not.
Okay. The like red shows you where the asteroid is gonna go. You guys know.
We're chill over here, Lee. Whoa!
I just ran.
Oh no.
I feel like just running around is the best threat or something. I don't know.
Booster is over here, like on this first layer with you guys, just doing nothing.
You guys are still fine up there.
Yeah, we don't jump.
Can you fireball? You can meteor jump, but it's really hard. I wouldn't.
You wouldn't betray me, right, CJ? We're
I
chill,
wouldn't
right,
betray.
CJ?
Something to note, if you stay on like the snow and stuff, there's a bigger gap between the ground.
True.
Like
Yeah.
more blocks or whatever.
Oh fuck.
And Frost is near you, Hannah. It was pushing.
Oh, I activated sticky keys.
Oh no.
Oh, that's awful.
Oh, I'm down. So trash. Oh my god. I'll be a good spec. Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Eskay.
Sorry, you keep
Pissed
pulling
me
my
off.
aggro.
Jeremy, I'm being a good spec.
Oh,
That
there's
was
so
close.
much lag. What?
Honestly,
You got it. You got it.
just avoid minute. Just avoid minute and save yourself.
Yeah, you're doing good. You're doing
Just
good.
watch for the red things.
Holy
the people will
shit.
take themselves out.
I
No.
just instantly fell to it. I'm still alive at the bottom.
No,
fuck?
that's so
Purple
unfortunate.
is playing the
Wow.
corners.
Are you kidding me, man?
That's
Okay.
so
Nice try.
cheap.
Yeah, I don't remember the last time I played this before.
Nice, great, great job, guys.
It's not
Yeah.
too
Actually,
bad.
actually sick, yeah.
Pink and orange, which is there's people that were close to us on
Look
the
at
leaderboard.
that! Look at
Not
that!
bad. Good job.
Okay, I had 5,000 MS.
What?
That
That's
disgusting
crazy.
teaming at the
What the-
top.
5,000 is awful.
5,000! What happened?
Restart.
Yeah, restart.
Most blocks broken could never be me.
And Frost has
Most
joined.
kills.
Most kills could never be me.
Let's go!
All right.
Okay,
Stable,
okay.
stable.
It's so close
Yeah.
for any
Oh my
event
gosh,
ever.
turn off the keys.
I have 0 MS right now. It's great.
Oh my gosh, all the people that I said to avoid had the most kills. That is actually insane.
Scary.
Well,
Oh.
what games are there left? Blitz-
Jeremy, you're
I'm-
top
I'm
10 on your
8.
first event,
Yeah.
bro.
Nice, that's really
What?
good.
That's crazy.
Let's go! Not
Um,
for long.
BlizzCon, it's hide and
Not
seek.
for-
Just
I need to
try
pee
and have an out.
real bad. I'm running.
Okay. Party. I don't even know. Get the top of the buildings. It's a new map, so do whatever you think is best. Killing people is low key worth it in like the Splatoon game, but also we really gotta get the walls and worry about that. If you have a little paintball, like just throw it. Getting the tops of buildings is low key good. The roofs. I think that one game is in where you have to like jump onto the red sand or the correct sand. I don't know.
Oh.
Just play an F5 and jump. Like, be prepared to just jump right when, like, they disappear. Like, just be like, get on a good rhythm of it.
All right. What do we
Fire
want?
feet.
How good are you guys at hide and seek?
It's like
I think we could do amazing. I think we should play party.
I'm back.
I think we'll do amazing at Blitz Hunt. SK, I know you're goated because I've
Oh,
played
thank
with you
you.
before.
Oh,
Come
thank
party.
you.
Lee, if I remember, you were also goated. So why don't we
Yeah,
just
I'll
play
do-
party?
I'd be a little rat.
Swamp.
What happened?
Oh, you
Okay,
used that
party,
too
one
early.
of the games is one in the quiver.
Oh,
get the
gosh.
corners. One of the game is the what's that one game where you have to jump onto the correct colors, but there's no colors, like it's just like sand. Just get a good rhythm. Get a good rhythm. Start jumping in F5 like before it starts. Be ready to jump. Be ready to jump.
Yeah, that
Do you
one
know what
goes
I'm saying?
fast.
Oh.
Yeah, that one.
It
Does
goes
this one
really
have the
fast. It
falling
gets-
game?
No, I don't think we're playing.
Aw, dang it. Aw,
I don't know if
dang
we're
it.
playing the fall.
That's my
We'll figure it
game.
I hope we're not playing it.
Oh, there's
God.
4 games.
Oh god, the lag.
Okay, this
Oh.
one.
Oh,
look
the
at new
pink
map.
one.
Get the tops of buildings. You can't get the gray. This one, I think you have to jump on the red sand. This one is like the TNT run.
It's like
Remember?
sweet, but
Oh, gosh.
I guess
Uh,
yeah.
An interesting strategy is you could like with this spleef game, you can like cut off an area just for yourself.
Is
but,
it
like,
frozen
wait,
for you guys? It's
It's
not.
Another
frozen for me
spleef game.
too.
I'm
Yeah,
Okay.
never mind. We're good.
Is it random what we get first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, stand on
Okay.
regular sand, not orange. Avoid the orange sand. Sorry. Avoid the orange. Avoid the
I'm going to run on the orange sand. Noted.
Fire
orange sand.
feet.
Avoid the orange
Avoid the
Fire.
orange
Fire
sand.
feet.
Okay.
sand. Okay, TNT run.
TNT run,
Use your
man.
leaps.
Holy-
Save your leaps.
that's so
Save your
long time
leaps.
ago.
Save your leaps.
Is this
Save
like
your leaps.
a is this like a F5 type of thing?
Could be whatever you're most comfortable with.
Yeah.
I'm gonna use
that's
my
good.
leap instantly.
No, no. And remember,
Oh,
when you're
okay.
falling in the void, you spam all your leaps. Spam all your leaps.
You have to
spam,
look a
spam.
certain direction when you leap.
I think you have to look up. I actually have no idea.
Okay, I'll try looking up.
Oh god.
Sorry, I'm
figure
just
it out?
rage
Nope.
baiting.
Jump
Let
and
us
then
know.
you look up.
Yeah.
Leaps have cooldowns.
Oh, it's instantly
Yeah,
starting.
look up. Yeah, look up.
You need to look up.
I think when you leap, I think.
Do not cross our teammates.
I'm playing this
This
like
is sad.
Slither.io. I'm playing this like Slither.io.
That's a great strat.
Actually,
Like cutting off other people.
yes. Actually.
Disaster.
Disaster.
I don't know what that means.
What does that mean?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Oh,
Oh,
wait,
disaster.
I know what it means.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
What does it mean?
It meant that something was decaying really
Okay,
fast,
okay,
and I
okay,
just walked into it. I'm not going to the
Okay.
top layer. I think it's bad. Just save your leap and just stay on the second.
No, no.
Do more
How do you-
layers like happen? Or...
Now, I don't know how many layers it is.
There's like 3, I
Is it
think.
like 3?
Wait, does leap get you up to a different platform or no?
It could, but just focus on your platform. There's another
I saw
platform
someone try it,
spawning
it
in.
didn't work.
Oh.
Yeah, but oh no, you can do it. You can do it. Yeah.
Disaster.
Means you
Oh,
become
hot,
fast.
hot, hot.
Means you
Yeah,
become
yeah,
fast.
Oh
yeah.
my gosh.
Oh. Fuck.
I'm fast.
Shall we?
Feels like I'm playing. What's that game called? Like with the little
Intro?
man.
Which
I don't
one?
know what's it called anymore.
This might be the last layer, just so you know.
Oh yeah, it is.
Just try and lock in.
Oh, Fall Guys. Yeah.
Like you've never locked in before.
I don't know. I'm just running around.
Run around like you've never run
Yeah.
around before.
Do not cut me off.
I'm sorry. I'm just going. I'm just going.
Oh,
fuck.
Disaster.
Oh, hell no.
I hate this speed boost. Oh my gosh.
Just do not run.
Dude,
Just walk.
speed boost, bro. Yeah, I just walk when the speed boost happens. Yeah.
Sorry. Oh my god.
You're good. Ah,
No, I'm out. Oh, I tried.
Remember your
the speed boost is
feel like
killing
you're
me.
falling.
Oh,
Use
that's so
your-
annoying.
I know. You do have to look up when you're leaping, or else
Okay,
you
okay.
will, or else you'll leap yourself directly into the ground. You guys got it. I think everyone's on the same layer too, so.
Yeah. Honestly, a crazy play would be is to like double
Except
leap
Wolfie.
up.
Fuck Wolfie.
You You could double leaf up to the top layer right now, and there's still orange blocks up there.
I just don't know if it's worth.
Yeah.
I spammed my leaps and I died one later. That's great. Oh, you're still alive.
Yeah, you got this,
go.
Hannah.
There's two more.
Yeah.
They're bad. You're
Just
better.
focus
You're better.
on yourself.
You're better.
Just focus on yourself.
No.
Nice try. Nice
Oh,
try.
you can't
Nice
circle
try.
that.
You
That
did
was
really
good.
good, you did really
That
good.
was second in a
Jumper
row. Good.
stopped like right when I didn't want it to.
That's good.
Oh, I had my
Nice.
leaps left and everything, bro. Oh, so
My goal
fast.
again. I
really?
played Slither IO. I was like, I'm taking everyone down.
Wait, Hannah, is there a lunar setting that makes you sprint when you just tap W?
Yes.
Oh, it killed me. How do I turn it off? Oh.
I think it might be a Minecraft thing.
Yeah, it's a basic setting.
Go to
Oh.
accessibility. Wait, no. Go to controls and auto
Crossfire. What's crossfire?
Shift.
Which one's that one?
Shift
What is
toggle.
this? Hannah, you need
This
to
one,
educate
one in the
us.
quiver. You shoot someone and then they die. It's, oh wait, no, this is not one in the quiver. Ah,
What is
stay away
this?
from
Crossfire.
Horizon.
Crossfire.
Stay away
What do
from
we need to
Horizon.
do?
You know that one game where it's like you jump on the colored blocks? Well, it's just like that. Like, what's that one server called? I forgot.
Is it
Stand
like
on the
party
sand.
blocks or something?
Yes, yeah, but stay on the regular
block party.
stand. Stay on the regular stand. Eventually,
Okay,
you're going to
okay,
get to a point where you're F5. You stay in F5 the whole time.
Escape,
You like
yeah.
jump. You're on like a pattern where it's like jump.
Damn, that's
it's
really
gonna go that fast,
frustrating.
okay?
It was
Looks
making me
slow down.
gamble
I only see
whenever
you
I
guys,
pressed
that's
W.
Yeah,
So when
yeah,
I had the
it's just-
huge speed boost,
Okay, see how it
Just a
disappears?
having random
It's gonna get fast as fuck.
sprint,
Okay?
like
Okay,
it
okay.
just randomly
F5 and
made
look
me
down.
sprint sometimes.
That's what I'd recommend.
Having random sprint got me killed. Aw,
Only if you're
I'm
comfortable.
frustrated.
Middle.
Get in a good
Yes.
rhythm.
It's actually quite fun.
Yeah, I like
For
this one a
now.
lot.
Get in the habit
Yeah.
of jumping right when it comes back. Like that. The strat's gonna be like jump and then move. Okay, I won't talk anymore.
Talk to me.
It's
You want
gonna
to
get
jump
really
like 1
unfun.
millisecond before you hear the second tick. Every single time. Make sure you get into that rhythm.
Yeah.
Like Hannah's saying.
What?
Like just like right when it
Eventually it's gonna be
respawns,
so
just start
fast
jumping.
that
It's gonna
you-
get so fast to where you need to get in the rhythm.
I'm not gonna be first to die, by the way.
So wait, you're good. Neither am I. I'm some trash.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so unlucky. Wow.
Nice jumps.
I threw. I'm cooked. My score is so bad. And
Ah, damn it.
Oh wow, it gets fucking
Yeah.
fast. cunt.
Ah.
Oh
Good
my
job,
god.
Good job. This
Nice,
game
nice,
is so
nice,
hard.
nice,
Good
nice.
job, everyone. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I
It's alright.
wasn't
Okay,
expecting
okay.
it to
Well,
be that
it
much.
speeds up
bad,
like
not bad.
hella quick, actually.
Yes.
I wasn't-
Yeah. I was. I wish I did better.
me too. I think I got last.
It's okay.
It's alright. Yeah.
We're gonna
Oh,
come back
man.
and win the quiver, and it's gonna be like insane.
I'm calling this one a ping issue.
Yes,
You
yes.
have issues like everyone.
Damn.
And it's alright.
All right.
Don't worry.
Damn, some people
like,
survive. Damn.
The next
okay.
two games are literally our best games. We're gonna be killing people and
Yeah.
paintballing the walls. If you want to
Well-
reload your weapon, make sure you shift on your color. That's it.
About
That's all I have to say.
about the paint thing. I'm always so I do not understand like Splatoon games how you win that.
Okay,
Thing. I
you
mean, I
get a-
always
you get a
just
lot of
paint
points.
everything, but
Yeah. Paint everything. Find some spots like the roofs
Mhm.
that aren't painted. Killing people
Yeah.
actually is worth quite a lot. We have a paint
yeah, but is
bomb.
it like worth to paint over other people's things?
Yes,
or just
yes, yes, yes.
find,
Sure.
Like
Yeah,
I understand like you have to like keep right mouse button. But
Yeah.
To
I
spam.
don't. I,
But you also have to regen your color, right?
Yeah.
Oh, how do you do that?
Like you shift in your color.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I
Alright.
honestly,
need
I
to
would try and
reload,
Land on,
yeah.
a roof. Land on a roof. Kills are low key worth it. Strafe when you're killing people. Try and grief purple and orange if you really want. Better chance. Yeah, roofs are worth
Oh,
it because you only have one
What?
chance
Someone
to get
just
on them. It's okay, just
how do I
Nerd
kill
just
somebody?
killed me.
use your paint bombs, everyone, right away. Oh. Okay. When you kill someone, I think you get regen.
Orange is first.
Alright guys, just keep getting the walls, keep getting the walls.
Yeah, honestly, I'm
people if
hitting
you
the
can.
entire out of the edge of the map. I'm just like, I'm a
Beautiful.
fucking artist right now.
If it's white, it means like it's a little bit. People don't really see it. They haven't been there. Probably won't come back. Yeah, the outskirts. Okay, I'm gonna try and get away from you. Okay. Use your paintballs. Use your paintballs if you have them. Killing people is worth it, so don't be afraid.
I'm not bothering. I'm just painting.
Okay, if you want to
Do you kill people with your paint guns? Is that how?
Yeah. Yeah. You have to hit them like kind of a lot. Okay, we need more paint. We need more paint.
Yeah.
Wait, we were first and now we
Just
are
keep
not.
painting. Okay, it's okay, just keep painting.
How does this game work? It's always so funny.
Just keep painting. Just keep painting.
Yeah. Obviously.
But kill people. Kill people too. Use your paintball.
I didn't get any more paintballs actually.
Oh, you have to shift on your color.
For a paintball?
Yep.
You just have to kill people for paintballs.
No, if you shift on
Oh.
your color, it reloads.
Well, like the paintballs, like the.
Oh, the bombs?
spawns.
Oh,
Paint
yeah.
bomb.
Yeah, the bomb, yeah. Okay,
Yeah,
that
fuck off,
is-
Green Ninja.
Okay, keep going. Keep going.
Fuck off, Anfrost. God damn it.
Keep going. Keep going. Oh, I tried. I tried my best.
Dirt!
Not,
That was
yeah,
pretty
There we
good.
go.
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad.
At least blue got above us.
Nice.
Oh.
What's the last thing?
Those blocks.
Uh,
Damn, I was painting the entire time. How are these guys so fucking good? Like, what? I was a perma painter. Alright.
must be some strat.
Yeah, maybe.
We came back
Photon.
Yeah.
What is
now for the best game. You one-shot kill people. You don't have to reload your weapon. It reloads it for you. Just worry
Alright,
about corners.
this? Okay. This is just a big
Oh
free-for-all?
god.
pretty much.
Stay away from your teammates if you can.
Kills are one hit and give you a point.
Oh my god, I spawn... Like, but if you spawn, like, above, it's so
It's,
OP.
it's fine.
Alright, lock in. I think that
Keep
you get,
moving
like,
around.
close to
Okay.
it.
Because if you're standing one place, like people won't spawn in or something. Where you used to be. You got this.
Oh god, it's really that fast. Jesus
Holy
Christ.
Yeah.
I am dead.
It's okay, just keep going. It's like
Ah.
it doesn't matter if you die. It literally doesn't
Oh,
matter. It does not matter.
I thought you had one life.
No, just keep going. Well, you do kind of have one life. I can't find anybody.
Okay.
Whoa.
Lock in. This is our game. Lock in. We can do it.
What? Oh my god. Do not clip that.
We need this.
Nobody's spawning yet. Oh,
Yeah, on high ping,
Wow.
you need to shoot on the fucking future for this to work.
yeah, it's insane.
Yeah.
Oh. Wow.
Hello.
Hello.
Wow, I went a fucking spray. Jesus Christ.
What?
Oh.
And I'm just spawning near nobody. Bruh. Oh my bruh.
That's fucked up.
Ooh.
There's still time.
I spawned at a very good spot.
Oh, I'm doing
Ooh.
horrible. Oh my gosh.
I'm getting spawn camped, man.
Sweet, just don't worry. Everyone's dying. Just keep going. Don't worry.
Dude.
Nice.
I did my
crap.
best.
I think this is
Whoa.
the
Kills
game
each
where you
again.
feel the ping the most.
22
Jesus
only.
Christ. We're at 14.
Only.
What?
Only.
I want to see. Well, I want to see what like the. Oh.
30.
I should have been
Damn.
there.
I was expecting you up there, Hannah.
Me too.
Yeah.
And twos. Longest shot landed. What a shot. What a start.
Game
Not too
team
sure.
leaderboards 4th.
We need to like cook on Blitz Hunt. We need a maximum rat on Big Blitz Hunt.
Yup.
We
Oh,
can do this.
we're
Yeah.
actually
Yeah.
really
Yeah.
close.
It's
You're
We
so
need a rat.
close.
Yeah.
We can do this.
Oh.
Just
Everyone channel
try
your
your
inner
best.
rats.
channel your
Everyone
inner
become a- everyone
fairy.
become a
what
Trended.
is the strat for Blitz Hunt?
Become
Just
a rat.
hide.
Just hide.
The
I
strat.
was gonna
Okay,
say
the
follow
strat
first,
is to
follow
hide
after.
somewhere you can run multiple directions from, or like loop, and then you go in
Yeah.
third person and just use your wall hacks to make sure you never get LOS of the secret. So like, while it might not be the best spot that no one would ever look, it's a spot where they can like run circles around and never see you. You get what I mean?
Yeah.
I usually pick like a cube, like a literal cube is the perfect hiding spot because you can just spin around it while the hunter runs around through the area and they'll never see you.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
I think
There's
the
new
ones where you're
room.
just super committed to one spot are bad.
Yeah.
Got it.
The one and done spots are bad. Unless it's like ready to say, I guess. This is the last game,
Okay.
right? Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Lock in.
Lock in.
Lock
Okay.
in. It's pretty much
Oh, we need
just-
to beat the phantoms. Come on.
And when we're
Yeah.
fighting, spam click. Like you don't have to like hold the click to kill them. They're just a one tap. So just
Wait, fighting?
like well, each team gets to seek people once. So we're all gonna like
Mhm.
search.
Mhm.
Honestly, don't overcommit to someone. That's like the worst thing you can do.
Yeah.
Know when to cut your losses on somebody. Like if they're better than you, then they're better than you, and like they'll escape. So like
Yeah.
just like
I think
Yeah.
duo seeking is good too because you can like catch people that are trying to do this strat that I was talking about.
Let's all just stand not on purple. Maybe something else pops up.
What's it gonna be?
What's it gonna be?
What's it gonna be?
Oh yeah, I remember some people were disconnected and put on like stone and dirt skins, and I try to like blend into it.
that is insane.
Yeah, that is like next level sweat, next level passion.
Hunt the middle.
Wait, what?
Also, like someone probably should go around the middle room at like halfway through our hunting because like people
Yeah.
love to go middle.
And there is
Oh.
corridors now, remember? So maybe check.
This
the
is a
corridor.
new map, right? Or no? Not
Yeah.
this.
There's a few. Like they're random every single
I'm
round.
scared.
Yeah.
Is it always one
I
v
gotta
one?
lock in. I really want to get top 10. I'll feel so cool if I
It's
get
team
top 10.
versus
One-
team.
No,
Team
it's one
versus-
team versus everybody.
Yeah.
Everybody's hiding.
Oh, okay. All right.
Just find a good spot. Like have an escape. I don't know. You can do this. Like, you don't forget to use your sonar when you're hunting.
That's that you can see.
It'll just say when
Where
someone's
everybody
near
is?
you. It won't
Okay.
show you. It'll just show in the chat. Be like, this many people are by you.
Lock in, team. Lock in. This is it. Let's go.
Yup, let's get it. The
I'm
finale.
not concerned. I'm not concerned.
I'm 50 points behind top 10. I think if I live every single one, I can get it.
Alright.
Everyone channel your inner rats. Everyone become a rat.
I'm
used to rats.
I'm just rat.
Talk about that cheese fondue thing.
Yes, it's cheese.
Jeez.
Yes, cheese.
All right. So Red's hunting first, and then okay.
Mm.
Got
This
it.
library
We're
room is
the
so
kind of
good.
trash.
I'm going west.
Library room on second level is pretty good.
Yeah.
Yes, actually.
Unless
just
there's
gonna-
1
oh,
million
wait.
people inside.
What?
Oh, I need to. I thought we were getting TP'd.
No. Go
Oh,
hide. Go
I
hide
don't like
somewhere.
this.
Go hide somewhere.
Oh god.
Fuck. Just hide. You guys, we're fine. We're fine.
That's bad.
Oh, I am not hidden at all. Oh.
It's fine. It's fine. Just hide somewhere. There's a city. Like, there's a map of a city. And, like, it's really good. If you find it, it's, like, a big city. With blue buildings. So a good idea is sometimes to, like, triangulate from the hiders. So
If they just clear the room,
pass
you
your,
can
if they
go into
pass
that
your room, yeah, go into
Yeah.
the room if you want. If you want to come towards me, Lee, I'm in a
dead.
good room.
Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
stuck in the
that sounds
water.
good.
It's so bad.
This
I would
Captain
hide- I would
Spark,
hide
he's
in
so
this room.
good. My goat, Jordan.
Ah, I dropped on me.
I'm gonna run, by the way, if they come over.
Yeah, sure.
This spot scares me. Okay. Looks like there's a good spot over there.
Alright, coming in. Yeah.
They can't see us. Make sure the guy straight
yeah,
that
yeah.
way can't see you, can he?
Oh, I think he just saw me. He saw
Run,
me.
run.
Someone's coming up. Wait, I don't
Yeah.
think they. I don't think she
He's-
knows how to get up there,
he's
Hannah.
chasing you,
I think
chasing
you're
you,
good.
chasing you. Yeah. Sorry, Anna.
Okay, I led them to more people.
Yeah. Oh, great play. Oh no, still chasing you.
Yeah.
Still chasing
You
you.
got 3
Why
seconds.
are
You
they-
got. You're good.
why
You're
are
good.
they-
You're
Oh
fine.
no,
You're fine.
5-0.
Yes.
Sorry, Hannah. I sort of griefed the fuck out of you.
No, it's okay.
he,
I
yeah,
said
he saw me.
surprise
Came
it.
to us. Yeah.
Why wouldn't
Uh,
they go for the 10 people above me? Well, we
Yeah.
were alive. We were alive.
Yeah.
Like,
Good job. Well done. We had 3 alive dead, no? Something like that.
all right, guys, lock in. We need this. We need this.
Become a rat. Oh, bye.
Rat.
I'm just a rat.
I'm looking in.
I need this so bad. SpongeBob room. Guys, I'm following Frost.
SpongeBob room.
Oh, every place is awful. Okay. Oh, actually, I like your spot, Jeremy. Good.
Oh, you can be in here if you want to.
No, don't worry. I think.
Wait, is it smart that we're all here?
Oh!
If you guys are like on top of each other somewhere, I would recommend it.
There's a secret in here. Oh, I'm detected or something. I'm running away.
It doesn't
from you
mean they
guys.
can actually see you, doesn't, don't worry.
Yeah, they can't see you, but and also they can never see your name tag. Just so you
Oh.
know.
There's so many people in this
What?
spot.
I'm
I'm
out.
just
Damn it.
copying this spot.
This was a bad room.
There's this
Oh.
room with crates, and there's like everybody is on the crate here.
Oh, fuck.
I messed up.
I'm fucked. Sorry. Of course, Amfrost escaped. Oh my god. Oh, he died.
Oh, nice
What?
try, Jeremy. Wow, Jojo killed like 10 people. Holy crap.
Yeah, there were so many people in there.
It was like the only
So-
good room.
I got
Okay.
hacked.
I thought thought I was doing so good too.
Wait,
Okay,
we're
the
all
fact
dead?
that
No.
orange is like all staying alive is bad. We gotta lock in. We can do this. We can
Yeah.
do this. It's not over.
Orange
We can
is
seriously do this.
yeah, I've ping. Okay.
I
Fair
did
enough.
awful. Oh
You're about to flop right
gosh.
now.
Flobbing.
Well, good. Everyone redeem yourselves. Let's go.
Yep.
This is the redeeming.
Yeah, they're about to flop.
Do some. Meh, meh, meh.
I love this room.
That room's kind of ass, low-key. Cannot lie. There's a library room. It doesn't look horrible. I mean... The library
gonna
room
try.
is low-key OP.
Oh my god, people are.
Sorry. Oh.
Lee, watch out.
Dude.
Just
Oh,
stay up there, stay up there. They don't know.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
They know. Sorry.
Oh,
Sorry.
Did you see me?
Trying to be a good spec.
I'm just. Yeah. Do nothing.
Aw, this hurts so bad. I'm choking my best game. And it'll make us not get second.
How? How is this possible? How is this possible?
I don't know. This is the most lame spot ever, actually. I
just
thought
don't know
like.
how I was doing it.
I don't know how he saw
You
me.
guys still
I
alive?
never had
No,
LOS.
no.
Oh.
Just you.
Spec.
Yeah,
Just
it's probably
sharing.
third person. I didn't think about it.
I might die though. but-
Oh,
No,
No,
we-
you're
I'll
good,
make
you're
this
good.
spec. Okay, one guy's coming in your room.
Yeah, he's
You got
he's
that.
not. He might.
Circle. Nice,
see
you're doing
you.
good.
yeah,
Doing
but
good.
I'm already so far behind.
Yeah, you're
I'm
good.
cooked.
Just keep doing that. Keep doing that. He doesn't know. He
3
doesn't know, he
seconds.
doesn't know. Oh, I'm
I feel like
sorry.
even if I live all
Oh,
I
five,
don't know how
we're
he
doomed.
saw
We're
you.
doomed.
That 2 seconds,
man.
man. Seriously.
Ah. Okay.
I should have
Okay.
said to run. I don't
Ooh,
even.
this is a good map.
Damn.
Nah, I thought you had that.
Same. Do the rooms like change every time or what?
Yeah, seems like
I
they
might
do.
just
People might not be checking mid, so could be
people are just this is I don't know.
Paint room is good.
I'm just gonna stand in here. Wait, no, they're instantly coming here, man.
I think the spots that are usually good are bad right now because they keep going for this. They recognize it. So I'm going to stupid spots and it's working better, I think.
Yeah, I was in a stupid spot last time as well.
I'm in a really stupid spot right now. I'm in one of the corridors.
You don't. Just be stupid.
I'm just a rat.
I'm just gonna take a piss. I think I'll survive.
Yeah.
Nah.
I never
Do it.
know when it's like time
Oh,
to
wait.
leave my room or not.
I think now. No. Yeah, I died. I ran into him. That's just stupid.
I trolled a little bit.
Oh my god.
All right.
Oh my god, Lee, where are you, bro? Someone just walked right past you.
Yeah. Lee is in a
I'm
great
in-
spot. Just
I'm in the
AFK.
corridor.
yeah.
Yeah.
No, fuck!
That's
No.
that's actually an update. They updated that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I was
that's-
checking my Instagram reels to be honest.
God damn it! I almost
Wait.
survived one.
Dude,
We all do
I'm gonna
that,
come back
just don't-
mid. I don't even. I think I want to.
Might be a strat if they all left. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be
You're,
best
you're gonna get
alive.
into a corridor.
Not the corridor
Maybe,
strat. Not the corridor strat.
Yeah, we're gonna do the corridor strat. I'm just gonna
New-
stand on this stupid spot.
strat.
I climbed the entire. Oh, maybe I can
Oh
do this.
god, I can't.
I cannot do that. This is a stupid spot, Jeremy. Do not do that.
Uh-oh.
God damn.
Oh, I might be cooked.
Uncook yourself. Maybe just go to the middle now. If you're cooked.
Nice
all left.
escape, Hannah.
Damn it.
Oh my god, but you're freaking me
Doing
out.
good.
Yeah, it's good.
You're freaking me out, bro.
I'm just being, I'm just hiding in plain sight, bro. It's aura, you know. I'm just nonchalant guy. Come on now.
Are you still in the corridor?
Your boy's in the corridor.
Yes.
You'll find me in the corridors. Come
Yeah.
on,
I
now.
did-
You'll
I did
find me
the
in the
sa-
corridors.
I just did the same thing, but I got found.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Sam's gonna get checked.
Fuck.
Dude, why is hiding at mid low-key OP?
I
Oh,
think the
why would you pick
seekers are
corridor?
all so good. The dumb spots work better than the good ones right now.
Oh my god.
Wait, you got
Sorry.
it?
Hiding at mid is OP.
Yeah, I got it. I think I survived.
Yeah, I think you got it.
Yeah, I did. Yes, let's go.
Nice.
Okay.
Please tell me that was minute. Oh my god.
Oh, we need. I did poop myself.
Ooh, we're
Okay,
seeking-
well,
Alright,
I guess
alright,
the two
alright.
different directions. Two people can go the same way. Try and pinch people is what I
Yeah,
would
yeah.
recommend. Whatever you want. I don't even know. Remember, spam clicking works. You get speed near the end.
Check the
user sonar.
corridors.
I'm
Yeah, check
going
the corridors, yeah.
west. I'm going west.
I can't even see far enough.
Oh, I thought we were about to
My
get
fog.
released, and I was like, they're all so close.
I know.
How do I turn off fog?
Maybe just work towards each other, like go into separate room. But
yeah. Wait, Jeremy, let's go this way, and then Hannah go straight forward,
what's
and then
this
we
way?
each go right, and she goes left. You know.
Sorry, I just went this way.
Don't worry.
I think I went a good way.
There's 0 players near you.
Got one. I got someone in the corridor. He tried. I hear people hitting each
Okay,
other.
nice.
I know.
Oh,
I'm
I'm
gonna
stuck.
circle back.
Oh my god. Wait, the bookcases are actually so OP.
Okay. Oh my god, I'm cooking. Let's get this, guys. Let's get this. I cleared a whole room, low key.
Damn.
Yeah.
Nice. You're the goat.
Remember, F5 is not bad. Can't really find anyone anymore.
Mm-mm.
It's
I'm
actually
checking
quite-
mid.
Quite hard, actually.
Dude, I've not found a single person on my sonar. This is so bullshit.
Someone's in here.
Three
Someone's
plays
in
in
here.
bookcase room. What the fuck?
Got him.
Dude, the
Nice.
Just keep
time's
looking.
flying.
Oh, I didn't get that
This is
many
so
kills.
tragic.
Oh, that was
That was
Ouch.
hard.
Damn.
into.
I'm
many
so
guys
bad
did
at
you guys
using my
kill?
sonar. 8.
Damn.
Survive.
There were hard rooms. There was like a bookshelf room with cobwebs.
That one is so annoying.
Yeah, but
Sometimes if you just keep circling a room, like, people just show themselves. It's so funny.
I do not feel like this is great, but... Oh no, the ice is stupid. Oh.
Ah.
If anyone needs an OP spot, come to me.
You're on the other side of the map.
Don't come to me. Don't come to me. Just go mid. Just go mid if you need. Remember, people like to come back to mid at the very, very, very end.
I'm so scared. Oh my god, they didn't check.
This is our moment, guys.
You're fine, Eskay.
Oh my god.
Whoever
I think you were good, Lee.
Yeah.
Oh, no, never mind.
Please do not come this way. I think it might be fine. No, please do not.
Base.
Nah, we're good.
Oh my god.
Hell yeah.
Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
Nice. Wow, they didn't find
That was
anyone.
So close. Oh my
Okay.
god.
That could be good for us,
Okay.
guys. Okay, let's
That was
end
so
strong.
close.
Let's end strong, guys.
Yep.
Yep.
Look in.
Look in.
5 out of 5. We got
Mhm,
this.
mhm.
Let's
This is
go.
our moment. It is an RNG game, but sorta sometimes we got
Yeah,
this.
it totally is. Like hide and seek totally is RNG.
Okay, lots of us are in that one room, so
This is
careful.
This,
You don't wanna
this
be-
looks bad.
too close to each other.
Hello. Don't worry. I
Hi.
plan on leaving very soon.
Okay,
Okay.
apparently I'm in a room. Oh my god, bro.
Are they gonna check this? That's the question. They probably are. They're definitely going to.
Mhm.
Can I escape here? I can.
You do not go to the room to your right. It's so trash. It's like so
Yeah.
bad.
Uh-huh.
I'm-
The desert room, right? Oh, you're in it right now.
So trash. I'm going mid.
Oh my god, there's no way.
I'm a mid demon. Oh, I'm fucked. 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 They won't commit to me. They won't commit to me.
Nice, Hannah.
They did see me, guys. They did see me with F5. Sorry, I don't know how to mute.
No.
That's okay. Nice try. Nice try. Lock in, guys. We got this.
Yeah, I got
Oh.
sandwiched.
It's okay, nice
I got sandwiched by blue. Wow, like
3
the
out of 3.
entire blue team was here.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're all on the same side.
3 out of 3. We got this.
Holy crap, they killed
Oh,
so
fuck.
many.
Honestly, they haven't killed that many people. These guys are our main
No.
competitors, no? So
Ah,
this
I
is good.
can't.
2 out of 2. We got this.
There you go.
Okay.
Not too shabby.
Well, we did
let's
our
see, best of
best.
luck.
Like, who knows what's gonna
No
happen?
Listen,
regrets,
it's
no
co-
regrets.
It's so
gonna
close.
be-
It's
I
so
don't know.
close.
It's very
I
close.
really don't know how the other teams did either. So
Who
Honestly,
was
this
the
blue
team
team
that was
didn't do that
closest to
good.
us?
They only killed like 6 people. Yeah, so
I think orange might make it, but we might make it. But I think it might be orange because they did really good.
Oh, jeez.
Oh man.
Because like I think pink is. Wait, I think pink is locked in.
oh,
Oh, jeez.
Look in the
full
chat.
breakdown.
Oh, here we
Oh.
go.
Everyone
Let's
pray
see
G.
how everyone
Oh.
Here
did.
we go.
Thank you to our lovely patrons.
Feinberg is a patron.
Yeah, what the hell? Fiend.
That's fire.
Oh, Snardies is a patron. Lagundo is a patron.
I want to be a patron.
What does blue mean?
I don't know.
Nice.
No matter what
Oh.
happens, we got first in order up. The hard.
Yeah.
Yo!
Let's go, Hannah.
What the hell?
Yeah.
Nah,
Let's
good
go.
job. What the hell? Nah, pop off.
Okay. Okay.
Ooh.
nice one.
go off?
There has to be a technical error. Okay. Well.
I see two oranges up there.
Dude,
Not
Yeah,
that
I think-
scary.
No,
Could be
yeah.
worse.
Okay, wait, but there's two oranges below
Oh, I got
Lee.
13th.
Yeah. Not bad.
So, like,
I got 14th.
Whoa,
guys.
we're
13,
twinning.
24. Yeah. not bad.
20.
Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. Don't say us.
don't say us.
Don't say us.
It's
Don't say us. Don't say us. Not green, 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 not green.
We're either third or second. There's no way. We did
Ah,
our best. We got first in order up. That's all I care about. Good luck.
that ain't us. Okay, okay.
Okay.
that ain't us.
There's no way.
Wait. Are we in the
Ah,
finals? Wait, why does it say versus? What?
It's now.
Because
It's now.
it's
an
us
option.
or them. It's no.
Oh,
Fuck, okay. Wait, how close was it?
I don't know.
Oh,
It was
700.
yeah.
500
It
point
was
difference.
just not that close.
Damn. Well, shit.
Oh.
NTs.
Oh, man.
NT.
NTs. That was
Nice.
close. That was
Yeah.
close. Hey, first in order
I
up there.
tried.
I'm down for that.
I'm glad I don't have to do this game. I knew we were
Well.
a top 3 team.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You did say top 3. You did guess. Yeah, you did say. Are you guys gonna stay and watch? Are you guys down to watch? I actually
Yes,
never watched.
yes.
Yeah, I'm actually down to watch. Let's spectate.
Did
shall
Game
we?
is
Did it-
so
Did it
stressful.
and DC?
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Good question.
That's true. This is the first finals I've ever
I hope
not
that Pink
made.
wins because
Dang
Minute
it.
needs this win.
Minute tick. I got chill.
Yeah.
Dang it.
I think someone's gonna hit a crazy lob shot. What do you guys think?
We'll see. I just hope they fix the post plant cheat, like the post plant spots.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, what's wrong with it?
I think there was a post plant spot on like Bisa where you could just F5 and just jump and shoot at the post plant, and it was like super
Oh.
super broken.
Is
Yeah,
it just CS:GO?
pretty much. Yeah,
Yeah.
CS.
Oh my god, Minute needs this.
Finnegan.
Thank you guys there, regardless. There's good vibes on this team actually. I like
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, it was a lot of
It was
fun.
fun.
From the
This was
get-go.
It was good.
From the get go. Thank you guys very much.
Yippee.
Yay.
It is fucking 7 a.m. though for me. Holy crap.
Oh,
God.
no.
Don't worry, I'm always in the DGen schedule. I usually sleep like 11 a.m. Sure.
What? Oh.
Yeah, don't worry. I usually wake up like 7 p.m. I'm on that NA time.
Jeez.
Oh
Oh,
my
God.
gosh.
I'm
That's
just a rat.
awful.
I'm just a rat.
Remy the rat from
I'm just a
Ratatouille.
rat. Yes, Radius Maximus.
Alright. Are you guys going TwitchCon this year or what?
Yes, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I am as well.
It's gonna be a movie.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I have seen you before, Hannah, in Twitch, but I didn't say hi. Yeah.
Aw.
Yeah, I think I did see you. It was before
probably
Block
just
was like
running
it was like 2 years ago, I think. I think you were in a
What?
Minecraft event or something.
Yes, I
Yes,
probably
you were.
was.
You were in a Minecraft event. It was like during a massive stage
Minecraft.
event. It was like a big stage.
It was probably Twitch Rivals.
Maybe something like
Or,
that.
sorry, of course it was Twitch Rivals. MCC. It's probably MCC.
Mm.
I'm not-
MCC.
chicken.
I
Those
feel
look
like
hype, like hella hype.
Yeah.
Hannah, I feel like in Vegas, we were like in a group walking around the casino floor together.
We were.
We definitely were. I
We
think we definitely were. It's like coming back to me.
Why didn't you tell? I remember that now. Wait, what?
Yeah, I was like, I had to look at your face, and I was like, wait, I know this person.
wait.
No minute.
Oh.
Wait. I have to lock in and watch. I'm so scared.
This was probably gonna be
Oh.
pretty hard.
Yeah, whatever
They do
team
both
was
look
going
cool.
first. These people are goated, so it would have been hard.
BTMC.
Um,
Oh, what a play. What a play,
Whoa,
BTMC.
whoa.
He's rezzing. Look, pink is rezzing. Look.
Yeah. Minutes
Rezzing.
pick up.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Oh,
my
no.
God.
He.
Minute, please, bro. Please.
Yo.
Oh, that was close.
That's not sharp from BTMC.
He almost
That's-
1v4'd.
Oh.
Oh, that was scary.
How do you res? I don't know. Shift on teammate, right? I don't know.
Yeah,
If
but
you
it
need to
takes
teabag a
forever.
teammate.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think you have to shift on him and like click or something.
Yeah. Hold right click on the heart, apparently. There you go.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh, I'm scared.
Uh-oh.
There's one pink
Rest.
versus
Oh, wow.
like 5 people.
Oh, yeah. These
Yeah,
pink
they're
guys
gonna
on the,
get-
on the A side of screen.
Oh, but the
gonna
flank.
They're
wait,
gonna pinch
flank's
him. They're
coming
gonna
in,
pinch him.
flank.
Whoa!
Hey, holy.
Wait, they got this.
Yeah.
Pink
Wow.
is just so
Wow.
mechanically
Damn.
skilled.
Yeah. Pink is
Who
Who is
owning.
pink?
Wait, who are they?
Two people are on lifesteal. On pink?
Siwa is from
People are
Parkour
like,
Civilization.
My
Yeah.
teammate Sneak is in there. I know why they're winning.
Sneak is just good. I don't know much about Cherry, but Cherry's good.
What is a life steal?
It's Minecraft. It's Minecraft. It's the okay. All right. I'll give you the rundown. It's Minecraft's deadliest SMP, where if you kill a player, you steal one of their hearts, and if they kill you, they steal one of your hearts, and if you go down to 0, then you get banned.
Oh.
You have like a
What?
notepad with the entire with that on it
Oh.
on your monitor.
I've heard everyone doesn't like life steal Twitter. That's all I know.
Oh no, that's not true.
Wait.
Sometimes they get a little bit too intense, but
Is it just like PvP all the time?
sometimes. But there's like other ways people can get hearts. Like they can trade for them. They can. Oh. Like something that I did is I blocked off the entire end dimension with my team, so we have the only elytras on the server. So we're like selling elytras, we're selling like
Jesus
shulker
Christ.
boxes and stuff like that. So there's
That's-
like
How do
other
you-
ways.
How do you
That
block
sounds
off the end?
vicious.
Is there any one spawn point when you enter the end?
There's 9 end portals, and we got rid of 8, and then we saved
Jesus
one frame.
Oh
for,
my
like, some
gosh.
Minecraft
So?
glitch. And then
Some
we
sweaty
went
ass
through-
shit.
How did you find all 9
you
of
guys
them?
You guys are rude as shit. What the?
And like strongholds spawn in like rings in Minecraft. So there's
Okay.
yeah, I don't even. There was only 9 on the entire map.
Wow.
Okay, shit.
Well, they planted.
So you are just ruining the fun of everybody else.
Well, it is.
Well, they're trying to
fun.
kill them.
Oh
Yeah,
my.
everyone's just trying to kill each other anyway. So
Oh, the
Oh,
Oh
flank.
no, they're getting
Oh.
flanked.
oh my god, please, bro, please, bro. Oh my god,
Oh.
please, bro. I think they can make this
Can they
res
pull
on minute.
through?
I
Oh,
mean,
they're pretty pinned. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Oh.
hard
Oh,
to
they're rezzing.
push, but
Oh,
Oh,
cherry.
Oh, that's
wow.
big.
please, straight to your left.
Nice.
Oh.
Nice. good.
Pink
Oh
is
my
just cooling
God.
on them.
They killed each other. Wow.
Pink
That
is
was
just
too good.
making it look too easy.
I
Yeah.
hope
Yeah.
Pink wins.
They're so close.
Minute needs this. like,
Is Minute a part of your server?
yeah. And he
Oh,
played
okay.
in the lifesteal. We did lifesteal block wars, and he got severely fucked over. So it needed him to
No.
win.
Hmm. By like ping or something or what?
Yeah, and Racy had like the Eskay problem.
Oh right. Yeah.
Oh, so it wasn't my internet? I don't know what it was.
Oh.
He had the same problem one time. Oh my god.
Wait.
Seawalk Gaming, lock in, bro.
Oh. Touch up.
Oh.
Oh,
Who's
GG's.
left?
No
That's
one.
it.
It's
GG's.
Wait, that's
Joey.
it.
GG's.
Wow.
Damn.
Damn.
Why
Clap.
is it end?
Swept.
GG.
GG.
Wow.
Season
They
17.
were good.
Is that the last one for 2025 for regular block wars, right?
For this year, yeah. I think
Yeah.
so.
Really? This early?
Yes. Yeah. It's not even end of August yet.
Yeah.
That was too good. We did
Oh.
so good, guys. Like,
Dude,
Yes, we
who would have
did.
thought Overcooked would come in so clutch?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was fun
He
to
said
join you
top three
guys. I was
team.
glad I could sub in. It was fun.
Yay!
Yeah, that was a lot of
so
fun.
fun.
Yeah,
You're
it's
so
good.
goated. Like you were locked in the whole time.
Yes, you played so well.
I hope
Thanks.
you're
thanks.
in another one. Hopefully we could team an MCC.
Yeah. I mean, I cannot apply for MCC, but I can for Block Wars now. But it's not anymore in this year, so
Aw,
Yeah.
next year. Next year we can team in
Next
Block
year.
Wars.
see you next year.
See you next year.
Fuck.
That's it. That's
We're all
crazy.
graduating. We're going into class of 18. Block Wars
Yeah.
class of 18.
Aw. Wait, I'm sad. Wait, why is Block Wars over?
No.
What do I have to live for anymore?
No.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I guess I see you in Rotterdam 2026.
Nah.
Damn.
So far away.
I've never been to an EU TwitchCon before. It's too far away for Australia. Like 33-hour flight.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's the longest flight you can
Yeah.
take.
I just
Is
came back. Catching.
America closer?
America's closer, like still 26 hours.
Damn.
something like that.
Oh,
Ugh.
Jesus
26.
Christ.
Yeah, it's
I would
hella
never
far away.
leave.
Yeah, Southeast Asia's close though. You know, Japan, Indonesia, Malaysia, those other countries.
At least you can go to
Yeah.
Japan.
Yeah, I've been to Japan
Uh,
twice already this year. So
Oh my
Japan.
god.
I am
Longest
very
flight to
excited.
Japan.
I love Minecraft.
it's
I
not that
can't wait
long,
to
I
play
think,
MCC.
8.5, 9 hours.
I'm-
Yeah, it's not too bad.
It's not horrible.
I didn't do that good today, but that's okay. I'll do
It's
better
There's
like-
the
next time.
competition where like last leaves the core again, or like what?
All
Yeah,
right.
yeah. I know it's like a Block Wars thing, right? Oh no, last leave the
Grr.
server is a thing, right?
Oh, I already
Oh,
left the
I've
server.
Is
never
it?
heard of
Yeah,
that.
yeah.
Maybe
yeah.
I just always leave right away because I'm rage
Oh.
quit. No, I'm
Yeah,
just
right.
kidding.
Yeah,
Cool.
that was good though.
Okay.
It's 7
It was a lot of
for me, so,
fun. Yeah.
Yes.
alright.
GG's, everyone.
GG.
It was a
Until
pleasure.
next
It was a
time.
pleasure.
Yeah.
Thank
I'm
you
going to
guys very
bed.
much.
Alright,
You too. Alright, everyone
bye
have a good
everyone.
day, good night,
Bye.
good
Bye.
afternoon.
Bye.
Alright.
Marvel Chungus time. The Marvel and my Chungus. Unfortunately, it's 85 degrees in my room because I can't turn on my AC. I'm dying. Hello, Marvel Rivals YouTube. Oh my gosh, it's so hot in here. The AC is leaking. It's okay. I'm just sweaty. Ugh. My god. I wonder I could open a window, but then bugs will fly in. Also, it might be hotter outside than inside. My Chungus life is fucked no matter what. Okay, let's play Scarlet Witch. It is day 4 of Scarlet Witch 2 Celestial or Eternity if I'm feeling like I want to suffer. My AC is broken. It's 84 degrees now. I'm sweating. I'm gonna queue. Honestly, yesterday was pretty chill. Like, I feel like I was kind of carrying. So, I don't know. Maybe today will be just as easy. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. I'm gonna point my fan at me. Oh! That feels good. Wow.
Which hero do you think you want to be today? You don't have to be a witch
Okay,
to find a
the
magic
thing that
in
stops me
this
from
world.
doing it to
What does
eternity
help?
is that I know everyone's gonna be so mad at me. My teammates are gonna fucking hate my
I'm gonna
chungus.
vanish from this match.
Because this hero's awful. But there's gonna inevitably be a game that I don't carry. And then they're gonna be like, get off Scarlet Witch. And I'm gonna feel so bad. I'm gonna feel so bad. Also, Eternity is like top 1,000. It would probably take a long time to get it, even on my main flexing. Oh man.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You'll need a top-notch chungus to win this one. Hello, YouTube chat room. What the fuck is up? Sorry, I cursed. I apologize. Revises. Ah.
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic.
Dang, no one's on today.
unless you give me one.
I just checked the Marvel Rivals category. No one's streaming.
Your idealism refreshes.
Is Razorchu using face cam?
You can't be that old.
Whoa.
Projection makes me feel old.
So that's what Rigsy looks like.
Versus the man kick the bucket, so it got thrown in the window. So that's
The battle starts in 5, 4,
Rigsy face reveal.
2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it? They say that music brings the world together. But right now,
Oh jeez.
hold still. I'm trying to help.
Can you get snowflake, Luna?
That's better.
I don't really have any range.
Need some help.
That guy damn near died. I'm gonna try flanking top right. Oh, wait. Okay. That was very good. Textbook. Textbook Scarlet Chungus.
Ah, that's better. Now, I disappear. Get that vehicle to its destination.
Very excited for my ult to do absolutely nothing against Emma Frost and Magneto.
heal me.
Bro.
Armed and dangerous.
Are what? I didn't consider the make them want to run it down factor of my ult, but oh. Ouch. He could have waited. So, I actually left the high ground because I was going to expose his hiding place. He could have lived though, I think. Or he could have waited longer because I left. I don't think they would have checked him after I walked away. They have both support ults. So do we. This next fight is going to be an infinite fight. think I saved my ult for when we're both Luna ulting. And for when Emma doesn't have diamond form.
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay. I'm gonna use diamond form. Let's see.
Your powers are mine!
I am ready to put on a show.
What? Oh, our Luna died. To what? The Maggot? But how do you die to Maggot with Luna? You just press Q and you live. Ah, oh well, that doesn't matter. It's not like my ult is worth anything. Iron Man is interesting. I need to get on her back line. I was going forward and I should go right. Go right.
GG.
What? What are you talking about? We have 3 more minutes.
Yeah, I'm good. It's a wrap though.
Yo, Eskay, but
Oh, hello. I'm not Eskay, I'm Miss Madison. Oh, we're up 3, no need. Oh man.
That's amazing. Everybody needs a hand sometimes, or a dagger.
Let's just hope they don't have Luna ult to touch, or we're cooked. Oh. Ah! Dang it. I don't know why he's such a... Some people just give up too easily. Probably, he's 4 and 2. Like, he's only died twice.
Let's pop back up under their noses.
see them. I'm going in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, I like the plan, I like that.
I am ready to put on a show.
It almost worked. Oh shoot, our cloak's really far back, careful. Loki's though. Huge!
Oh, huge, no!
Oh my gosh.
Huge, dog, huge.
No, I get it. Our Moon Knight was saying GG because we're gonna win.
Exactly. DMA.
Mm-hmm.
Duh.
They have Loki ult. That's excellent.
Let's go back. I just want I'm a 1.
Oh, nice.
I am ready to put on a show.
I can just make them get away from us.
Shimmy.
Blue. Nice.
Fear him.
Oh, shoot. Oh, Mag's one. Huge! Let's go! Good job. Huh? You have no heals, careful.
Well done, guys. Well done.
Let's go!
Let's go.
Score is
Let's
Strange
go.
go.
0.
Moon Knight, go.
Switch things up, including
Yeah.
which side you're on.
Goated Moon Knight.
Moon Knight carrying, honestly.
High key.
But it does help. The right heroes could make all the difference.
Hey, we had a Jean Grey that game. I honestly had no idea.
That was the only guy gassing you up and you flamed him.
Yeah, that's
Holy shit. Damn, bro, you need to step it up. You shit. You're
After
irrelevant.
you up is crazy.
I mean, I'm just trying to help, but damn, you're relevant.
Listen, bro, it's my first game on chill me.
Me too.
Yeah, but you're playing Moon Knight, bro. What?
Moon Knight's not good.
That's true. He's got a point.
It takes a lot of skill and aim.
You don't need to aim, bro. What?
Have you played Moon Knight?
Yes.
It takes high anticipation and aim.
Just like Scarlet
Couldn't
Witch.
be more wrong. Exactly.
Bro.
Positioning.
Bro, which one of the voices is talking right now?
Probably Moon Knight, if I had to guess.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Try to keep them on their toes. Didn't work.
Right there.
Venom.
That worked.
Oh, Venom.
Oh, I'm.
Oh, the Venom. Zoned my supports. Uh-oh. The way we were holding that was just really bad. Oh, the new Battlefield game. Did you guys like it? I thought it was alright. Maybe I just don't like the concept of Battlefield.
GG.
I feel.
No TP, no TP. I think we just hold close. Oh, that's pretty low.
I am ready to put on a show.
I think there's something.
Oh, nice.
Go down,
Oh. I should have dropped instead of floating. Way too easy to hit when you're floating. Oh man. How do you get like me? Just play Overwatch for 10,000 hours. Probably.
Enemy in front of us.
Now, a disappearing.
Your powers are mine.
I am ready to put on a show. You're not going anywhere.
Oh, big.
Huge Phoenix ult.
Nice. Yippee! How many hours on which? I think like 8. Not that many, actually.
Chaos control. You stop them in their tracks.
I feel like there's not much witch-specific things. You just sort of play her as you would play Psylocke if Psylocke didn't do any damage. And had auto-aim. And a terrible ult. Oh, my fault. There was a hella there.
Yeah.
We're at 90 to cloak and dagger if we live. Oh, unlucky.
I am ready to put on a show. Chaos control.
I mean, I can.
Goodbye. They hit a checkpoint. Now might be
The
a good
fuck the
time to
Healy's
stop.
at?
This guy is a real human being that is out there and experiences human activities just as we all do.
Skill
Which is
issue.
crazy considering the stuff I'm hearing him say.
Let's try to be aggressive.
You're not going anywhere.
The moon haunts you.
Huge. Push, W. Venom coming. I want to strange all here.
He really is doing his best to ruin the team vibe. We're all having such a great time.
Strong together. He stopped them in their tracks. You're not going anywhere. Something controlling me.
He's like an active agent. He's an active government agent and he doesn't even realize it.
Goodbye.
Nice.
I unleash the Bishop.
Shit, shit. Oh. Oh. I accidentally canceled my shift because I was spamming it so fast. Oh dang, we died with both support ults again.
Goodbye. It's now or never. Stop them. Showtime.
As long as we don't double support ult.
Got it. Better stop that vehicle.
Let's cloak and dagger ult first. Also, if you guys are gonna die on support, don't be afraid to just pop your ult. It's worth it. Stay alive. Okay.
I am ready to put on a show. I am ready to put on a show. You're not going anywhere.
We have all.
Hit the ground. I am finished.
Huge.
Nice.
Oh, in the back.
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay.
KO. You stopped them in their tracks.
I gotta farm. I don't know. We have no ults. This is scary. I don't know what they have. They have no support ults. Oh, I know what to do. It's not about farm. I need to flank and kill the supports because they can't ult to live.
They're gonna have
Judge, jury, executioner.
Oh, hello, marking.
Don't give them another inch.
that here. I'm not able to do that point.
Dang, they did a good job of marking me.
The final 10 seconds. Goodbye. The current score
Aw.
is 3.
I needed to go right, maybe, because my Venus was taking so much aggro on the left flank. I think. They were so ready for it. We were cooked.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
I'm gonna eat sour Skittles. Hmm. You want a green one? Okay.
Earth offers endless possibilities, but only if it survives this chaos.
Step aside. They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
Even the astral realms Dimensions are torn apart by the time stream entanglement.
Who better to put them back together than you and me?
I like your.
No, Scarlet Witch definitely doesn't do more damage than they can heal. I think Luna left click with Snowflake
The battle starts
out
in
heals,
5,
and then Loki left click
3,
also out
2,
heals,
1.
and then both of them
You have to
combined.
stop them from securing the mission area. Only 60 seconds left.
So it begins.
Powerful magic, Abbott. I expect we will face each other again.
I like the cold.
Be right back.
Need some help. Ancient secret revealed.
Huge
Okay.
30
bag.
seconds.
Mm,
Ammo one, ammo one.
nice.
Chaos control.
Let him one, no you.
Their supports.
How was that for a trick, Loki?
Maybe you're right. Maybe I feel like if the supports are paying attention, but
The current score is 3.
I guess I was.
2,
I guess we did just kill them. I
Time
threw
to
both the
switch
supports
things up,
there.
including which side you're on.
I don't know how though.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
But
Do
wait, I don't get it.
engage
Isn't
with
it just
TP?
holding left click?
Or do you want to hold it?
Ooh. I think hold as well.
Alright. Yeah, I can hold it.
Hmm.
Nature raised me to never stop fighting for what I believe is right.
I'm a sucker. I like to suck all the sauce, seasoning, sour stuff.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Mm.
The actual Magneto. Wow.
Should I know?
Like when I eat Takis,
No.
I always suck on it before I eat it.
Doesn't work on super cool materials.
And when I
Guess what
eat
can do.
sour Skittles, I always suck on it. And when I eat a Warhead, I always suck on it.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
We must stop Doom's schemes before reality unravels around us.
Fire. Sweat.
That one hurts. Those squids are on us.
Goodbye for now.
Back it. Nice.
Oh, my fault.
Alright, I'm back in. Just playing the.
I don't know how we're gonna cap this.
That's better. Now, a disappearing act.
Emma?
Hmm. I think we just have to kill the front line.
I'm gonna.
You are under my spell.
Nice.
I cast you
I need to go top left.
Push WWW.
Only 60 seconds left.
We have to pick.
WWW. Back. Emma one.
Double KO.
Yay! Nice.
GG's, guys. GG's.
GG.
Final score 4, 2,
Hi, Slash.
3. Another epic victory.
Oh my gosh. 32? We're almost GM1. Wait. Scarlet to Celestial might be too easy. I say that, and now we're gonna get stomped.
I've watched entire realities consumed by chaos.
I think I'm about to be the same rank as my main.
Our foes have found us. Goodbye. For now.
GG, it's Strange. GG. Thank you for the sub. I'm the team up. And the Strange ult's my goat.
Prevails.
Double KO.
Hi, Alex.
Back.
Hmm.
That did the trick. This spot gives me a strange feeling.
I shall play the playlist. What have I been listening to lately? Ah, it's this playlist. I love this. But Slash is taller than me.
Claimed by chaos. And so it begins.
Double KO.
That did the trick.
That's 3.
The end has come, but just for you.
Wow, 4 in a row.
I measured my height yesterday because a girl on Tinder was asking me how tall I am. I was like, somewhere between 5'7" and 5'10", I'm not really sure. Then I measured myself with a measuring tape. I'm 5'8".
Well, who's next?
I'm tall.
The end has come, but just for you. Simply magical. Now, a disappearing.
I have short person energy? Wait, what do you mean?
And so it begins.
Do I have short person energy, chat?
You're not going anywhere. Claimed by chaos.
Oh. Fidel has short person energy. Okay, to be fair, VTubers are really short. Whoa, our first Celestial player. I've never seen a Celestial player before.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Okay, we have someone hovering Punisher and someone hovering Spider-Man.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
That's crazy, Eric. That's crazy. Wait, Infernasu subbed? Thank you, Infernasu. And Slip on the Drip and Seal Your Mind. Thanks for the subs, guys. I apologize. I'm not locked in. We're going now.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Everybody knows where we're going. Yeah, we're going down. Wait, a Lord Spider-Man player flex to support? I've never seen that.
I've made my share of mistakes, but I am fighting every day.
Where is the tall woman of my dreams? The tall buff woman of my dreams. The tall buff Asian woman of my dreams.
You're fast enough to stop a high velocity round aimed straight between your eyes, old timer.
Why would I have to be? I've already disabled the internal mechanisms on all of your weapons.
What the?
Now,
The tall, buff, employed Asian woman of my dreams. Sorry, I'm asking for a lot.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Part of me just wants to get back home, but I know I'm needed here. There they are.
The tall, buff, employed transgender woman of my... Ah, that's even more rare.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Now, a disappearing.
Nice deep breath. The mission area is yours.
Wait, why aren't we pushing? They're down mag. Hello? WQ. Log in. What? Oh, I almost hit that. They're gonna have a rocket ult soon.
I am ready to put on a show. Captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
I shifted.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
What the hell?
That's why they call me magic.
Yeah, last game having Scarlet team up, I think that most ideal tank composition for Scarlet Witch is Max Strange. It's so good. You can get bubbled. Yeah, Strange team up. Strange ults. Strange TP play. Oh, nice freeze. I'm so sorry.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh, we would have won if I didn't wake him up. Fuck.
My bad.
Now, a disappearing
Yeah, the supports last game were definitely a big issue. That's why I was able to get so many kills. They were on Luna Loki, but they just didn't really have any awareness. They never really healed each other, and I don't know, it just seemed like they do a lot less healing than those heroes usually do.
Never miss! Mutant kind!
I would have healed you, Mag, but he's legit body blocking.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Just back up, regroup.
What?
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
They've almost got it.
Spider-Man low.
Hmm.
I am ready to put on a show. You're not going anywhere. You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
This is real firepower!
Your fate is sealed.
Right behind you.
Chaos control. Double KO.
Who's touching? Dude, I shipped and he brings me out of it. There's no way we find a way to lose this. Oh my god, we're losing. Oh no. Oh, hello telepathics. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you're well.
A shortcut through space.
Spider-Man, I'm in the back.
Gemma sa Lino. Nice.
Good job.
If I didn't wake up that mag that Luna froze, none of that would have happened. Like, we would have won 100-0. Through.
I wouldn't open your eyes. Reality.
The multiverse offers endless possibilities, but only if it survives this chaos.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready. Wow, you look tough.
I can't believe the Punisher died to my ult. That was really funny. Wait, someone in YouTube chat said, do you prefer a woman on Overwatch or Marvel Rivals more?
Well, we are in the right place for that. Let's go.
Methinks Marvel Rivals.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Yeah, I saw that
But that's
ult.
true, neither game has Reyna. I love Reyna.
As your ult hit. I think I saw it for like a frame.
Hostiles coming in fast. You're not going anywhere.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man! Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. To capture the mission area.
Now, a disappearing act.
Did 5 people just turn on that magic? Crazy.
Spidey in the back.
Consider me unimpressed, Punisher. Relay deployed.
Ah, that's better. You are under my spell.
I am ready to put on a show. Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point. Control C.
Probably didn't need to ult there. That's not bad.
It's okay.
It's Aura.
Yeah, we have no ults now. But they have no support ults right now.
Oh, Spider-Man. Like, actually don't care. We should take space there.
It was just the map moving, we got blocked off.
I don't know.
Never miss.
It was all on our magic to win that fight.
Are we not mag ulting Hawkeye?
Look at that turret. As As Sorcerer Supreme, I oversee other
Don't mess
magical
with the
adepts.
amazing.
A shortcut through space.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
Judge, jury, executioner.
Ouch.
Judge, jury.
Nitro long.
Come on, magic. Fine. Oh, she got one. And both support ults. Big. As long as she lives. She lived.
Is there mag have ult?
Oh. I think so. Nice.
I'm almost back.
Control C's.
Punisher here. Nice. Good job. Okay, I'm gonna ult from here when they walk.
Alright, you got 3 ults here. No, 2, 3 ults. Punisher's
There's
on the
strange
right,
TP.
I see magic. Wait, help me. Sorry. Controlling mag. You should walk up when we fight so fast.
Why did you die?
You'll have to keep fighting until we have a winner.
That was such a good bubble. Nice. Good job. Let's go! GG.
Nice job. GG.
GG.
The Punisher saw red every time I ulted. He wanted to run in and shotgun me. Oh! GM1? Top 1.27% of players on Scarlet Witch. That's so ridiculous. Day 1 does not exist on YouTube. It should be edited soon. I mean, it's like one of the first priorities to go up on Extra SK. Is it not on Extra SK yet? I need to talk to someone. Oh, maybe the title isn't there. Okay. Um. Okay. Oh, this lobby's interesting. She's Scarlet on my witch. Gosh, it's hot in here.
But it does help.
I have some messages to attend to.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Mm-hmm. Take a walk, take a walk. Why are you always smiling? I just love my Chungus life.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Oh yeah, thanks. DM1.
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic. Unless you
Take
give
a
me
walk, take a walk. Okay, here's the problem, guys. Celestial is gonna be too easy. Eternity is gonna be too hard.
Even the astral realms are torn apart.
We need to...
Entanglement.
Who better to put them back together
I
than
think...
you and me?
I like your optimism.
I think we'll go for rank 1 Scarlet Witch. The number 1 Scarlet Witch main is currently low Celestial 2. If I can get midway through Celestial 2, I'll be happy. I'll literally be the rank 1 Scarlet Witch if that happens. Also, that person has like a less than 50% win rate. So I don't think they're actually that ranked playing Scarlet Witch. I think they got to that rank by flexing. When they play Scarlet, they lose. Shit. Ouch. Oh yeah, I do need to update the age. Guess I'm getting older.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
I couldn't really get on their support Sarah's too low. Eternity might be possible if I get a really good strange duo. But like, the strange duo had to be like, it might just straight up have to be Bulgur. Like, I have a cloak and dagger. Okay, I'm waiting for the voice line.
Maximum pulse!
Against the world!
Oh shit. I could have gotten this Star-Lord if I committed to flying up.
Better stop that vehicle! There's still a chance to stop them!
Now, I disappear.
Ancient secrets revealed! They
Damn.
hit a checkpoint. Now might be a good time to stop them.
Back out.
Oh, they're all so low. Wow. I can't believe Iron Man didn't die. The supports have hands this game. I'm kind of screwed. Okay.
It's now or never! Stop them!
Probably not.
Don't give them another inch! Or else.
Oh, we just lost. Why didn't she Luna ult?
The current score is 0-3. Time to switch things up, including which side you're
Oh
on.
man.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
I'm definitely dealing with their flyers.
Round 2,
Chaos surrounds us, but I will gladly show it who is in control.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Glowing, rusted, furnace. What are these random
My
words
bad.
repeating in your mind?
Trust me, you don't want to find out, lady. So I keep them to myself if I were you.
Someone implanted a code in your brain, didn't they? A way to control
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
You're not going anywhere.
I'm definitely shooting at the Iron Man a lot. Whoa. She's just not getting heals. What the?
Take down.
Wait, I lose that. Oh. I forgot I actually didn't know Cloak and Dagger can just straight up 1v1 me like that. That's tough. Ah, that was a big mistake to make. He might be mentally boomed now. I'm the scapegoat. We're not succeeding. I made one mistake the whole game, and it's when it mattered most. Now they're gonna blame me. We're not gonna do any problem solving. They're just gonna be like, why won't we swap off Witch? And we're gonna lose. Fuck. Okay.
Something seems fishy here.
That's amazing!
We did it.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
What the? I need more shifts. Nice bubble.
I am ready to put on a show.
There we go. We're doing it. Oh, it was a Loki copy, I think.
Push part, push part.
Goodbye for now.
This is GM1.
Almost there. Don't turn back now.
Wait, this Mac can die. Damn. I think we have Luna. I think we have Luna. Ouch. You don't like that one.
I'm saving bubble for Punisher when he ults.
They just Cloak and Dagger ulted, so I have nothing to save for. I can ult their Luna ult. I don't know how much that'll do though.
No bubble for a second, no bubble.
Oh wow.
I am ready to put on a show.
When science failed me, magic was there.
Only 60 seconds left.
Pentagram of Horror.
I may be powered by
That sucks.
but I'm trying to bring a bit of order to the universe.
Died too fast. No way. Oh shit. Oh, he's won. No. I got picked too much. My bad.
Now, a disappearing
Your
Final score 1, 2, 3.
chaos.
Well, you can't expect.
Okay, can we really blame me? Can we really? I did so much. This is why we ban Emma. Okay.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
I believe in this Scarlet. I will go strange.
Banish from this match.
Wait, what? I didn't even hover Scarlet yet. Hello. How do they know it's me? Oh, maybe it was from last game. Maybe it's a strange from last game.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Guys, if you get me in game, don't say SK. Say Miss Madison. I'm Miss Madison. That's me. I can't have my cover exposed.
But I'm trying to bring a bit of order to the universe.
We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
I know know that most mutants aren't exactly fond of me. But I promise you.
Our troubled past is not my primary
Hmm.
concern right now, Wanda. It is the future that has me worried.
Then let me fight for it by your side, Ororo. If we can heal the universe,
The
perhaps
battle
there's
starts
hope
in
for us
5,
as well.
4, 3, 2, 1.
You should get hit markers when you stun. It didn't stun him? Damn, that's crazy. I need to make sure Panther doesn't get in for free.
Extermination!
Ouch. Uh-oh. This shit ain't looking good. Oh, we almost have Luno. Big.
Maximum pulse!
Oh, man.
Now might be a good time to stop them.
Be right back.
Damn, Emma counters her comp really hard.
Feeling stronger already. Chaos control.
I think I need to save my stun for when BP walks.
I like the cold.
Goodbye.
There we go.
Extermination!
Don't you want to Luno? Oh. Shoot. I walked too far. Oh. Nice. But I 1 in 3. It looks like I'm trolling. Yoki sent me, thank you.
Stop them in their tracks. Okay, admit it. You need me. Sorcerer Supreme.
Assemble! Magneto!
I am ready to put on a show.
Uh-oh.
Extermination!
Do you think Iron Man has object permanence? Oh!
Everybody needs a hand sometimes. You're not going anywhere.
Oh, fuck. He used his E for that. I can't believe it. He must really not fuck with me. Hello, Magneto. She lived both? The goat, cloak, and dagger.
Tremble before fast!
Magic. No more Luna. Oh, fuck.
TP on backline. Magic.
Ow. Oh. Oh.
I'm gonna TP back. We can do a Scarlet play.
Yeah, yeah, let's do it.
Scarlet portal.
Just let me know when.
Down to 30 seconds. There's still a chance to stop them.
3, 2, 1. I just clicked it.
Oh, no way.
Oh,
It's
no
okay,
one
it wouldn't have
there.
killed anyone, yeah. Oh, Magic's one.
Got 1 point.
Keep fighting until we have a winner. That's 3.
Nice. Let's go.
The current score is 0.
Ella stunned me by hitting me with the... I think she activated... I don't know where she activated it.
Including which side you're on.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
You ever feel like a chungus?
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one.
Dude,
30 seconds
I can order a TV mount at 3:30 p.m. and have it arrive today. That's so ridiculous, no?
This spot gives me a strange feeling.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2,
Ouch.
1.
I was almost a Madison. I think it didn't fit me though. To be honest, I don't know if Evelyn fits me. Ow.
My work here is not goodbye.
Wait, their Iron Man went Magneto.
Can someone take the portal and flank that portal?
Yeah. He's dead. Good call.
Nice, thank you.
Adam's one.
That's better. You need to teach me that spell, Stephen.
I'm wrapping on.
Oh, we can kill him. Oh. Holy fuck.
Again!
I'm focusing, Bucky. It's bottom right. Oh, I would have actually killed everyone. Oh my gosh.
My fate isn't sealed yet. Feeling stronger already.
Get that vehicle moving again.
This mag is really far forward.
I am ready to put on a show.
What? Oh.
I gotta back up again.
Rest easy now. You heard. Ah, that's it.
Oh, Cap can die.
Thank you.
Fuck you too.
You're not going anywhere.
There's no way the squirrel girl falls for the TP play again, right?
Only 60 seconds left.
So it begins.
We need to find Adam. He's just playing for res. Oh, he's in the middle.
He's in back.
Lucky one. Raven. Dang.
Down to 30 seconds.
Oh no.
Portal with ult, but we need someone to touch.
I'll move the portal to you, Switch. Oh, wait.
Okay, okay.
Oh, okay, okay, okay.
My work here is not done.
Nice, Luna. I'm ulting now.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Shit, my bad.
I'm so what the fuck? I'm so sorry.
No, that's my bad. I ulted too soon. Where's Adam? He's up top behind. I'm on Bucky.
Scorer's up there. Put on a show.
Rest easy.
Oh, nice try. My bad.
Okay.
Oh man.
Final score.
GG.
0,
GG.
2, 1.
I thought he was just gonna.
Well,
Oh, my bad.
can't expect to win them all.
Hmm. I must have Centurion. Don't blame my teammates, guys. Could have won if I did better. Doesn't matter how much or how little you think your team did. Last game I made one mistake. We might have had another chance if I didn't. This game I messed up 2 of my ults. That would have team wiped him.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Hmm.
Now,
Also, if I wasn't playing a garbage hero. Hmm. Don't worry. That was hard. Okay. After playing a lot of Blade and playing a lot of Scarlet Witch, she might actually be better than Blade. I don't know though. Blade is pretty awful. Like, he still has burst potential with his ult.
Pick your hero or villain.
Oh, that guy insta-locked Punisher from a guy hovering Punisher. Toxic. Ooh, we.
The multiverse offers endless possibilities, but only
30
if it
seconds before you
survives this
attack.
chaos.
Get ready.
We find ourselves caught in a battle between two dooms with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
We would be better off making a deal with Mephisto.
Mephisto.
I can assure you.
Oh, I get that. I know that reference because I played Diablo 4.
Starts in 5, 4.
Yep, I know who Mephisto is.
1.
Oh, I get Strange Team Up this game. 3 games in a row with Strange Team Up. Life is truly beautiful.
My heart hurts for my brother, but that will not stop me from defending Asgard. Enemy in front of us.
That in a more. Oh hell. Okay. Why are the supports so far up? It was actually like a really terrible play, but it became good. Because of how I expected them to do the bad play. To do the good play, you know what I mean? Like, you know in Valorant when someone does something incredibly stupid but they kill you because you didn't expect it? That's what just happened. Okay. I can't imagine first fight running onto point as support. That's so crazy. Okay. I should just stay frontline and help my team not explode. Okay, that guy just... Never ever ever do that, guys. What my Thor just did lost us the entire fight. Like, we don't really get to play the game for an extra 20 seconds. It could be an extra fight we're talking about. I need to mark no more. Oh, I didn't mean to double shift there. Oh, and I didn't mean to fall. We're not even close. Oh, we are. But... this monkey backline. Or monkey frontline. They just put big bodies in our back and should I focus them? I guess I do a lot of damage with team up. It feels wrong though. I should just play Peel. I should just play Peel. I'll Peel. No more flank. No more stupid stuff. I gotta touch.
Do we have touch?
Yeah. I might die for it though. What?
Nice.
Magneto raised me to never stop fighting for what I believe is right.
Yo, you either gotta share with the class or mute yourself.
Oh, my bad.
Oh
30 seconds before
man.
you attack. Get ready.
Are you? You don't?
I mean, if you want to share, that's fine too.
Why? Would you like a tour? I warn you, entering is easier than leaving.
Namor would go really good here.
The battle starts in 5, 4,
That would be awful here. Scarlet Witch.
1.
You guys do whatever.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
What Loki has begun in Asgard, I will complete.
You're not going anywhere.
He's interested.
I like the cold.
This is so strange.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now. Us against the world.
Aw.
I disappeared. Capture the mission area.
Now, Namor.
There was no way to catch her, right?
Goodbye.
I could have been further back, but why would I be further back? That's so crazy.
Now my sights are on their king.
Chaos control.
I'm so useless.
The grand finale.
That's better.
A little more, please.
Namor's got some extra.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Their team comp is like the solution to Grandmaster.
Be strong together.
How do I keep dying like that? Oh. I think Psylocke is the only hero that could win this.
Carry me.
Us against the world.
Aww.
My work here is
This is real.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
You know, I've never really thought about which heroes counter Scarlet Witch. But Hulk, Namor, Spider-Man are all probably her worst matchups. Awful. Oh. Thanks, DVT. What rank are you?
I will gladly show it who is in control. next? Now, a disappearing.
Where's the timeline where we all just go down to the bodega for a
It feels so wrong to be the not Bagman Spider-Man.
Gonna get sticky! Stay down, will ya?
Which hero do you
No,
think
there was no way to win that game. On Scarlet Witch, that was an auto loss. Best not to think about it. I tried every solution. There was no solution.
Who am I gonna banish from this match?
Hmm. So cute.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
Hmm. Bro. Thank you, DBT. I'll keep that in mind.
I've watched entire realities consumed by chaos. I won't let that happen again.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
You're a shooter like me. There's no shooter like
Phoenix? I don't, but I could make one.
in common with a talking raccoon.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Portal, portal,
All
portal,
you
portal,
need
portal.
to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Run the tactics again. Everything has to be watertight.
Feeling stronger already.
Don't mind me. I'm just dying.
That portal making it so hard to see.
You're not going anywhere.
I'll patch you up.
Looks like the
So
mission
bad.
Drop that, drop that. Rocket, over you.
Nice, oh.
Ah!
You're ready for action.
Good medicine. I'll be ship-shape in no time.
Be right back. Now, a disappearing.
Hmm.
Enemy in front of us.
Back up, back up.
Holy fuck. What?
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Where does my HP keep going?
You captured more than half of Going.
Oh, you can only hear first rocket.
Now, a disappearing act.
Thank you, Clove.
They have Bucky up just out my ult.
I come on early.
I think that's it though.
Yeah.
Oh, and mag bubble, and mag shield, and mag loop, and Phoenix right click. There's just no way. What? I haven't gotten one of those since Diamond.
Back up. Back up. That's a good point.
Who's portaling?
I'm gonna ult point when they jump
I
through.
don't think he has.
Only point, let's go.
Punisher?
I gotta go. I'm just going through.
I'm looking after. Oh, they're all.
Pushing Misty.
Probably switch the rocket.
Does have ult?
That'd be so annoying if they made her primary life steal. Oh my god, I would hate fighting her.
Feeling stronger already. I like the one willing to help.
Judge, jury, executioner!
Oh.
Oh, you love me.
Yo, what did first force happen?
I should have just died faster, my bad.
I think we need to go high ground.
This is really dangerous. They have 0 ults.
By the eye
Nice. Turned one. Oh, my fault. What is happening? Why do I just keep instantly dying?
We gotta start walking. I'm portaling.
Invis one.
I have to be the touch.
Yeah,
I don't know if I can.
It's really ult. Portal.
He's not gonna make it. Oh, nice. One minute.
Come boy.
Good job. Punisher. Luna. Nice.
I'm going in.
Oh, you're sick. He's portaling.
Can they make it? Maybe.
I think they can.
Oh, I didn't know he was already here. I like your start.
Nice. What's healing her?
Cool. Wolf's fine. Nice job.
Nice. Okay. Hi, just Andy. Like 85 degrees in here. Oh my god.
The multiverse offers endless possibilities, but only if it survives this chaos.
If I eat now, will I be hungry in 3.5 hours? Yeah, I will. I need to eat after this game then.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
We We find ourselves caught in a battle between two dooms with no way of truly knowing which one of them is right.
We would be better off making a deal with Mephisto.
Wait, she has a low win rate even in
Done that, Wanda. I can
gold
assure
ranks?
you, we most certainly would not.
Or medal ranks? That's crazy.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
By Ashtur, there are baby wizards everywhere these days.
When I get a... Do I even use my ult? Maybe when we soul, I'll... They're on wall still.
Back on me.
Get out, no. Move on.
Nice. See, even with the team up just blasting both supports, you can't really kill them. It's so hard. Do I just ult to stall for a sigh? No.
You want to ult first here in this?
I am ready to put on a show.
By the eye of
Oh.
I don't know if you had it or not.
We use 6 ults.
Let's just kite it. We just back up. We give them a point for a little bit.
You've captured more than half of the mission
They have
area.
no more
Keep
now.
going.
You are under my spell.
I can dive backline with you, Cap. I think that's the only way we win.
Alright,
You ready?
let's go.
Oh, there's a wolf here. That's unfortunate.
We got it.
We gotta run, I think. Oh, Sue's one. But I kill this guy.
Never mind. Good. Go back.
Nice. I have no resource. Oh, careful.
We're good. Let's back up.
Yeah.
Just support us.
Back to the ocean. Need more mental energy.
The area's almost yours.
Now I see them.
Silas and I have ult. Gotta get ready to fight a gate.
A nice deep freeze. Disappear.
Back
Oh wow,
up,
cut that.
back up. Stay point.
Stay alive. I can put it alive.
Just heal me. We just support us.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Stay alive. I'm putting it up.
I got.
And defend them.
Oh,
That's bad.
holy.
Alright, just respawn. I'll wait for them to go away again. We get in this ult right out of this. Not even.
Yeah, we can just ult.
We just group up.
My work here is not done.
Go.
I am ready to put on a show.
What? Whoa, what? Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait, why didn't I kill anyone? Oh, I did kill Wolf and then his passive proc.
Feeling fantastic. My fate isn't sealed yet.
Is that how it works?
So, you need to
You would think it would just kill him through it. No, it doesn't.
They have one support.
Team's capture progress is past the halfway point.
Get out that left.
A nice deep freeze.
Oh fuck. Thank you.
Support's there.
Can we go flyers? That might be cool. Just for the soft fight. I mean, they have no more actually. I don't know.
They've almost got it.
We tried to touch.
I don't have photo.
I think we'll be able to get it done.
Just walk up slowly. I can touch for overtime.
Be your best self.
Nice.
Keep fighting until we have a winner.
Move on.
Suck as well. Suck as well.
Good.
Invis ulting.
They're chipping.
Run.
Have it. Stay in close, stay in close, stay in close.
One.
We have Invis.
They're down to support,
Nice.
No support.
That outcome was crystal
Focus back,
clear
focus
from the
back.
beginning.
Good job, GG. Yay! I never feel like I'm doing much, and then I hold tab at the end. I'm like, oh. My cap helped so much.
I've made my share of mistakes.
I got Centurion. Ain't no way. That fast? Oh my god. Lord or Celestial first? That's the question. Guys, Aramori is in town. I want to see her so bad. My wife. I think I'll get dinner with her tomorrow. Life is beautiful.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Binge.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I feel like we've lost this map every time we've played it. I did have one other Wanda main, but I don't think those really exist now that we're in GM2.
Which team to win this one?
35 male looking for e-girls. DM me.
Escape pod ready. Opening escape capsule.
Ewy.
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic. Unless you give me one.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Your ideal
It's
is
85 in here.
battered old soul.
You can't be that old.
Astral projection makes me feel old.
I'm doing surprisingly fine. Like, I'm not sweating. I just feel moist.
4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Show them what matters to you.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Wait, what?
Oh, that's better. Rockets beat goodbye for now.
I would really like to get out here. Darn. Oh,
Now, a disappearing act.
it just takes so long to blink. Oh,
The Ultron's not gonna work until Elven.
oh, I have no team up anymore. Oh my god, hate crimes.
Never mind.
Wait,
I got 2 for 1, 2 for 1.
oh shit. Oh, this map is horrible for Witch, I feel like.
So pressure.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
Venom tank is solo is not really gonna work here.
Now, a disappearing act. Feeling stronger already.
Ouch. Oh! Oh.
Now, a disappearing act. You're not going anywhere.
I am ready to put on a show.
Man.
Make Khonshu show you more.
Look out behind hell unleashed.
Now, a disappearing.
Okay, it's not even my hero.
I am much better now.
She did a lot there.
Nobody better put a hand on my equipment.
Alfonso found us.
This before. Don't mean you.
No way! Oh. That's awful. Oh man.
I don't know.
Feeling stronger already. A disappearing.
The current score
Oh.
Luna, what's your healing?
0.
10,
Time to switch things up.
It's
including
no
which
one.
slides you're on.
It's
Rocket,
no
what's your healing?
specific person's fault.
I mean, you can't be.
It's all of us.
Yeah, I know. Come on. I'm sure that's not the problem.
But it does help.
The right heroes could
I
make
mean, we
all the
definitely felt,
difference.
definitely felt we needed more damage.
Yes.
So
I don't know.
think
It's just kind of
really
crazy that I called out.
What did you call
Venom
out?
Solo tank is not going to work.
It didn't. Midnight
No,
to-
but I'm saying
Oh,
like
thank you,
I
Abby.
called that out with like 2.5 minutes left, and this motherfucker has Lord Mag and stayed on Venom instead. Damn.
But I'm trying to bring a bit of
I don't
Again,
think
if
it
you
would have
can't
made
play
a
any other tank, but
difference.
if you have Lord Mag, why are we not running Lord Mag Solo tank instead of Venom?
Ah.
This spot gives me a
They'll be
strange
coming in 30
feeling.
seconds. Stay strong.
Have you made your decision yet, Namor? Do you stand with Krakoa?
Such an allegiance between land
Well, at least they're not blaming me. Hero sucks.
you are still a mutant, no matter where you dwell. Would you deny your own?
Good luck. Hopefully we hold him and put him into a tie.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Spider-Man.
When will these madmen learn that
Play right to that
reality
box.
isn't their playground?
We have Rocket Loki. Ooh. They have Jeff. I think as long as I mark left really well, we might be fine. Oh.
My sealed yet. Goodbye.
Mm-hmm.
The end has come,
Oh.
but just for you. Chaos control.
I am ready to put on a show.
What the? Yeah, we were just cooked.
0, 2, 1.
Dang, I do feel like the last 4 losses have been completely unwinnable. No, if I just played perfectly, 2 of them were winnable. But dang. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh. Okay, this time for sure. Maybe Celestial isn't too easy, guys.
You don't have to be a witch to
Maybe
find the
it's not.
magic in this world, but it does help.
How much suffering do I want to go through? Maybe it's cocky, but I do feel like we can get a #1 Scarlet Witch.
From this match.
I do feel like it's possible. The highest ranked Scarlet Witch is Celestial 2. Eternity is probably a little too crazy, but Celestial 2? I mean, come on. It's so hot.
Yes! Yes!
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
There's like 2 Celestial, 2 Scarlet Witches right now. And they both flex a lot. Methinks. Eternity and One Above All are higher or lower than each other depending on the time of the season. Right now, One Above All is the top 500 players in Eternity. But usually, people don't even hit Eternity till mid-season. So, Eternity is higher than One Above All before then. Or I guess One Above All... I guess the top 5... You can't technically be One Above All unless you're in Eternity, so... I guess no one's One Above All until mid-season, but technically top 500 leaderboard is One Above All, so... Oh shoot, they have a Human Torch. Did you guys see I was in shift before I died there? What? Wait. Even on his screen I was in shift.
Brother?
Time to wipe Ultron from the face of Morocco.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
Feeling stronger already.
Great heals.
Armed and dangerous.
You've reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Time to wipe Ultron from the face of Morocco.
Ooh.
Sorcerer Supreme.
Okay, I might not have killed anyone with my ult, but I did stop them from touching.
You're not going anywhere.
Opium. Ooh, that was kind of clean.
Storm, do you want to ult soon, or...?
Give me a second. Just a process.
I am ready to put on a show.
I told you, trust the process. Watch this. Oh, I'm dead. Goodbye, world. You got to. Walk up, walk up. Step still up.
You couldn't finish your sentence before you looked like a goofball.
Where'd my health go? Oh crap. Wait, this is so funny. We have triple support, but it's Jeff, Ultron, Rocket. What is happening? I die before I even react. Is it Torch? I think it's Torch.
Almost showtime, Jeff.
What? Hey.
Get on the point.
Work on it, little bro.
Showtime.
Oh.
Yes, sir.
Definito. How do you even win against that? I think it's the Bucky. The Bucky is like, if he hits a headshot on me, half my HP is gone. And a torched body shot kills me. Dang.
Reborn from the chaos.
Strange, why are you playing like you're a fucking Venom or something?
Now, a disappearing.
Get that vehicle moving again!
He's hiding there with ult.
There they are.
Oh! My health bar.
You ready for showtime, Jeff?
I don't even have my ult.
Okay. I insta died. Oh my gosh. Jeez, man.
Armed and dangerous.
Chaos control.
Wait, where does this one go? Oh. So like... Oh.
Supernova.
Wow, he lived. I think we can touch with 2P.
My fate isn't sealed yet.
Bad time to go AFK, man.
The final 10 seconds! Get that vehicle moving again!
A shortcut through space.
Oh my god.
Keep fighting until we have a winner. The current score is 2-0. Time to switch things
Is it just me or did we only win with Storm and Default?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world.
Oh
But it
gee.
does help.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
Have you guys had experience with hard water making you break out? There's hard water in California, and it's giving me so much acne. It's so annoying. I went to Evo and China, and I was gone for like 2 weeks, and my face cleared up a lot. Then I came back, and now I have so much acne again. I need to install a water filter under the sink. And maybe for the shower.
Try and keep yourself under control.
Control chaos? You really don't understand.
But shower head filters decrease the water pressure, right? Really sucks.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Nah, I'm not in the tunnel.
What? Oh, there's one. Who killed Venom? Groot? Wait, what?
This is real firepower!
Behind a wall, dude.
Huh?
Let's end this quick. Drive the enemy away from the vehicle. Stop this power.
I was waiting for you to walk, not look at me.
Wait, we lost with Jeff Nano. Wait, what happened? Oh crap. Here's one. Oh my gosh.
Don't die.
Only 60 seconds left.
Okay, idea.
This is real firepower!
Rocky behind.
Down to 30 seconds.
Now, a disappearing.
Bro!
Alright, we got time for showtime. Just think that's
Fuck.
fun. Jeffy Poo!
Supernova!
Oh.
All inside of an invis ult.
You're supposed to walk in, not just look at me.
Oh, good comms. Good comms.
It's common sense. You're in
I'll be a healer
Grandmaster.
How
standing
have
on
we
the
messed
point.
up 3
Yeah,
Jeff
I'll be a healer
Nados?
standing on the
Everybody
point.
else knows but
fucking
you.
retard, actually?
Everybody else
Whoa.
knows but you.
Fucking healer, you fucking
Everybody
brain-dead
else
fuck.
knows but you.
You brain-dead
Whoa.
fucking retard.
But
Oh.
you. Keep getting mad.
Hey, walk
Do
into
better.
the ult. Yeah, Jeff, just go.
Yeah, just do better. Just do better. Stop poking. Do better. Do better. Stop Yep, real mature.
I'm on the side of both of these guys suck, PH. That's the way I see it. I think we lost the game. What the fuck? Aww. Okay, we used every ult.
Only 60 seconds left.
But we have Jeff NATO for the next fight. Wait, there's no way.
Oh, sorry, I missed you there.
Yeah.
Oh, Jeff wasn't healing him on purpose.
Oh, it's not yours.
It's
are
not
you,
mine,
Are you
actually.
actually retarded? I
No,
cannot.
I'm
Man.
just actually
Oh, this is
smarter
my
than
all.
you.
This is what I
You're
play.
getting,
It's my
you're
principal.
getting mad
What
over
is with
three
Jeff
minutes.
players?
This is you, buddy. It's funny watching you squirm, buddy. Keep doing it. Keep doing it.
We have Jeff NATO, surely we can't lose this, right? Oh.
Let the whole team die. Good job.
Now, a disappearing. My magic is growing.
They got to the point. That's what's how you win a game.
I've never realized that. Why am I? Okay. Come on, Jeff ult. Yes.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man!
Down to 30 seconds.
My magic is growing. You need to teach me now a disappearing act. You're not going anywhere.
The final 10 seconds.
Yes! I stunned portal. I stunned portal. Oh my god.
Oh, good shit.
Spider-Man, Spider-Man. Yes!
Jeff, you're the worst.
Scarlet.
You're the worst player I've ever played in my life, bro. Get out the zero.
GG guys, you both did great. I'm really proud of you.
By a fucking Scarlet.
It's a Scarlet, bro. She did good. It's not even. She did great, bro.
You
Oh,
got
thank
outplayed by
you.
Scarlet Witch.
Thanks, great. I was trying to take aggro. Oh, he's mad. Oh my gosh. Oh. Let's go. Let's go. That was awesome. Hi, George. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I need to eat something really quick. I'll warm it up. It'll just be a minute. Have some ads to pay for my food. It's 86 degrees in here. I'm dying. It's 87 degrees in here. Wait, who was adding me? Was it the storm? We're down bald. I guess I just need one more win. I have a strat. I'm thinking. Oh, hold on. Dude, I'm gonna freaking die. Like, there's nowhere to escape. I tried to open my door so I could blow the heat out, and it was hotter outside than it is in here. So I was like, well, fuck, man. I'm cooked. I'm actually cooked. I'm getting cooked. My AC is leaking. That's why I can't use it right now. Fucking hell. I'm dying. I have to eat hot food. Uh, it could be worse. One of my friends offered to drive us around in North Carolina. He was like, "Oh, don't worry, I'll pick you guys up." Like, okay. And then it was midsummer, so it gets to like 96 Fahrenheit, and it's humid as hell. You basically just feel wet as soon as you step outside, even if you're not sweating. And then you do start sweating, and it's just gross. And his AC was broken. He was it was like 100 degrees, probably 120, 130 in the car. Oh my god, absolutely awful.
And I was holding just who I was looking for.
Oh, that looks really good, Myra. I'll play Luna when Scarlet isn't available, but Scarlet has never not been available. It's like, who wants to play that hero? My profile is actually on public and no one's banned her yet. She must be so awful that the win rate doesn't even scare them. I might do Magic after this. I would do Magic to Eternity, because she's better than Scarlet, in my humble opinion.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world.
Oh my god, the Spider-Man hovered Scarlet Witch for a second and I was like... Finally gonna happen.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Ah. Mm. Namora against this hero is actually so difficult.
The right heroes could make all the difference.
This is a war crime team comp. Iron Fist, Spider-Man, Scarlet Witch. OP money, thank you.
Round one.
Magneto raised me to never stop fighting for what
They'll be coming
I
in 30
believe is right.
seconds. Stay strong.
Goodbye. For now.
Alliance between Krakoa and Kunlun might be wise at this juncture.
The 7 capital cities of heaven kind of have their own thing going right now.
We welcomed you to our paradise.
You know,
Not expect the same hard
we're only at like...
The battle starts in 5.
I think I've only been...
3, 2.
At the end of the... I haven't been blamed at the end of a game yet. Oh, I just said Namor and look what they have. Namor Hulk. Into our comp, that's actually insane. I have to break the chunguses for my Spider-Man. An Iron Fist. They're on Blade? I think my job here is to just break the squids and then let my dive characters do the dive. Ouch.
Feeling good.
Reborn from the chaos.
There's still a chance to stop them.
Damn, they rolled out on full counter comp. I'm impressed. I actually think if I was making something to counter this team, there's only 2 heroes I would have chosen differently. I guess we can do a little competition here and see if Wanda or Blade is worse. Dang, I whiffed.
I am ready to put on a show. A nice deep freeze.
Okay, I negate 2 ults. He's Hulk. What? Oh god. But I mean, surely he can't kill us. Yo! I guess we don't have that much damage. You almost lived that, actually. Oh! Hello, Pizza Gator. Thank you. Okay, my bad. I should have died on cart.
Enemy has arrived. Better stop that vehicle.
1,000 cuts.
You're not going anywhere.
I lock instead of Spider-Man is definitely a big upgrade. Oh, we died to Cloak and Dagger.
I am ready to put on
I'm gonna use Diamond form so I can— oh, please miss. Yes, good, good. My ult's horrible. Wow. They didn't even run away.
I won't now. A disappearing
I killed 2.
Oh wow.
It's dead. Just push. I need help.
Feeling stronger already.
Double KO.
Hear your wet ass feet.
Terrible. They literally suck.
Dude, I'm fucking flanking Cloak and Dagger right now. These people are terrible.
Uh-oh. Little— oh. She got caught by the Emma thing, so she couldn't. Okay, at least they're cloak and dagger ulting.
I won't make it now. I
And we almost have cloak and dagger ult. I need to fire him up.
1,000 gods!
She's almost got it. 95. 98.
Can you touch us? You're old.
Make it, make it. Yes. We're all dead though.
I mean, I meant like before everyone died.
Wait, you say LOL, yo, bro.
Like, use your brain, man. Like,
Bro, you are fucking dog shit. I'd outpeak you in every single rank. Don't fucking speak it there, bro.
Oh. Oh.
Okay, flanking.
Holy shit, you have no brain. Like, you don't even know where the fuck we are. Like, I just came out of spawn, you fucking retard.
Oh. Why does everyone say that word again?
Say so.
I feel like people stopped saying that word for a little while. Now everyone says it again.
Mutant squids? Can we switch places, Ty? Cool and refreshing. Those squids are on ice. It's now or never. Stop them! Chaos control! Watch me soar!
What a shit ult.
Feeling stronger already. Do I throw like a girl? He's stuck.
Oh, FaZe Clan says it? Really?
My biggest hit.
Us against the world!
Oh!
Expect me to do that again.
Down to 30 seconds. He's stuck in there.
Oh, okay, never mind then. From the way someone said they said like they say it all the time. I was like, oh, that would actually explain it. I'm glad that's not the case though.
I'm hulking out! A 1,000 gods!
Feeling stronger.
1,000 cuts.
Be right back.
Yay.
The current score is 0-2. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one. Round 2.
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic, unless you give me one. There's something about this place.
Guys, we gotta stop fighting.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I mean, no matter what I say to this guy, I'll have more impact, so it's like fine. Than whatever the Psylocke wants to type.
In my time,
Still worried about that?
you
I'm not
are
even
one of
talking to
the
you no more.
greatest warriors our nation has ever known.
Seeking others like me.
And once we are done here,
I mean, we win this game no matter what. It doesn't really matter.
take you
So.
to them, my dear. Krakoa would be delighted to have.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Strong together.
Feeling stronger already.
It seems today we fight as allies. We lost any reason to alter that arrangement.
I keep on thinking the Red Wing guy is Metro. Because Metro has an account in Overwatch named Red Wing 2. So I read what? Red Wing, and I'm like, oh, it's Metro. Definitely not Metro though. On a list of people that are Metro, I don't think that guy's on the list. Oh, one more right click and he dies.
Of course we'll help you.
1,000 cuts.
It seems we have company.
You are under my spell. Well, who's next?
That's actually a really great trade. Especially if the Loki dies here. Wow. They've only had one support alive for the last, like, minute. Wow. They just can't heal each other. Because they keep staggering. Kind of awesome. It's not even their fault. Our team just played that really well. Good job, team. That's an example where, like, my Iron Fist, who's 12 and 6, his scoreboard doesn't look that good. He went 1 for 1, and that trade, like, capped us the whole point. It snowballed into so much value. Sometimes dying is good. Let it be known.
Formula eliminates vampires. Why are our allies reluctant to use
Your powers are
I
mine!
once decimated an entire species through an act of magic. I understand their hesitation better than anything.
Oh, we're going for it.
I am ready to put on a show.
Yeah, come here, Emma. Oh, not like that.
Goodbye.
That's okay. I'm already 64.
You're not going anywhere.
I don't know if they use runes.
Moon Knight's mysticism was no match for mine.
I am ready to put on a show.
Come on, farm ult.
Double KO. Get that vehicle moving again.
Sealed yet. Now, a disappearing act.
It seems we
Be
have
your best self.
That one hurts.
I like the cold.
You're not going anywhere. Goodbye.
We need you back.
Hmm.
The moon haunts you. Say good night.
My work here is not done.
Grow up.
They should be out of ult. My mouth is really full right now. Oh my god, she damn near died. Oh! Why would you do that?
Down to 30 seconds. I suck. Time for the big finish. That's it. Almost there. Don't turn back now. The final 10 seconds.
I have 4 screens for you, my friend. Hop off, King.
Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
When I won.
Cannot save you this time. Double KO. The vehicle reached a checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
Okay. I'm also done eating lunch. I reached full power.
Oh, aren't you the cutest little robot? Of course we'll help you.
Who's ulting first?
We got company. You're not going anywhere. Only 60 seconds left.
Should we go Lunar first, too?
The cons.
I am ready to put on a show. The moon wants you.
Oh! Whoa. Yay!
Final score 3-2-2.
The one situation where Wanda ult is good. I had to stay on point because of overtime. How do I have the most final blows again? I don't really know what's going on. Oh, we're back to GM1. Oh my god. Oh! I'm allowed to turn on my AC again. Save me. Save me. It's 86 in here. Ah. I turned that shit on. Why is it not going? I need you to start blasting. Oh. Wait. It's not turning on. Oh my god, am I fucked? I don't feel it. I'm so hot. Ugh. I'm so sexy. Ugh. Man. It's hard being... It's so hard being good at video games and having a thick ass.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
Life is so cruel. True. Okay, I do like my AC set to 80, but 86? 87? That's really pushing it. It's not turning on for some reason. I might be cooked. I'll give it like this game. We're 5 games from Celestial, I suppose.
Pick your hero. Or
I
villain.
suppose.
I'm not judging.
I'm surprised at the amount of people that fill. Like, we haven't had a game where the Chungus life is Chungust. What was I even talking about? I just said Chungus like 5 times. I blanked. I lagged.
Fighting for what I believe is right.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
The actual Magneto. Wow.
Should I know who you are?
No, but you should know magnetism doesn't work on super cooled materials. Guess what I can do?
Be impertinent, it seems.
I don't know.
Battle starts in 5.
I think I'm Eskay or something.
3, 2, 1.
ICL.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
The AC isn't turning on. I'm just getting fucking baked in here. Like a potato. I'm a baked potato. Spider-Man Venom. I saw their rocket beacon, so I really want to go get it. Hee
Close one.
Wow. Miss Madison.
You're not going anywhere.
We've been getting lots of MVPs without the team up even. It seems unnecessary. It's very good, don't get me wrong, but oh, sorry. But it's actually probably good that I got my 50% back. What's your plan?
Judge, jury, executioner.
Yo.
Bro, I fucking ulted her. Fucking shoot her. At magic. One shot her, bro.
You can't.
Oh, you're dead? Oh, I didn't know.
Even if he wasn't dead.
You just looked alive to me. Appreciated that.
Watch out for their strange ult.
Don't mess with the amazing Spider-Man.
Nice freeze. Yay!
Good first round, guys.
I think my AC's on. It's on! I'm being saved! Yay!
Chaos surrounds us, but I will gladly show it.
Oh my gosh. Oh, I can actually hear the game. I'm listening to music? Bro, I've had an industrial fan behind me the whole time. I didn't even hear the music. I heard
In the sanctorum.
Aren't you worried about my dark side anymore, Stephen?
I'm gonna turn it back on.
But books and tea.
Is it like audible for you guys? Like,
They worked for me.
is it like, oh my gosh, like, oh my god, like, oh my god, like, girl, oh my god.
4, 3, 2.
The music. Like, is it a good volume? Or is it just
Wait, come back,
super
come back.
quiet?
TV. We're gonna kidnap someone. Get ready.
Ain't no hollaback girl.
Alright, kill Luna. Oh, I fucked up. It's fine. Go for the main one.
Limitless magic.
Go close. She's by herself. Go by herself.
Ow.
You can just got points, bruh. Y'all go do whatever y'all want. I'm just gonna send points.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Passive magic player, SMH.
What did you just say?
Passive magic player.
Okay,
Just
bro.
go kill their cloak, bro. Like she's by
What?
herself. Like you had 3 chances to kill her, bro. She was by herself trying to kidnap. And then I ulted her.
Bruh.
She was outside the Luna ult after too. That's 3
Okay.
times you could have killed her, but you just chose not to.
It was not outside the Luna. She definitely wasn't. Wait. Oh, shit. Oh.
Alright, well that's multiple done.
When did we get a Jeff? Uh-oh. Yes, we have all the drops. What the? Okay, I forced like. Okay.
Thanks so much. Now, a disappearing act.
They've almost got it.
We do have TP. Oh wait, maybe not. No, we definitely don't. When that's one.
I am ready to put on a show.
Gonna farm. Okay, I have my ult again. It's gonna get a lot of value. Hella instead of Moon Knight.
I did you pick me?
Looks like Namor brought in his own creepy army.
Ancient secrets revealed. Us against the world.
Wow. Wait, that's actually a good play too. Fuck. Oh! It was like point something off. Dang it. It was less than a second off. Ugh.
It's fine, it's fine.
How many did Jeff get? Wait, it's winnable if you got a lot. Oh, Stranger's keeping. Fucking baby brain. Hello, one. Got him one.
Oh, I'm getting fucking jumped.
Hop off my chungus. Nice. That was such a smart TP.
I got my ult. I'm gonna look up as a Namor somewhere.
Hold up, hold up. We can take CP out. So we fly up, they can't even touch. Wait, go, fight back now. Go now, go. This is busting.
I am ready to put on a show. Let's keep fighting until we have a winner.
I'm sorry.
Oh. Oh my god. Nice. How did we win?
GG guys.
That's insane.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Breaking news. Guys, gals, and non-binary pals. We are at 84 degrees. Let's go. Let's go.
I'm a little cynical. Probably the Russian me. Hostiles coming in.
I miss Magic. Magic is so cool.
Double KO.
Didn't even use the sharp end.
That's 3.
One more.
Wow, 4 in a row.
I miss you, Magic. We gotta do a Unreached Celestial Magic next. That would probably be too easy. It's gotta be Eternity, I think.
Sometimes. Just a little love tap.
You know, I will say, Scarlet Witch does suck a lot, but I have been remarkably consistent on her because of how to say, you don't really have to aim. And it's very easy to survive. Like, if you mess up, you just press shift. She kind of plays herself.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Oh, thank you, Shinigami. I think I missed that. NP money, thank you. I think I missed those. I might be a noob. Don't PMO. Okay, let me show you what my team is currently hovering. This might be a Luna game. But we'll see. Yeah, yeah.
I'm like such a fan. Stop.
Our Magic is a
Madison, I
fan?
love you.
A fan of my Mr. Fantastic. Must be.
Who is that?
Pick your hero or villain. I'm not judging.
Hello, I'm Miss Madison. Heart.
Your video's literally open on my tabs right now.
I've been exposed. Heart. This might be a Luna Snow game.
I've watched entire realities consumed by
But
chaos.
if I swap, we're gonna have Spider-Man, Mr. Fantastic DPS line.
30 seconds before you attack.
Okay, this is a team comp.
You will always have a place on Krakoa, Wanda.
With you, perhaps. But your fellow mutants may not be as welcoming.
Give them a chance.
Bro, I'm about to just go Luna Snow.
Who is Miss Madison?
You don't know Madison?
You don't know-
like,
you don't know
everyone
Madison?
But you don't know Miss Madison?
Madison's the girl. Like Madison's that girl.
Is it a YouTuber?
I'm that bitch.
Oh, nice.
This guy thinks that I must think that Miss Madison is a real celebrity from my teammates' reaction to me talking. Okay, I'm not that bitch. I gotta swap.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh yeah, maybe that can be my front. I do porn. Wait, no, but then they would think my cloak and dagger is weird.
He's stuck.
He got stuck on the Loki clone. Nice. Oh!
I am ready to put on a show.
Oh, it got stuck on the map. Nice.
I am ready to put on a show. Sorcerer Supreme.
I unleash the Vishanti's power.
Nice ult.
Double KO. You captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
As always, directly behind you.
Let's go.
You're not going anywhere.
Why are we winning? Oh, the Spider-Man went strange.
Now, a disappearing.
What's up top? What just shot me? It was Namor, right? He's gonna Google Miss Madison after the game and be so confused, you're right. Who the fuck is Miss Madison? Shout out my cloak and dagger. My queen. Oh. Alright, that's it. I'm activating my sniper ability. Hello.
Your powers are mine! I am ready to put on a show!
Big. Hello. Wow. Yay.
The multiverse offers endless possibilities, but only if it survives this chaos.
I think this is the worst witch map.
Get ready. When I see someone with
Okay, I turned off the Big Chungus fan.
wow, I mean,
We're at 83 degrees now. Oh my gosh.
You just spread your light.
I need to check if it started a leak again.
the battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Doom is a powerful magic adept. I expect we will face each other again.
I have I have 1.5 more hours. You think I can hit Celestial today? I think if we straight up win streak, we'll hit it. But the chances of that happening is probably quite low. Pop up my dick. Oh, I'm sorry. I really tried. Wait, he's bouncing on it. He bounced on it expeditiously. Okay, my bad. If the Psylocke didn't do damage to me like that, it was a good play. Oh. We have Cloak and Dagger and Jeffel. It's super winnable.
We cannot let them claim victory.
Dude. Okay, not winnable. I'm tripping. Oh, this is the Namor from last game. He was so annoying last game. And he's so annoying this game. Frick Namor. So good against Scarlet. I feel like there's no point in even pressing my ult button.
I am ready to put on a show.
Maybe now, actually. Oh my god, nice change.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going. You're not going anywhere. Us against the world. You're not going anywhere. Am I invisible?
Yeah, we were cooked.
I won't make the same mistakes again.
No, why are we defaulting? Wait,
Goodbye.
Your team's
did you get
capture
anyone?
progress has passed the halfway point.
I guess he saved Mag. Huh? Oh my god.
Couldn't do anything.
They've almost got it.
I won't. Goodbye.
Let Moon Knight protect his aunts if he dares.
No way.
You'll have to keep
Ah, shoot. That was awful.
I am ready to put on a show.
I think this one's just lost. There's no way. Okay,
I won't make the same
reassuring that
mistakes
had I lived, it would have been the same outcome. Hello, Paglu.
There is no reason to be afraid of my magic. Unless you give me one.
No, I can Jeff. It's really rough not having an ice portal. Maybe I go Luna. Oh.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
I can't. I have to be Scarlet Witch.
I thought we were supposed to be on the same
But-
side, Frank.
We are now. But in this business, that can change in a heartbeat.
Ah.
I'll be sure to remember that.
Oh, do you want to try Strange TPing with my ult?
Yeah.
Let's go. Just give me like a 4-second countdown.
Alright, I got you, Eskay.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
This is medicine.
Can't you
Sorry.
give me my mission, and nothing's going to stop me from seeing
You got me?
it through.
Should I wait till they're on point?
No, no. Just send it.
Okay. That's better.
Press it, press it.
Oh
Shit.
my god, it's fucked up.
That's okay. Moon Knight won. Moon Knight won. The backline's won. Yeah. Oh. I'm going Linus now.
They captured the mission area. Be your best.
I have lost every game I played Linus now, though.
A nice deep freeze.
Leave them to Khonshu. The moon haunts you.
Right there.
Us against the world.
It's okay. Admit it. You need me. I am ready ready to put on
Oh
a
my
show.
god.
More tentacles than Gargantos himself. Good medicine.
Your team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
What's my moonlight? There's a man.
Set a trap.
I was worried. Snowball fight.
They have no support ults. I might push into them with mine. Once I use something.
We can do untold damage.
It's much better. Strong together.
Leave them to come.
I am ready to put on a show. A little help, please.
Needed that, thanks.
Snowball fight. I like the cold. Us against the world.
Oh dear.
Keep going.
The moon haunts you.
Be strong together.
Oh, so close.
I'm sorry.
No.
I'm making a comeback.
I feel like the Jeff pick has been government agent degree.
I am ready to put on a show. He's the best little show. You'll have to keep fighting until you're a winner. Those squids are on ice.
I'm sorry.
Nice try.
I'm sorry too.
No, don't be sorry. We had an agent of the government.
Yeah.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
Oh. That's what I get for saying we'll hit Celestial today. Well, I only lost 18. He just wasted his ult every single time. Like, Jeff Loki wasn't even that bad of a pick, he just played really poorly. Jeff might have even been a good pick, but he never got value with a single ult. He would use it after the fight was lost. He used it after in like a 6, sorry, he used it in a 2v6 like 3 fights in a row.
No webs needed.
Double KO.
Spider Fist is ready to punch. Crack the whip.
Ah!
Yeah.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
Hmm.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I had to turn off my AC. There was a big freaking puddle in my bathroom. Back to suffering. What? No way! It happened for the first time.
Team to win this one.
That's crazy.
Luna Snow.
I am Loki.
I'm Luna Snow. Like the
I am Loki, god of...
I'm Luna Snow.
Yay!
Like the moon, I shine in darkness.
Oh man. No, I think it was just someone from my last game. Is afraid of my Scarlet Witch. That's very cool though. I'm quite proud. That's the first time we got Scarlet Witch banned in a GM1 lobby. Top 1% of players, and we got them to ban Scarlet Witch. 1 in 100 people is good enough to be in these lobbies, and they banned Scarlet Witch. That's crazy.
Be careful over here.
Was the Psylocke from last game? It probably was. That's so funny.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Can you keep me damage boost? Yeah, sure. I did 3 too.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
It's okay. Admit it. You need me. I was worried.
Oh, it hit a shield.
I did not sleep.
It's actually bad to ban Scarlet against me because I think killing Luna Snow,
Change.
Luna's a way better character.
We are undefeatable! Almost there. Don't turn back now.
What? Oh my gosh, my bad.
They're on triple.
Someone needs a snub on the face. Be your best self.
Mantis boosted Moon Knight ult plus Groot. Walls plus Onk.
Just back up. We're not the okay. I
broke the arm.
By the eye of Agamotto!
Shit. Whoa, why are we ulting?
yeah, magic.
I'm making a comeback.
I'm switching right now. Fuck? Your ass is 1 in 3. Hello? You can turn your monitor on.
Oh. The girls are fighting.
I am ready to put on a show.
We might be dead. Oh.
I mean, we're just wasting ults.
Ow.
I'm making a comeback.
Somebody's gonna have to mend up.
Strong together.
I mean, nobody's swapping,
No.
not really.
We can win.
We can just Moon Knight into their Moon Knight, but we're not.
What?
You may not just above, top left.
One less feeling fantastic.
Extermination!
Thanks so much. I am ready for undefeatable.
Oh, damn.
Down to 30 seconds.
There it is, there.
Oh, sorry. I think we actually win this with me on Witch.
By the eye of Agamotto, I am the moon haunts you.
The current score is
Ouch.
0-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
Okay, just once. Hear me out.
All the difference.
My odachi is sharp. My mind is sharper.
I think we're gonna lose no matter what. You're so right, Myra.
I'm just a sword for hire. This is all so much
But I really wanna. I think we're gonna lose, so. We're gonna lose the Moon Knight group combo no matter what I play.
They'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
You move with such stealth. You could be an excellent sparring partner.
Currently, I'm more interested in fighting against our common foes.
When this battle is won, grant me the honor of besting you in combat.
You'll have to let this mom stretch first, but then you're on.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Yeah, Madison, we're gonna lock in.
What? What did I even do wrong? Wait, why did that kill me? I'm confused.
I'm gonna crit off pretty early.
I'm old. I'm washed. I suck.
There's a lot of walls.
I suck. I've been playing too much Scarlet Witch, guys.
Trying to save cloak all, we can just back up. Watch that train draw.
Well, we have to.
Ready to put on a show.
Might have to cloak ult this, yeah.
By the eye of Agamotto.
Oh, what?
Don't see none, don't see none.
Oh.
Double KO.
I think instead of going for my team, the Strange went for me. I ignored him because I thought he would go for team.
They're on BP. He's going
If we win this, I feel bad for playing Psylocke. It's like a fraud win.
Punisher, watch. Easy coming up on you.
Only 60 seconds left.
So watch for this C9.
Wait, I feel bad. I thought with maximum, we have like maximum. Okay, maybe we won't win. We have maximum disadvantage. Have to full hold.
BP far right.
What a difference.
Lucky one.
Oh no, we're winning.
I am ready to put on a show.
Okay, hold on.
Nice.
He's portaling.
So close to ulti. They're portaling.
Oh!
Now so pulling back. Almost there.
Let's go. Let's go.
Nice.
1, 2, 0.
Nice job, guys.
I accidentally scammed a win.
Another epic victory. Big win.
Oops. Alright, I'm disqualified. You can just ban me. Banish me.
Hell bends to my will. I am the goddess all the other gods fear.
Double KO. That's 3. Wow, 4 in a row.
Perfect.
Dude, I'm so screwed. I don't think I'm gonna have AC for like a week. I'm actually gonna get cooked in here. I turned the AC back on and there was a puddle in my bathroom, so I turned it off. And there's an AC person coming, but we don't know when. Oh god.
Another soul to join my legions. Who will claim one of these 5 I have won? 3 more souls. Time is up.
I'm so fucked. Hold on, let me check on the puddle again.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
My Chungus life is fucked. Ah! Hello! Come in. You're opening a portal. Oh! Nice. Might be cooked. Wait, does it? All the heat is there. They're a fight. But I think I can put all my pieces there. That is food. I will keep. Guys. I turned it down, but it got to 87.
You'll need a top-notch
It's
team
nice
to win
now
this
'cause
one.
Gone until half an hour. Yeah. I turned the AC like that's enough. Back down to 80. I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna like I could put a bucket there, but I won't do that. It'll.
Nah, that's
Okay, but the flies can come in. I don't think so. Oh wait, maybe. Oh, there's the screen. You're right. Okay.
30 seconds.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Get ready.
There's something about this place.
I thought you were supposed to be one of the smartest men on the planet, Richards.
I've heard that said before, but you're welcome to disagree if you wish.
I'm scanning your thoughts right now, and not one of them makes the slightest bit of sense.
Ah,
Reading a quantum equation and
my Chungus life.
I'm going to teleport us.
3,
He's opening a portal. I am opening a portal inside of your Chungus.
a choice between two dooms.
I'm
is
putting
not
us like on
much of a
site
choice
behind them.
at
There's
all.
only 2 people standing
Valorant
outside.
player spotted.
Split map on them. We're in a good spot.
He said split map on them. He's such a Valorant player.
Oh, they might be AFK. What the fuck?
Actually, that's an Overwatch comm, low key.
Look at that fucking teleporter. Come on now.
Nice TP.
I do.
Do you play
Your
Valorant?
Wanda last game. Of course.
Ah, it's okay.
Yep, yep.
I forgive you for banning her. I'm sorry I picked Psylocke. I feel bad.
It's okay. Is that Eskay?
Or maybe.
Behind you. They're hurting me. Somebody else.
Jane just gonna get stunned.
They're on cooldown.
Or not.
Eskay, why do we always play on this map?
I don't know.
You or me personally though?
I'm dead. Oh,
No, not a lot.
nice heals. Goddamn.
Kill the range, kill the range, kill the range. Nice, nice.
I think Walky's
One on card.
Wait, oh, I was going with
Holy shit, he's bouncing.
Let them take cart.
Oh, whoever touched is.
Jeffrey?
There's a small goddamn shark being a problem back here.
They're on BP.
Oh my god.
Somebody touch that shark.
Yay.
Shake it up. You're not going
Did they have Luna ult or no?
Yeah, for sure.
Outside. We can.
You win all first?
I'm ready to put on a show.
Can we kill the cloak?
Yeah.
I can't
Nice.
deal. I can't kill the cloak ult. I have their heals held off.
Oh,
Protect the statue of Bast at all costs.
He's just still on our top right. I know some here.
On card.
Tremble before Bast!
nice.
Nice,
Vehicle reached the checkpoint. Keep up the momentum.
My team is so insane. Like 3 times I should have died.
This deserves your attention. I don't have to be center stage. I'm stuck.
This statue is sacred.
We don't have a
must keep
square
it
right now.
safe.
I changed it. Oh.
You are under my snow that placed an oak.
I forgot to hit E.
That one hurts.
They're gonna have another Jeffrey L soon. Be careful.
Don't let anything stand in your way.
The moon haunts you.
Ancient secrets revealed.
I'm here.
Oh, Cloak, why did you try to damage me? That was stupid.
I mean,
Oh.
My fate now, a disappearing act.
Oh. Oh, poor baby.
The arc has been removed from now. A disappearing This should help me heal.
Do they have Moon Knight, Buckyall, and Cloak ult, I think?
Yeah.
We must deliver this statue of Bast to T'Challa.
Limitless magic.
Buckyall not full. Focus.
That's one. I'm not saying I'm gonna die if I don't. Oh.
We double match. Just walk forward through.
It's damage train.
Nice.
Push this.
Oh, shit. That's bad.
Now, a disappearing act.
Wait, I canceled Mago. Hold up.
Oh, that.
Nice.
Is that him?
I guess so.
I'm almost back with the best ult in the game.
Oh, they reduced it.
Definitely.
Maybe not. Bucky wants me. Alright, Bucky.
I need a hail bomb.
Mercy him.
Hit the best ult. Let's go.
Nice one. Huge.
Combo.
The current score is 3-2-0.
Yo, why is
Time to
Fantastic
switch
so good
things
character, bro?
Including which side
It's
you're
because you're
on.
long as hell. That's how.
Brother, I love
Think you-
extending myself, you know what I mean?
I think you're
We're
just
winning
in
with
draw.
Scarlet Witch and Mr. Fantastic
That is pretty
DPS
on our team.
line.
Like, can we make Fantastic like S tier?
No.
Brother, he's good.
No.
Okay, who do you consider S tier characters? Emma?
Sadly.
Brother, can we remove him from the game? He's kind of like annoying.
No, don't do that either.
Brother.
We need Emma in the game, bro. It's a safety valve. You gotta keep it in.
No, we gotta
If you
ban
get
her.
rid of the safety valve, bro, Thor's gonna touch me, and I don't want that.
Brother.
Yeah, so Hulk ban every game for me if that happens, bro. I'm be real.
I'm already banning Hulk. I'm ahead of the game.
Low-key, I kind of want like a Jeff meta. Can we make that happen?
Nah,
I'm
bro, don't
very
tell us
itchy
to do it.
inside of
This
my
meta is
toe.
vacuum. Nobody
I don't know
has
how
to
to
do it.
explain it. Like itching my toe doesn't hit the itch.
Guys,
I'm
living in a
itchy
Dyson.
inside of my toe.
Bro, can we get season 0 back? Look the best season.
Only if you can defeat Doom and put the timeline back together.
Alright, I'm portaling him off the map. If it
It's like
doesn't
under
work,
my nail.
please don't yell.
Yeah, it's awful.
I'm gonna yell.
Ugh.
I can't take it, please. Emotionally
The battle
fragile.
starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Now, a disappearing.
You have to stop them from securing the mission area.
Oh.
Huge.
Alright.
Like Rumba.
I might be their best player, I won't lie to you.
They have Iron Man.
I'm hitting with the double damage.
Yeah, but you have also.
Let me stop left care.
I'm alone. No bubble. Mac has no bubble.
I have no pedals. Give me a second.
I'm blind. Give me a yell. I'm backing to side. My shield's like pretty low HP. Their ammo shield's down. They have no mag bubble. I'm on Emma. I'm on Emma. Oh, they're touching me. Good luck. Oh,
We're 99 to Luna. Yeah. Nice. Oh, nice shield. Holy fuck.
that's the goat.
Uh-oh.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
I have...
Oh, we don't have TP, because... Oh, that sucks.
I won't lie to you, I'm not doing enough on this character. Do you need team
You
up,
can
or
swap. No,
go
I don't
Nike
need. I
then?
don't need.
Oh, thank God. Can we walk on this? This guy's just sitting here. Does Iron Man have ult? Like, did we cancel it or did we?
He has ult. He has ult. Or he doesn't. He used it. 100%.
There's an Iron Man in this guy.
Oh,
I think, man. Get the mag, get the mag, get the mag. No bump, no bump. Ooh, that shot.
Nice.
That guy's stretching on him. They have Phoenix ult
I
here.
can try this ult again.
Yes, I believe.
It worked last time, but that was 3 ranks below this one, so we'll see.
I'm hiding from out. They don't see me.
There, Emma just jumped off left side. Just like plays it there.
There's a Magneto on card. Somebody come take a look.
Oh, it got mag killed.
Phoenix is wide open.
Yeah. Zoning up.
I'll flash the corner, you push it.
You stupid shark!
Upward?
I'm gonna get weird when they push again. Let me know when they're above me.
You don't hit these.
Double damage,
I don't respect you. You don't hit this.
Magneto's on cart.
There's 3 top left here.
Iron Man has ult above cart right now.
We only have mantis heals right now. Jeff,
You don't hit
put ult
this.
on you guys.
Yeah, she just die.
Somebody touch that shark. Oh,
I cannot.
back real world.
Ow. I don't think you can 1v1 Cloak and Dagger on this character. I think Cloak and Dagger wins that every time.
Okay, that works.
I mean, what more can I do? Hold left click better? I don't.
Yeah.
Oh, he's bouncing on it. Push for them.
Get away!
Iron Man's going top left roll. Broke my shield and killed me. I'm never gonna recover. I might go to TP to touch if we don't have.
I don't know.
Might be able to.
There's still a chance to stop them.
My fate isn't sealed.
Yeah.
They're running him down.
Oh!
3 assists, love it. He's combo.
That's free tech. I've never seen that before.
Yo, I've never seen that tech before either. That's okay, we don't need it.
Got excited. True. It's okay, I'm a double bubble Wyatt this fight and he's gonna go crazy.
Yep.
Our guy's just going top left.
Head
He's
up
the dog
left.
shit on totally.
My goat's in the lobby. Wait, I'm
I love playing with good mantises.
Damn it, Charlotte.
She's underrated for sure. Oh, he's so cute. Look at him doing his little walk. Oh.
They could TP if they wanted. They're solo tank now.
You right back.
Alright, who's handling the Jeffrey ult?
They're not TPing.
It cannot be you.
I can do a lot of
they have-
damage to it,
Can,
but
yeah,
I
when
can't
Phoenix
handle
ults,
it.
Can we just all shoot it?
The mag?
If I
Okay.
hear it, I'm just
Jeff's
gonna
going
go
right side for an
solo.
ult. The shark is right side flanking. Oh.
That's fine. It's a good trade. Okay, yeah, there's no way.
I'm just gonna ult the rest of it.
I got him!
Nice.
Can you
The
shut that?
Phoenix when it comes
possibly?
down. Got it.
Never miss.
How come it's long?
Oh god, big full HP. He's
Yeah,
low.
he'll.
Nice.
Arena's almost back at match. He's gotta live.
Huge.
Oh,
I'm coming back with Scarlet Witch ult.
let's go. Don't
They're
worry.
TPing, they're TPing.
Moon Knight's
Both
above.
Top, low HP.
I can't do anything about it for 8
I messed
seconds.
up top, next, left.
Yeah, overtime is low. We just kill the set guy with that. Wait, save your witch ult. I'm coming. Hang on.
Yeah, yeah.
I'm here. You wanna use?
Yeah.
You're damaged.
Nice. Let's go.
What a combo.
GG.
Yeah.
And the match is MVP. Uh oh.
Oh yeah.
We won with Mr. Fantastic, Scarlet Witch, Mantis. I had a great team. I think we have time for like 2 more max. Oh my god. Okay, if we win both, we'll be a Celestial. I play until I lose, or Celestial. Play until I lose or Celestial. Na 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 na, let's live in the moment. Dude, I love it when women do Yone cosplays. The League of Legends guy. Woman cosplaying League of Legends guy is so fire. I'll show you. It's on my Twitter timeline. Whoa. So cool. So sick.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch.
I need to get abs and then cosplay Yone. Yep. This is the way. Dude, my Twitter timeline is so insane. I just have I gotta close this. I'm sorry. La 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 la, let's live in the moment. Got back Sunday morning. Do you guys think Spider-Man is worse than Scarlet Witch?
You'll need a top-notch team to win this one.
No way, right? No, there's no way. I think. Okay, here's what I think. If you're playing into a fully
I could also
counter
play
Spider-Man
heals
team
if you need
comp,
to.
he's probably worse than
Nirvana,
Scarlet Witch
during
at
the
her
daytime.
worst. Like if you're playing into triple support in a more Hulk,
Yeah, that'd be great.
Sort of me.
then he's got to be worse than Wanda, no? Actually, Wanda's completely useless into that too. Never mind. She's definitely worse. I tried to cope a little bit. This hero's horrible. Oh my god. Guys, if we hit Celestial in the next 2 games, we will be 1 rank away from the #1 Scarlet Witch. That could be us.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
Ooh, what? Ow.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was Scarlet. I'm gonna go Strange for you.
Oh no, you can say Mag, I don't need it, don't worry. They're TPing.
Nah, I like.
Strange one trick.
Help get that vehicle to its destination.
Feeling stronger already.
This enemy.
Now, disappear.
Oh, what a stun! Oh my god. Folks, 1 on the left. Nice.
You're halfway there. Keep going.
You're not going anywhere. You can always count on me.
Well, cloak, I'll let you heal. So you get your.
She dies for that. Let's go.
You ult first, click.
Luna almost has ult. Oh, there's C9. Why am I doing so much? What the heck? Wait, I have 80% accuracy with my right click. 80%. That's crazy. Now I don't want to shoot it because I don't want to ruin my stat. Nice ult. Uh-oh.
Score is 3-2-0. Time to switch things up, including which side you're on.
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world. but it does help.
The right
This
hero
is
could make all the
insane.
difference.
Yeah, Iron Fist parry makes him completely invulnerable. So when he ults, you're gonna link that Twitch. Me no streamer, me just Scarlet player. Hit.
Chaos surrounds us, but I will gladly show it who is in control.
Let's pop back up under their noses.
Be right back. We'll be coming in 30 seconds. Stay strong.
What was I saying? I don't even remember. Oh, the Iron Fist parry. When he ults, he can use it every like 2 or 3 seconds. So you should shoot at him for 2 or 3 seconds. I'm not sure the exact time. I just know it in my chungus. I couldn't tell you the time length. I shoot at him, put everything, then I stop shooting. He parries like an idiot because he's low. And if you don't shoot him when he parries, he doesn't get any shield back. So his ult is like functionally useless if you don't shoot the parry. So you shoot, 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 wait, shoot, 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 then he dies. I just realized what my thing's name is. My bad. Well played. Wait, I'm top 20 on the Scarlet Witch leaderboard? Let's go! I think we can get rank 1. Oh wow, nice. She's getting so much snowball healing. I think this is making me develop bad habits. Did you see how shit my aim was there on the turnaround? On Phoenix, I would have turned around and like slowly aimed and then hit it. But there I just whipped around and held left click. No bouncing on it in my house.
Psylocke ult.
He's probably like 70 right now. She ulted when we Luna ulted. Nice. I always feel bitchy when I do that. I'm like, actually, she's only 70. You're clearly mistaken. Oops.
Love battlefield medicine.
Down to 30 seconds.
They're TP.
Goodbye.
Or...
Sneaking up on us, strange.
No way. Wait, it's a controller Mr. Fantastic player.
That's pretty good.
Magic is not to be.
Oh! Wrong red hero.
The multiverse offers endless possibilities, but only if it survives this.
You need to stop that vehicle in its tracks.
On your toes. Here they come.
You're not going anywhere. Better stop that vehicle.
The moon haunts you. By the eye of Agamotto.
Okay, that's not me.
Oh my gosh. They have Fantastic and Cloak and Dagger rolls. I think we go left. Nice. There's a Salak behind us. She might spawn camp you.
Only 60 seconds left.
Solid one. Nice.
I'm gonna ult when he bounces on it. Or when Cloak and Dagger. Us against the world! They have a Hela now instead of Sai.
A nice deep freeze. Down to 30 seconds.
There's Strange ult. He wants to do it so bad. Nice. Good job. Okay.
CG.
We're one game away. We're one game away.
Another epic victory.
Oh shoot. Ah. Oh my god. If I have to get off after this game, so. Yeah, I don't know why she dashed back at me. That wasn't very smart. Okay, let it be known. With 12.1 hours, sorry, 10.8 hours on Scarlet Witch, 38 wins and 13 losses, we are one game away from Celestial. We're actually up good today. Holy, but no MVPs for a while. Oh, I'm nervous. Sort by rank. Oh. Oh, but these people don't have enough games to be that rank. I don't think they only play Wanda. This person is definitely a Wanda player. This is probably the number one Wanda player. Celestial 2 gamer. I think that's very bottom of Celestial 2. This person plays Wanda too, but that's not enough games to be Celestial 2. I think they swap a lot. Oh, my head's kind of blocking it. Hold on. Everyone has like less than 40 games, except for this person. This person, Celestial 2, with 10 points. And then there's this person with 156 games, who's Celestial 2 with 0 points. These are the Wanda players we have to beat for rank 1 Wanda. Yeah, see, it's a lot of flexing. I think this is probably the only person that plays Wanda every time. Quite a bit. Everyone else is... This person has 67. Cringe Alarm was Eternity on Blade? That's pretty insane.
Which hero do you think you want to be today?
You don't have to be a witch to find the magic in this world, but it does help.
Now, who am I gonna banish from this match?
I don't actually find Blade that fun. I think Scarlet is more fun than Blade. Blade was low-key a trailer hero. Yeah, I think it's because I felt so useless on him.
Pick your hero. Or villain. I'm not judging.
She might actually be good with a better ult.
I've watched entire realities consumed by chaos. I won't let that happen again.
30 seconds before you attack.
Okay.
Get ready.
This is it.
Think you're fast enough to stop a high velocity round aimed straight between your eyes, old timer?
Why would I?
We gotta win.
I've already disabled the internal mechanisms on all of your weapons.
What the?
Now, play nice, and perhaps I'll put your toys back together.
The battle starts in 5.
We gotta win, we gotta win, we gotta win, we gotta win, we gotta win.
2, 1.
Lock in.
All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
따스한 하얀 눈으로 널 감싸 안아.
I don't think that's the welcoming committee.
Run Groot. Groot thing.
Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Oh. What's happening?
Capture the mission area.
My work.
Come here and let's go.
Their Hela's name is crazy.
That's better.
It seems we have company.
Now, a disappearing.
Chaos
This is really strange. It feels like 4v4.
I am ready to put on a show. Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Oh shit. Oh! Huge enough. Oh wow. This is bad. I'm not playing well at all. Actually, I am playing well. I do feel like my deaths haven't really been normal. I don't want to point any fingers, but except for that one. That one was definitely my fault. Oh, you're so dead. At the very least, I stalled there. Oh no. Oh, that sucks. Oh. Do I need to TP? No. Oh, this is gonna be
Yeah,
hard.
Devil's Fort ulted there.
Winnable. I should have TP'd.
Cap should be able to touch if we need to, because he got ult too.
Together to victory.
Or not, I
Oh
guess.
no. Aww. What a
I
joke!
said, Cap, you can touch. You have ult. What do you mean who's going first?
I don't know, he's talking about sport ult story.
Unless you give me one.
30 seconds before you attack. Get ready.
Dang it. Actually, we might have won that had I touched. No, I can't reach you. I have to go to dinner after this game.
Slightly better.
I'll be sure to tell him exactly what you said.
Please don't. There's no way I can do this without him.
The battle starts in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. All you need to do is capture the mission area. Got it?
This world is pure.
This is it. We gotta win.
It's up to us to shed some
Lock in.
Chaos control.
enemy ahead. Prepare to engage.
That's better.
Turn around. We're on your back.
Crawl back to your domain.
Disappear! Looks like the mission area is yours to capture now.
Nice.
The god of thunder!
Wait. They actually won. Oh my god. How? No.
Iron Man, you need to use ult.
Bro, that's not the problem. That should have been one. They only our supports got picked. Or our Sue got picked rather, and then our Luna got ulted. Thing one. It's so cooked. I've already accepted defeat. We'll grind again tomorrow. Winning would be a nice surprise, but I doubt it.
I am ready to put on a show!
Pulse charge, fire!
We'll end in 3, 2, 1.
Their team's capture progress has passed the halfway point.
Nice.
Control C!
Alright, nice.
The key to playing well is to not care.
It seems we have company.
If you care too much, you do things, or you play in such a way that causes you to lose. Because you play not to lose instead of play to win. You get me? We have Sewell. Jesus.
Judge, jury, executioner! Victory! Behold the god of thunder!
Oh.
You've captured more than half of the mission area. Keep going.
He's come in real handy.
Control lost.
Dude, do you play Luna?
You are under my spell.
Hey, she's so good here. Thank you, my goat. It doesn't matter what character. I'm TPing from left door.
I'm opening a portal.
Body block me if you can.
Good medicine.
Oh. It's just a disaster from our support line. An absolute fucking disaster. Oh.
Alright, GG's, gang.
GG's.
I don't know what else I could have done that game.
That was like 5 fights straight we lost just because the supports did something awful. Ah.
Well, you can't expect to win them all.
It hurts. Oh. Oh. I lost 23. Okay, well I have to go. We'll get it again. We'll get it tomorrow. That's so tragic. It was a good day. We're up so good. We're up tremendously. Wait, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 4, 4, 4, 5, 4, 6, 4, 6, 5, 7, 5, 8, 5, 9, 5, 9, 6. Okay, we're definitely falling off, but maintaining a positive win rate. Anything past Celestial 3 is going to be ridiculously hard, I think. Well, thank you for joining me. I must go. Have the most wonderful of nights. I'm so excited to go somewhere that isn't 88 degrees. Oh my god.